my Flab to Fab fitness and health plan. Enjoy this powerful fitness and health resource for absolutely free. www.flabtofabfitness.com, www.bodyperfectfitness.com, www.myhomepersonaltrainer.com, www.findmyfitnesstrainer.com, www.afitnessmall.com. Medical disclaimer: ebook and the information it provides is designed to provide general information to the general public. We offer information and our own opinions on dietary and healthy lifestyle principles. Ebook and its contents are not a replacement for your physician or the advice of your physician. Please consult your own doctor before starting any health style change, exercise program, or diet program. The material in ebook is provided for educational and informational purposes only, and is not intended for a healthcare provider's consultation. We strive to provide accurate information that comes from what we deem as reliable health-related sources, and where appropriate we will define all sources of said information. Always remember to consult your own personal physician or appropriate healthcare provider about the applicability of any opinions or recommendations with respect to your own symptoms or medical conditions. Ebook does not provide medical or any other healthcare advice, diagnosis, or treatment. This e-book site and its services are for informational purposes only and are not a substitute for professional medical advice, examination, diagnosis, or treatment. Always seek the advice of your physician or other qualified health professional before starting any new treatment or making any changes to your existing treatment. Find a personal trainer fast at www.findmyfitnesstrainer.com. About the author: is a nationally recognized personal trainer, nutrition coach, and is certified with N.E.S.T.A. National Endurance and Sports Trainers Association. Robert is also the head fitness expert at www.myhomepersonaltrainer.com. His talented professional certified fitness and nutrition team provides ongoing support for the thousands of online fitness training and diet plan members seeking new innovative strategies to help build muscle, burn fat fast, lose weight, and get maximum results in minimum time. www.myhomepersonaltrainer.com is constantly developing cutting-edge weight and cardio training workouts, along with educating its fitness community membership based on the most effective real-world nutrition and healthy diet plan strategies. These proven fitness, health, and nutrition principles deliver real results for life. Page 6. Introduction: as a nutrition coach, certified personal trainer, and fitness enthusiast, I've worked with a lot of people who are interested in improving their overall health, weight, and fitness level. Most commonly, people want to get fit, lose weight, and have the body they always dreamed of having. Health and fitness, as well as some of the related subjects, like weight loss, dieting, exercise, sports, etc., has more theories than practical answers and more fads than fact. If you don't believe me, just pick up a copy of the current fitness magazine or book and you'll read about competing theories that all promise maximum results with little or zero effort. Once you're finished reading, though, you'll put the magazine or book down and you'll realize that you're more confused than when you first picked the book up. Should you use more weight or less weight? Do more reps or fewer reps? Do higher intensity or lower intensity? Do more cardio than resistance training? Do more resistance training than cardio? Use machines or free weights? Train every day or once a week? Eat more carbohydrates or less? Sleep more than I am now or less? Do 1 hour of fitness a day or just 10 minutes? And the list goes on and on and on and on. With so many competing theories, it's hard for people to know which one is the right one to do. So I decided to put together a complete personal health and fitness plan that will actually help people to build muscle, burn fat, and lose. Page 7. Way to get into the best shape of their lives with sound, proven, cutting-edge fitness, nutrition, and health techniques. I literally went back to basics on this and tried to pare away all of the nonsense that you read about so often. As I developed this plan, I continually asked myself, Is this step truly necessary? Is there a better way? Is anything missing? So that when I finished, I firmly believed that it was the most comprehensive personal health and fitness plan available today. But that's not all I did. I realized that you don't have 24 hours a day to devote to health and fitness. Although a life that is healthy and fit requires healthy and fit decisions to be made 24 hours a day, you're not going to work out 12 hours a day and you're not going to spend the other 12 hours preparing healthy food. So, as I developed this health and personal fitness plan, I also continually asked myself, is this practical? Is it manageable? Is it overwhelming or is it doable? Can it be integrated into everyone's lives? By the time I was done, I was convinced that I had a practical and realistic health and personal fitness plan that anyone could incorporate into their lives. Is one of the most comprehensive yet practical fitness, health and nutrition programs available today with cutting-edge ideas and techniques you can live by. That means it is one of the most effective and efficient programs to help you build muscle, burn fat, lose weight and develop a fitness and health plan for life. Page 8. I'm going to show you the steps exactly as you need to make them in order to succeed. I'm going to give you the resources you need to excel. I'm going to give you the concepts that will transform your life into the healthiest and fit life you could imagine. What do I need from you? I need your personal level of commitment to this fitness and health plan and your dedication to the entire program. Not just the parts that may be convenient for you. I am so confident that if you follow the key fundamental principles laid out I will guarantee that you will improve your fitness and health. It already costs you zero, zilch, nada, not one red cent. So take advantage of my 100% satisfaction guarantee to build muscle, burn fat and lose the weight for life. I am your personal fitness trainer and nutrition coach and am thrilled that you have taken the time to commit yourself to improving your overall fitness, nutrition and health with www.myhomepersonaltrainer.com. Let's get started on your personal fitness and health goals today. Get fit, stay fit, strive to be your best. Page 9. Part 1 My Fitness and Health Focus Chapter 1 The state of our current health. Movies like Super Size Me and television shows like Honey, We're Killing the Kids point to our awareness that something is not right with their health. Each year, billions of dollars are spent on health equipment, diet books, health food, diet supplements, weight loss pills and potions and fitness center memberships. So if we're so aware of our current health situation, and apparently spending tons of money to do something about it, how come we lead such unhealthy lives? How come obesity is considered such a national epidemic? We don't need statistics to tell us that 21st century life can be unhealthy. There seems to be a fast food outlet on every corner, and between corners, too. We lead sedentary lives at work, sitting at a computer all day and then after work in front of the television. On top of that, we're stressed and busy so we don't even get the rest we need to re-energize your bodies. A little over a century ago, while North America was still being settled, people worked long hours and life was hard, but they ate balanced meals, got plenty of rest, and lead relatively stress-free lives. The medical industry may have advanced in its ability to save our lives, but we are making its job harder by becoming unhealthier every single day. So what are your long-term solutions for improving your fitness and health? Page 10. It all comes down to just a few important factors. My personal fitness and health balance right now, we're not balanced. There is too much going on in our daily lives. From the moment we wake up we're unbalanced. Consider this typical daily lifestyle scenario: 6 a.m. alarm goes off, again. You jump out of bed and start your morning. 7 a.m. the kids are at the table and you're eating your supersized toasted bagel, 400 calories of high glycemic, blood sugar spiking refined white flour bread, lathered with saturated full-fat cream cheese, while you quickly dress for work. What did you do with the report you worked on late last night? Do the kids have their homework? Did you sign a note to allow one of them to go on a field trip? 7:15 a.m. There's no time to finish your bagel, so you drink your high-octane caffeine-loaded 20 ounces travel mug of coffee loaded with tons of sugar and full-fat cream, as you buckle the kids into the car and wave goodbye to your spouse, who's staring off to work in the other car. Slightly late. 7:45 a.m. You've just dropped off your youngest to daycare and now you're headed to school, but traffic is getting heavy and you're starting to get stressed out. Someone cuts you off, which upsets you even more as road rage starts to kick in. 8 a.m. You drop off your oldest child at school then rush to work. If traffic doesn't lighten up, you may be late. 8:30 a.m. You slot into your desk, you just made it. Now you begin your day. As usual, there's a lot of work to do and you see that you'll have to bring some home tonight in order to finish. 10:15 a.m. Coffee break. No time for a healthy snack, just grab a candy bar from the vending machine down the hall and some more high-octane coffee loaded with sugar and high-saturated fat dry creamer. Just the perfect choice for making your blood sugar skyrocket again. Page 11. 12 p.m. Lunch. You didn't have time to pack a lunch, so you slip across the street to one of those fast food hamburger drive-thru and grab a burger with cheese, and you supersize your order with an extra large order of grease-laden French fries, but you make an awesome decision and only order a diet soda to offset your 1,000-plus calorie lunch. 1 p.m. You're back to work and your manager is heard yelling on some kind of rampage about work not getting done. You heard there could be cuts at the end of the month, so you find yourself pushing to work harder. 3:30 p.m. Coffee break. No time to snack, feeling a bit sluggish. 5:30 p.m. You rush out of work and fight traffic because you have to pick up your oldest child from the after-school program, then you have to rush to the daycare before 6 p.m. to pick up your youngest child. 6 p.m. You don't feel like cooking tonight, so you call your spouse on the cell phone and ask them to pick something up on the way home. 7 p.m. You all sit down to a dinner of 2 slices of pepperoni pizza and a beer that you so desperately need after your stressful day of work. At least you don't have any dishes to do. 8 p.m. You fight with your oldest child to do their homework while you get your youngest child to bed. 9 p.m. You fight with your oldest child to start getting ready for bed. 10 p.m. Your oldest is now in bed, a half hour late, and you can sit down for a few minutes before you have to start on your report. 10:15 p.m. You begin your report and realize that it's going to be a late night tonight. 2:45 a.m. As you crawl into bed you realize today was just like every other day and tomorrow doesn't look any different. This is how many households function. Is yours like this? Some are worse. Consider how much harder it is for a single parent, or a parent who has to work longer than 8:30 to 5:30. Page 12. A quick diagnosis of the example above shows that you are only getting half of the sleep you should be getting. You ate large portions of fat-laden, high-calorie convenience meals that made your blood sugar spike up and down all day. No time to work out. There is a lot of stress in your life. This is unhealthy living, and the sad reality is that many of us are living it because we feel trapped and unable to get out. We want to live healthier lives, but because we're unbalanced, it feels like we don't have a lot of choice. A balanced life is one where our physical activity is moderate, our resting activity is moderate, our food intake is moderate, and our stress is moderate. Each of these fitness factors works together to determine our overall level of health. A few minutes on the treadmill each week won't make up for a lack of sleep, poor eating habits, and the high stress we feel. A book is not just about working out for just minutes a day. It's about changing your life for the better. Through balance, along with getting maximum results in the most efficient use of your valuable personal time. That's why I call the ebook a total health and personal fitness program. It's meant to change your entire life, and that will promote fitness, healthy living, and feeling good about yourself. Page 13. My Flab to Fab Fitness and Health Tips. Surround yourself with winners. One of the key qualities of all successful people is that they avoid negative people and they spend the majority of their time surrounded by those who have already achieved what they themselves seek to achieve. So if your goal is to weigh 135 pounds by eating healthy and living an energy-full life, then seek out others who already live a healthy lifestyle and weigh 135 pounds. Hanging out with people who just talk about getting in shape but never take persistent action will ensure that you never reach your goal. Be real about your success. It would be great if you could train for a week and see magical results, but that's not how getting in shape and improving your health works. Just like getting out of shape does not happen in one day, you will not see results immediately when you start any type of fitness training program. Be realistic, be prepared and set short, medium and long-term goals. When you make your fitness goals realistic and attainable, you will ensure a greater success for sticking with your fitness program for life. Fitness support. When you are trying to get fit, it is very important to have family and friends supporting you along the way. This means that they need to respect your fitness and health goals and not tempt you into the wrong food choices or try and derail you from your fitness training plan. Remind them how important this is to you, and you need their support and encouragement, and who knows, they may end up training right alongside you. Page 14. Body fat and weight. Get off the scale and stop managing your fitness health success by your body weight. Most people measure their success or failure based on have I gained or lost weight. This is by far the worst way to measure your fitness success. Body fat compositions should be all that you stay focused on in your measurement of success. Use a time-tested simple measurement with the use of a body fat caliper biomeasure. It is one of the most effective and quickest ways to get a true health measurement of your long-term fitness goals. Page 15. Chapter 2, My Fitness Health Rewards and Costs. An unfit life will result in poor health, poor self-esteem, reduction in ability to think clearly, reduction in ability to act or react adequately, increase in stress, early death. A healthy lifestyle will result in fewer visits to the doctor, feeling better about ourselves, ability to think clearly, ability to act or react adequately in all situations, reduced stress, increased happiness, better rest, a long, fruitful, and prosperous life. The funny thing about living a life that is not properly balanced is that it acts as a vicious spiral. When we're stressed and not eating properly and not resting properly, our healthy lifestyle is reduced and we feel more stress. We eat poorly, as we can't get proper rest. This will continue to spiral out of control until your body puts a halt to it any way it can. If balance is the key, a life that is unbalanced is not just unbalanced, it will leave you dazed and confused. Page 16. To people who experience the same amounts of stress will feel that stress different if one is living a healthy life and one is living an unhealthy life. The one living the healthy life will experience the stress and be able to think clearly and act and manage it, even if the stress is troubling. A person who lives an unhealthy life will feel the stress more acutely. The same goes for any of the other aspects of healthy living. The person who lives a healthy life will enjoy a better sleep and actually require less than the person who leads an unhealthy life. The person who leads an unhealthy life will need more sleep but will actually get less, and the sleep they have will not be as good. What are the results? Plain and simple. An unhealthy lifestyle will make life more difficult until one day it just crashes. A healthy lifestyle, on the other hand, will be an enjoyable and long-lasting experience. My Flab to Fab Fitness and Health Tips. See exercise as a stress releaser. A simple shift in attitude can do wonders for your stress levels. If you've had a long, hard day at work, exercise is something to look forward to relieve your stress and revive yourself. Page 17. Chapter 3, Obesity and My Health. Today, more than 65% of adults in the United States are overweight or obese. Obesity puts people at increased risk for chronic diseases such as heart disease, type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, stroke, and some forms of cancer. The large number of people with obesity and the serious health risks that come with it make understanding its causes and treatment crucial. This fact sheet provides basic information about obesity. What is it? How is it measured? What causes it? What are the health risks? What can you do about it? What is obesity? Obesity specifically refers to an excessive amount of body fat. Overweight refers to an excessive amount of body weight that includes muscle, bone, fat, and water. As a rule, women have more body fat than men. Most healthcare professionals agree that men with more than 25% body fat and women with more than 30% body fat are obese. These numbers should not be confused with the body mass index, BMI, however, which is more commonly used by healthcare professionals to determine the effect of body weight on the risk for some diseases. How is obesity measured? Measuring the exact amount of a person's body fat is not easy. The most accurate measures are to weigh a person underwater or in a chamber that uses air displacement to measure body volume, or to use an X-ray test called dual energy X-ray absorptiometry, also known as DEXA. These methods are not practical for the average person, and are done only in research centers with special equipment. There are simpler methods to estimate body fat. One is to measure the thickness of the layer of fat just under the skin in several parts of the body. Another involves sending a harmless amount of electricity through a person's body. Results from these methods, however, can be inaccurate if done by an inexperienced person or on someone with extreme obesity. Because measuring a person's body fat is difficult, healthcare professionals often rely on other means to diagnose obesity. Weight for height tables, used for decades, have a range of acceptable weights for a person of a given height. Page 18. One problem with these tables is that there are many versions, all with different weight ranges. Another problem is that they do not distinguish between excess fat and muscle. According to the tables, a very muscular person may be classified obese when he or she is not. The BMI is less likely to misidentify a person's appropriate weight for height range. Body mass index, the BMI is a tool used to assess overweight and obesity and monitor changes in body weight. Like the weight for height tables, BMI has its limitations because it does not measure body fat or muscle directly. It is calculated by dividing a person's weight in pounds by height in inches squared and multiplied by 703. Two people can have the same BMI but different body fat percentages. A bodybuilder with a large muscle mass and low percentage of body fat may have the same BMI as a person who has more body fat. However, a BMI of 30 or higher usually indicates excess body fat. The BMI table below provides a useful guideline to check your BMI. First, find your weight on the bottom of the graph. Go straight up from that point until you come to the line that matches your height. A BMI of 25 to 29.9 indicates a person is overweight. A person with a BMI of 30 or higher is considered obese. Please review your findings with your healthcare provider if your BMI is outside of the normal range. Without Shoes Without Clothes. Sources: George Bray, M.D. Pennington Biomedical Research Center. National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute's Clinical Guidelines on the Identification, Evaluation, and Treatment of Overweight and Obesity in Adults, The Evidence Report. Page 19. Body fat distribution. Healthcare providers are concerned not only with how much fat a person has, but also where the fat is located on the body. Women typically collect fat in their hips and buttocks, giving them a pear shape. Men usually build up fat around their bellies, giving them more of an apple shape. Of course, some men are pear-shaped and some women become apple-shaped, especially after menopause. Excess abdominal fat is an important, independent risk factor for disease. Research has shown that waist circumference is directly associated with abdominal fat and can be used in the assessment of the risks associated with obesity or overweight. If you carry fat mainly around your waist, you are more likely to develop obesity-related health problems. Women with a waist measurement of more than 35 inches and men with a waist measurement of more than 40 inches may have more health risks than people with lower waist measurements because of their body fat distribution. What causes obesity? Obesity occurs when a person consumes more calories from food than he or she burns. Our bodies need calories to sustain life and be physically active, but to maintain weight we need to balance the energy we eat with the energy we use. When a person eats more calories than he or she burns, the energy balance is tipped toward weight gain and obesity. This imbalance between calories in and calories out may differ from one person to another. Genetic, environmental, and other factors may all play a part. Genetic factors: obesity tends to run in families, suggesting a genetic cause. However, families also share diet and lifestyle habits that may contribute to obesity. Separating genetic from other influences on obesity is often difficult. Even so, science does show a link between obesity and heredity. Environmental and social factors: environment strongly influences obesity. Consider that most people in the United States alive today were also alive in 1980, when obesity rates were lower. Since this time, our genetic makeup has not changed, but our environment has. Environment includes lifestyle behaviors such as what a person eats and his or her level of physical activity. Too often Americans eat out, consume large meals and high-fat foods, and put taste and convenience ahead of nutrition. Also, most people in the United States do not get enough physical activity. Environment also includes the world around us, our access to places to walk and healthy foods, for example. Today, more people drive long distances to work instead of walking, live in neighborhoods without sidewalks, tend to eat out or get. Page 20. Take out, instead of cooking, or have vending machines with high-calorie, high-fat snacks at their workplace. Our environment often does not support healthy habits. In addition, social factors including poverty and a lower level of education have been linked to obesity. One reason for this may be that high-calorie processed foods cost less and are easier to find and prepare than healthier foods, such as fresh vegetables and fruits. Other reasons may include inadequate access to safe recreation places or the cost of gym memberships, limiting opportunities for physical activity. However, the link between low socioeconomic status and obesity has not been conclusively established, and recent research shows that obesity is also increasing among high-income groups. Although you cannot change your genetic makeup, you can work on changing your eating habits, levels of physical activity, and other environmental factors. Try these ideas. Learn to choose sensible portions of nutritious meals that are lower in fat. Learn to recognize and control environmental cues, like inviting smells or a package of cookies on the counter, that make you want to eat when you are not hungry. Engage in at least 30 minutes of moderate-intensity physical activity, like brisk walking, on most, preferably all, days of the week. Take a walk instead of watching television. Eat meals and snacks at a table, not in front of the TV. Keep records of your food intake and physical activity. Other causes of obesity: there are some illnesses that may lead to or are associated with weight gain or obesity. These include hypothyroidism, a condition in which the thyroid gland fails to produce enough thyroid hormone. It often results in lowered metabolic rate and loss of vigor. Cushing's syndrome, a hormonal disorder caused by prolonged exposure of the body's tissues to high levels of the hormone cortisol. Symptoms vary, but most people have upper body obesity, rounded face, increased fat around the neck, and thinning arms and legs. Polycystic ovary syndrome, a condition characterized by high levels of androgens, male hormone, irregular or missed menstrual cycles, and in some cases, multiple small cysts in the ovaries. Cysts are fluid-filled sacs. Page 21. A doctor can tell whether there are underlying medical conditions that are causing weight gain or making weight loss difficult. Lack of sleep may also contribute to obesity. Recent studies suggest that people with sleep problems may gain weight over time. On the other hand, obesity may contribute to sleep problems due to medical conditions such as sleep apnea, where a person briefly stops breathing at multiple times during the night. Certain drugs such as steroids, some antidepressants, and some medications for psychiatric conditions or seizure disorders may cause weight gain. These drugs may slow the rate at which the body burns calories, stimulate appetite, or cause the body to hold on to extra water. Be sure your doctor knows all the medications you are taking, including over-the-counter medications and dietary supplements. He or she may recommend a different medication that has less effect on weight gain. What are the consequences of obesity? My health risks. Obesity is more than a cosmetic problem. Many serious medical conditions have been linked to obesity, including type 2 diabetes, heart disease, high blood pressure, and stroke. Obesity is also linked to higher rates of certain types of cancer. Men who are obese are more likely than non-obese men to develop cancer of the colon, rectum, or prostate. Women who are obese are more likely than non-obese women to develop cancer of the gallbladder, uterus, cervix, or ovaries. Esophageal cancer has also been associated with obesity. Other diseases and health problems linked to obesity include gallbladder disease and gallstones, fatty liver disease, also called non-alcoholic steatohepatitis or NASH. Gastroesophageal reflux, or what is sometimes called GERD. This problem occurs when the lower esophageal sphincter does not close properly and stomach contents leak back or reflux into the esophagus. Osteoarthritis, a disease in which the joints deteriorate. This is possibly the result of excess weight on the joints. Gout, another disease affecting the joints. Pulmonary, breathing, problems, including sleep apnea, which causes a person to stop breathing for a short time during sleep. Reproductive problems in women, including menstrual irregularities and infertility. Page 22. Healthcare providers generally agree that the more obese a person is, the more likely he or she is to develop health problems. Psychological and social effects. Emotional suffering may be one of the most painful parts of obesity. American society emphasizes physical appearance and often equates attractiveness with slimness, especially for women. Such messages make overweight people feel unattractive. Many people think that individuals with obesity are gluttonous, lazy, or both. This is not true. As a result, people who are obese often face prejudice or discrimination in the job market, at school, and in social situations. Feelings of rejection, shame, or depression may occur. Who should lose weight? Healthcare providers generally agree that people who have a BMI of 30 or greater can improve their health through weight loss. This is especially true for people with a BMI of 40 or greater, who are considered extremely obese. Preventing additional weight gain is recommended if you have a BMI between 25 and 29.9 unless you have other risk factors for obesity-related diseases. Obesity experts recommend you try to lose weight if you have 2 or more of the following: family history of certain chronic diseases. If you have close relatives who have had heart disease or diabetes, you are more likely to develop these problems if you are obese. Pre-existing medical conditions: high blood pressure, high LDL cholesterol levels, low HDL cholesterol levels, high triglycerides, and high blood glucose are all warning signs of some obesity-associated diseases. Large waist circumference. Men who have waist circumferences greater than 40 inches, and women who have waist circumferences greater than 35 inches, are at higher risk of diabetes, dyslipidemia, abnormal amounts of fat in the blood, high blood pressure, and heart disease. Page 23. Fortunately, a weight loss of 5 to 10% of your initial body weight can do much to improve health by lowering blood pressure and other risk factors for obesity-related diseases. In addition, research shows that a 5 to 7% weight loss brought about by moderate diet and exercise can delay or possibly prevent type 2 diabetes in people at high risk for the disease. In a recent study, participants who were overweight and had prediabetes, a condition in which a person's blood glucose level is higher than normal, but not high enough to be classified as diabetes, were able to delay or prevent the onset of type 2 diabetes by adopting a low-fat, low-calorie diet and exercising for 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week. How is obesity treated? The method of treatment depends on your level of obesity, overall health condition, and readiness to lose weight. Treatment may include a combination of diet, exercise, behavior modification, and sometimes weight loss drugs. In some cases of extreme obesity, Bariatric surgery may be recommended. Visit www.twin.nid.gov/publication/gastric.htm for more information on bariatric surgery. Remember, weight control is a lifelong effort, and having realistic expectations about weight loss is an important consideration. Eating a healthful diet and getting at least 30 minutes of moderate-intensity physical activity on most, preferably all, days of the week have important health benefits. 60 minutes of physical activity a day may be required to prevent gradual weight gain in adulthood. Previously overweight and obese individuals are encouraged to get 60 to 90 minutes of exercise a day to sustain weight loss. Although most adults do not need to see their healthcare professional before starting a moderate-intensity physical activity program, men older than 40 years and women older than 50 years who plan a vigorous program or who have either chronic disease or risk factors for chronic illnesses should speak with their healthcare provider before starting a physical activity program. Source: National Institutes of Health, NIH. Publication No. 04-4352. April 2004. Page 24. Chapter 4. What is diabetes? What is diabetes? A disorder of metabolism, the way the body uses or converts food for energy and growth. What are the main types of diabetes? Type 1 diabetes, type 2 diabetes, gestational diabetes. What are the impacts of diabetes? It affects 20.8 million people, 7.0% of the U.S. population. It is a leading cause of death and disability. It costs $132 billion per year. Who gets diabetes? People of any age, people with a family history of diabetes, others at high risk for type 2 diabetes, older people, overweight and sedentary people, African Americans, Alaska Natives, American Indians, Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, some Pacific Islander Americans, and Hispanics/Latinos. Almost everyone knows someone who has diabetes. An estimated 20.8 million people in the United States, 7.0% of the population, have diabetes, a serious, lifelong condition. Of those, 14.6 million have been diagnosed, and 6.2 million have not yet been diagnosed. In 2005, about 1.5 million people aged 20 or older were diagnosed with diabetes. Page 25. What is diabetes? After digestion, glucose passes into the bloodstream, where it is used by cells for growth and energy. For glucose to get into cells, insulin must be present. Insulin is a hormone produced by the pancreas, a large gland behind the stomach. When we eat, the pancreas automatically produces the right amount of insulin to move glucose from blood into our cells. In people with diabetes, however, the pancreas either produces little or no insulin, or the cells do not respond appropriately to the insulin that is produced. Glucose builds up in the blood, overflows into the urine, and passes out of the body in the urine. Thus, the body loses its main source of fuel even though the blood contains large amounts of glucose. Page 26. What are the types of diabetes? The three main types of diabetes are Type 1 diabetes, Type 2 diabetes, gestational diabetes. Type 1 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease. An autoimmune disease results when the body's system for fighting infection, the immune system, turns against a part of the body. In diabetes, the immune system attacks and destroys the insulin-producing beta cells in the pancreas. The pancreas then produces little or no insulin. A person who has type 1 diabetes must take insulin daily to live. At present, scientists do not know exactly what causes the body's immune system to attack the beta cells, but they believe that autoimmune, genetic, and environmental factors, possibly viruses, are involved. Type 1 diabetes accounts for about 5 to 10% of diagnosed diabetes in the United States. It develops most often in children and young adults but can appear at any age. Symptoms of type 1 diabetes usually develop over a short period, although beta cell destruction can begin years earlier. Symptoms may include increased thirst and urination, constant hunger, weight loss, blurred vision, and extreme fatigue. If not diagnosed and treated with insulin, a person with type 1 diabetes can lapse into a life-threatening diabetic coma, also known as diabetic ketoacidosis. Type 2 diabetes. The most common form of diabetes is type 2 diabetes. About 90 to 95% of people with diabetes have type 2. This form of diabetes is most often associated with older age, obesity, family history of diabetes, previous history of gestational diabetes, physical inactivity, and certain ethnicities. About 80% of people with type 2 diabetes are overweight. Type 2 diabetes is increasingly being diagnosed in children and adolescents. However, nationally representative data on prevalence of type 2 diabetes in youth are not available. When type 2 diabetes is diagnosed, the pancreas is usually producing enough insulin, but for unknown reasons the body cannot use the insulin effectively, a condition called insulin resistance. After several years, insulin production decreases. The result is the same as for type 1 diabetes. Glucose builds up in the blood and the body cannot make efficient use of its main source of fuel. Page 27. The symptoms of type 2 diabetes develop gradually. Their onset is not as sudden as in type 1 diabetes. Symptoms may include fatigue, frequent urination, increased thirst and hunger, weight loss, blurred vision, and slow healing of wounds or sores. Some people have no symptoms. Gestational diabetes. Some women develop gestational diabetes late in pregnancy. Although this form of diabetes usually disappears after the birth of the baby, women who have had gestational diabetes have a 20 to 50% chance of developing type 2 diabetes within 5 to 10 years. Maintaining a reasonable body weight and being physically active may help prevent development of type 2 diabetes. About 3 to 8% of pregnant women in the United States develop gestational diabetes. As with type 2 diabetes, gestational diabetes occurs more often in some ethnic groups and among women with a family history of diabetes. Gestational diabetes is caused by the hormones of pregnancy or a shortage of insulin. Women with gestational diabetes may not experience any symptoms. How is diabetes diagnosed? The fasting blood glucose test is the preferred test for diagnosing diabetes in children and non-pregnant adults. It is most reliable when done in the morning. However, a diagnosis of diabetes can be made based on any of the following test results, confirmed by retesting on a different day: a blood glucose level of 126 mg per deciliter, mg/dl, or more after an 8-hour fast. This test is called the fasting blood glucose test. A blood glucose level of 200 mg/dl or more 2 hours after drinking a beverage containing 75 grams of glucose dissolved in water. This test is called the oral glucose tolerance test, OG. A random, taken at any time of day, blood glucose level of 200 mg/dl or more, along with the presence of diabetes symptoms. Gestational diabetes is diagnosed based on blood glucose levels measured during the OG. Glucose levels are normally lowered during pregnancy, so the cutoff levels for diagnosis of diabetes in pregnancy are lower. Blood glucose levels are measured before a woman drinks a beverage containing glucose. Then levels are checked 1, 2, and 3 hours afterward. If a woman has two blood glucose levels meeting or exceeding any of the following numbers, she has gestational diabetes: a fasting blood glucose level of 95 mg/dl, a 1-hour level of 180 mg/dl, a 2-hour level of 155 mg/dl, or a 3-hour level of 140 mg/dl. What is prediabetes? People with prediabetes have blood glucose levels that are higher than normal. Page 28. But not high enough for a diagnosis of diabetes. This condition raises the risk of developing type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and stroke. Prediabetes is also called impaired fasting glucose, IFG, or impaired glucose tolerance, IGT, depending on the test used to diagnose it. Some people have both IFG and IG. IFG is a condition in which the blood glucose level is high, 100 to 125 mg/dl, after an overnight fast, but is not high enough to be classified as diabetes. The former definition of IFG was 110 mg/dl to 125 mg/dl. IG is a condition in which the blood glucose level is high, 140 to 199 mg/dl, after a 2-hour oral glucose tolerance test, but is not high enough to be classified as diabetes. Pre-diabetes is becoming more common in the United States, according to new estimates provided by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. About 40% of U.S. adults ages 40 to 74 or 41 million people had prediabetes in 2000. New data suggest that at least 54 million U.S. adults had prediabetes in 2002. Many people with pre-diabetes go on to develop type 2 diabetes within 10 years. The good news is that if you have pre-diabetes, you can do a lot to prevent or delay diabetes. Studies have clearly shown that you can lower your risk of developing diabetes by losing 5 to 7% of your body weight through diet and increased physical activity. A major study of more than 3,000 people with IG, a form of pre-diabetes, found that diet and exercise resulting in a 5 to 7% weight loss, about 10 to 14 pounds in a person who weighs 200 pounds, lowered the incidence of type 2 diabetes by nearly 60%. Study participants lost weight by cutting fat and calories in their diet and by exercising. Most chose walking, at least 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week. What are the scope and impact of diabetes? Diabetes is widely recognized as one of the leading causes of death and disability in the United States. In 2002, it was the 6th leading cause of death. However, diabetes is likely to be underreported as the underlying cause of death on death certificates. About 65% of deaths among those with diabetes are attributed to heart disease and stroke. Diabetes is associated with long-term complications that affect almost every part of the body. The disease often leads to blindness, heart and blood vessel disease, stroke, kidney failure, amputations, and nerve damage. Uncontrolled diabetes can complicate pregnancy, and birth defects are more common in babies born to women with diabetes. Page 29. In 2002, diabetes cost the United States $132 billion. Indirect costs, including disability payments, time lost from work, and premature death, totaled $40 billion. Direct medical costs for diabetes care, including hospitalizations, medical care, and treatment supplies, totaled $92 billion. Who gets diabetes? Diabetes is not contagious. People cannot catch it from each other. However, certain factors can increase the risk of developing diabetes. Type 2 diabetes is more common in older people, especially in people who are overweight, and occurs more often in African Americans, American Indians, some Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians and other Pacific Islander Americans, and Hispanics/Latinos. On average, non-Hispanic African Americans are 1.8 times as likely to have diabetes as non-Hispanic whites of the same age. Mexican Americans are 1.7 times as likely to have diabetes as non-Hispanic whites of similar age. Data are not available for estimation of diabetes rates in other Hispanic/Latino groups. American Indians have one of the highest rates of diabetes in the world. On average, American Indians and Alaska Natives are 2.2 times as likely to have diabetes as non-Hispanic whites of similar age. Although prevalence data for diabetes among Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are limited, some groups, such as Native Hawaiians, Asians, and other Pacific Islanders residing in Hawaii, aged 20 or older, are more than twice as likely to have diabetes as white residents of Hawaii of similar age. Diabetes prevalence in the United States is likely to increase for several reasons. First, a large segment of the population is aging. Also, Hispanics/Latinos and other minority groups at increased risk make up the fastest growing segment of the U.S. population. Finally, Americans are increasingly overweight and sedentary. According to recent estimates from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, diabetes will affect 1 in 3 people born in 2000 in the United States. The CDC also projects the prevalence of diagnosed diabetes in the United States will increase 165% by 2050. Page 30. How was diabetes managed? Before the discovery of insulin in 1921, everyone with type 1 diabetes died within a few years after a diagnosis. Although insulin is not considered a cure, its discovery was the first major breakthrough in diabetes treatment. Today, healthy eating, physical activity, and taking insulin are the basic therapies for type 1 diabetes. The amount of insulin must be balanced with food intake and daily activities. Blood glucose levels must be closely monitored through frequent blood glucose checking. People with diabetes also monitor blood glucose levels several times a year with a laboratory test called the A1C. Results of the A1C test reflect average blood glucose over a 2 to 3 month period. Page 31. Healthy eating, physical activity, and blood glucose testing are the basic management tools for type 2 diabetes. In addition, many people with type 2 diabetes require oral medication, insulin, or both to control their blood glucose levels. Adults with diabetes are at high risk for cardiovascular disease, CVD. In fact, at least 65% of those with diabetes die from heart disease or stroke. Managing diabetes is more than keeping blood glucose levels under control. It is also important to manage blood pressure and cholesterol levels through healthy eating, physical activity, and use of medications, if needed. By doing so, those with diabetes can lower their risk. Aspirin therapy, if recommended by the healthcare team, and smoking cessation can also help lower risk. People with diabetes must take responsibility for their day-to-day care. Much of the daily care involves keeping blood glucose levels from going too low or too high. When blood glucose levels drop too low, a condition known as hypoglycemia, a person can become nervous, shaky, and confused. Judgment can be impaired, and if blood glucose falls too low, fainting can occur. A person can also become ill if blood glucose levels rise too high, a condition known as hyperglycemia. People with diabetes should see a healthcare provider who will help them learn to manage their diabetes and who will monitor their diabetes control. Most people with diabetes get care from primary care physicians, internists, family practice doctors, or pediatricians. Often, having a team of providers can improve diabetes care. A team can include a primary care provider such as an internist, a family practice doctor, or a pediatrician, an endocrinologist, a specialist in diabetes care, a dietitian, a nurse, and other healthcare providers who are certified diabetes educators, experts in providing information about managing diabetes, a podiatrist, for foot care, an ophthalmologist or an optometrist, for eye care, other healthcare providers, such as cardiologists and other specialists. In addition, the team for a pregnant woman with type 1, type 2, or gestational diabetes should include an obstetrician who specializes in caring for women with diabetes. The team can also include a pediatrician or an neonatologist with experience taking care of babies born to women with diabetes. Page 32. The goal of diabetes management is to keep levels of blood glucose, blood pressure, and cholesterol as close to the normal range as safely possible. A major study, the Diabetes Control and Complications Trial, DCCT, sponsored by the National Institute of Diabetes and Digestive and Kidney Diseases, NIDC, showed that keeping blood glucose levels close to normal reduces the risk of developing major complications of type 1 diabetes. This 10-year study, completed in 1993, included 1,441 people with type 1 diabetes. The study compared the effect of two treatment approaches: intensive management and standard management, on the development and progression of eye, kidney, nerve, and cardiovascular complications of diabetes. Intensive treatment aimed to keep A1C levels as close to normal, 6%, as possible. Researchers found that study participants who maintained lower levels of blood glucose through intensive management had significantly lower rates of these complications. More recently, a follow-up study of DCCT participants showed that the ability of intensive control to lower the complications of diabetes has persisted more than 10 years after the trial ended. The United Kingdom Prospective Diabetes Study, a European study completed in 1998, showed that intensive control of blood glucose and blood pressure reduced the risk of blindness, kidney disease, stroke, and heart attack in people with type 2 diabetes. Page 33. Chapter 5, Women and Heart Disease. Do women need to worry about heart disease? Yes. 1 in 3 American women dies of heart disease. In 2003, almost twice as many women died of cardiovascular disease, both heart disease and stroke, than from all cancers combined. The older a woman gets, the more likely she is to get heart disease. But women of all ages should be concerned about heart disease. All women should take steps to prevent heart disease. Both men and women have heart attacks, but more women who have heart attacks die from them. Treatments can limit heart damage, but they must be given as soon as possible after a heart attack starts. Ideally, treatment should start within 1 hour of the first symptoms. Do women of color need to worry about heart disease? Yes. African American and Hispanic American/Latino women are more likely to get heart disease because they tend to have more risk factors such as obesity, lack of exercise, high blood pressure, and diabetes than white women. Women of color also are more likely than white women to die of heart disease. If you're a woman of color, take steps to reduce your risk factors. What is heart disease? Heart disease is a number of abnormal conditions affecting the heart and the blood vessels in the heart. Types of heart disease include coronary artery disease, CAD, is the most common type and is the leading cause of heart attacks. When you have CAD, your arteries become hard and narrow. Blood has a hard time getting to the heart, so the heart does not get all the blood it needs. CAD can lead to angina. Angina is chest pain or discomfort that happens when the heart does not get enough blood. It may feel like a pressing or squeezing pain, often in the chest, but sometimes the pain is in the shoulders, arms, neck, jaw, or back. It can also feel like indigestion, upset stomach. Angina is not a heart attack, but having angina means you are more likely to have a heart attack. Heart attack. A heart attack occurs when an artery is severely or completely blocked, and the heart does not get the blood it needs for more than 20 minutes. Page 34. Heart failure occurs when the heart is not able to pump blood through the body as well as it should. This means that other organs, which normally get blood from the heart, do not get enough blood. It does not mean that the heart stops. Signs of heart failure include shortness of breath, feeling like you can't get enough air, swelling in feet, ankles, and legs, extreme tiredness. Heart arrhythmias are changes in the beat of the heart. Most people have felt dizzy, faint, out of breath, or had chest pains at one time. These changes in heartbeat are, for most people, harmless. As you get older, you are more likely to have arrhythmias. Don't panic if you have a few flutters or if your heart races once in a while. What can I do to prevent heart disease? You can reduce your chances of getting heart disease by taking these steps. Know your blood pressure. Your heart moves blood through your body. If it is hard for your heart to do this, your heart works harder, and your blood pressure will rise. People with high blood pressure often have no symptoms, so have your blood pressure checked every 1 to 2 years. If you have high blood pressure, your doctor may suggest you make some lifestyle changes, such as eating less salt, eating plan, and exercising more. Your doctor may also prescribe medicine to help lower your blood pressure. Don't smoke. If you smoke, try to quit. If you're having trouble quitting, there are products and programs that can help. Nicotine patches and gum support groups programs to help you stop smoking. Page 35. Get tested for diabetes. People with diabetes have high blood glucose, often called blood sugar. People with high blood sugar often have no symptoms, so have your blood sugar checked regularly. Having diabetes raises your chances of getting heart disease. If you have diabetes, your doctor will decide if you need diabetes pills or insulin shots. Your doctor can also help you make a healthy eating and exercise plan. Get your cholesterol and triglyceride levels tested. High blood cholesterol can clog your arteries and keep your heart from getting the blood it needs. This can cause a heart attack. Triglycerides are a form of fat in your bloodstream. High levels of triglycerides are linked to heart disease in some people. People with high blood cholesterol or high blood triglycerides often have no symptoms, so have your blood cholesterol and triglyceride levels checked regularly. If your cholesterol or triglyceride levels are high, talk to your doctor about what you can do to lower them. You may be able to lower your cholesterol and triglyceride levels by eating better and exercising more. Your doctor may prescribe medication to help lower your cholesterol. Maintain a healthy weight. Being overweight raises your risk for heart disease. Calculate your body mass index, BMI, to see if you are at a healthy weight. Eat a healthy diet and exercise at a moderate intensity for at least 30 minutes most days of the week. Start by adding more fruits, vegetables, and whole grains to your diet. Take a brisk walk on your lunch break or take the stairs instead of the elevator. If you drink alcohol, limit it to no more than one drink. 1 12-ounce beer, 1 5-ounce glass of wine, or 1 1.5-ounce shot of hard liquor a day. Find healthy ways to cope with stress. Lower your stress level by talking to your friends, exercising, or writing in a journal. What does high cholesterol have to do with heart disease? Cholesterol is a waxy substance found in all parts of the body. When there is too much cholesterol in your blood, cholesterol can build up on the walls of your arteries and cause blood clots. Cholesterol can clog your arteries and keep your heart from getting the blood it needs. This can cause a heart attack. Page 36. There are two types of cholesterol. Low-density lipoprotein, LDL, is often called the bad type of cholesterol because it can clog the arteries that carry blood to your heart. For LDL, lower numbers are better. High-density lipoprotein, HDL, is known as good cholesterol because it takes the bad cholesterol out of your blood and keeps it from building up in your arteries. For HDL, higher numbers are better. All women aged 20 and older should have their blood cholesterol and triglyceride levels checked at least once every 5 years. What do my cholesterol and triglyceride numbers mean? Total cholesterol level, lower is better. Less than 200 mg/dl is best. Total cholesterol level category less than 200 mg/dl desirable 239 mg/dl, borderline high 240 mg/dl and above high. LDL, bad, cholesterol, lower is better. Less than 100 mg/dl is best. LDL cholesterol level category less than 100 mg/dl optimal 129 mg/dl, near optimal / above optimal 159 mg/dl, borderline high 189 mg/dl high 190 mg/dl and above, very high HDL, good, cholesterol, higher is better. More than 60 mg/dl is best. Triglyceride levels, lower is better. Less than 150 mg/dl is best. Page 37. How can I lower my cholesterol? You can lower your cholesterol by taking these steps. Maintain a healthy weight. If you are overweight, losing weight can help lower your total cholesterol and LDL, bad cholesterol, levels. Calculate your body mass index, BMI, to see if you are at a healthy weight. If not, try making small changes like eating an apple instead of potato chips, taking the stairs instead of the elevator, or parking farther away from the entrance to your office, the grocery store, or the mall. But be sure to park in a safe, well-lit spot. Eat better. Eat foods low in saturated fats, trans fats, and cholesterol. Eat more fish, poultry, chicken, turkey breast meat or drumstick is best, and lean meats, round, sirloin, loin. Broil, bake, roast, or poach foods. Remove the fat and skin before eating. Skim, fat-free, or low-fat, 1%, milk and cheeses, and low-fat or non-fat yogurt. Fruits and vegetables, try 4-5 a day, cereals, breads, rice, and pasta made from whole grains, such as whole wheat or whole grain, bread and pasta, rye bread, brown rice, quinoa and oatmeal. Eat less organ meats, liver, kidney, brains, egg yolks. Choose those enriched with omega-3 fats, butter, lard, and oils packaged in processed foods. Get moving. Exercise can help lower LDL, bad cholesterol, and raise HDL, good cholesterol. Exercise at a moderate intensity for at least 30 minutes most days of the week. Take a brisk walk on your lunch break or take the stairs instead of the elevator. Take your medicine. If your doctor has prescribed medicine to lower your cholesterol, take it exactly as you have been told to. How do I know if I have heart disease? Heart disease often has no symptoms. But there are some signs to watch for. Chest or arm pain or discomfort can be a symptom of heart disease and a warning sign of a heart attack. Shortness of breath, feeling like you can't get enough air, dizziness, nausea, feeling sick to your stomach, abnormal heartbeats, or feeling very tired also are signs. Talk with your doctor if you're having any of these symptoms. Your doctor will take a medical history, do a physical exam, and may order tests. Page 38. What are the signs of a heart attack? Not everyone has all of the warning signs of heart attack. And sometimes these signs can go away and come back. Symptoms of a heart attack include pain or discomfort in the center of the chest, pain or discomfort in other areas of the upper body, including the arms, back, neck, jaw, or stomach. Other symptoms, such as shortness of breath, feeling like you can't get enough air, breaking out in a cold sweat, nausea, feeling sick to your stomach, or feeling faint or woozy. Some women have more vague symptoms such as unusual tiredness, trouble sleeping, problems breathing, indigestion, upset stomach, anxiety, feeling uneasy or worried. Page 39. One of my family members had a heart attack. Does that mean I'll have one too? If your dad or brother had a heart attack before age 55, or if your mom had one before age 65, you're more likely to develop heart disease. This does not mean you will have a heart attack. It means you should take extra good care of your heart to keep it healthy. Sometimes my heart beats really fast and other times it feels like my heart skips a beat. Am I having a heart attack? Most people have changes in their heartbeat from time to time. These changes in heartbeat are, for most people, harmless. As you get older, you're more likely to have heartbeats that feel different. Don't panic if you have a few flutters or if your heart races once in a while. If you have flutters and other symptoms such as dizziness or shortness of breath, feeling like you can't get enough air, call 911. Should I take a daily aspirin to prevent heart attack? Aspirin may be helpful for women at high risk, such as women who have already had a heart attack. Aspirin can have serious side effects and may be harmful when mixed with certain medicines. If you're thinking about taking aspirin, talk to your doctor first. If your doctor thinks aspirin is a good choice for you, be sure to take it exactly as your doctor tells you to. Does taking birth control pills increase my risk for heart disease? Taking birth control pills is generally safe for young, healthy women. But birth control pills can pose heart disease risks for some women, especially women older than 35, women with high blood pressure, diabetes, or high cholesterol, and women who smoke. Talk with your doctor if you have questions about the pill. If you're taking birth control pills, watch for signs of trouble, including eye problems such as blurred or double vision, pain in the upper body or arm, bad headaches, problems breathing, spitting up blood, swelling or pain in the leg, yellowing of the skin or eyes, breast lumps, unusual, not normal, heavy bleeding from your vagina. Page 40. Does using the birth control patch increase my risk for heart disease? The patch is generally safe for young, healthy women. The patch can pose heart disease risks for some women, especially women older than 35, women with high blood pressure, diabetes, or high cholesterol, and women who smoke. Recent studies show that women who use the patch may be exposed to more estrogen, the female hormone in birth control pills and the patch that keeps users from becoming pregnant, than women who use the birth control pill. Research is underway to see if the risk for blood clots, which can lead to heart attack or stroke, is higher in patch users. Talk with your doctor if you have questions about the patch. If you're using the patch, watch for signs of trouble, including eye problems such as blurred or double vision, pain in the upper body or arm, bad headaches, problems breathing, spitting up blood, swelling or pain in the leg, yellowing of the skin or eyes, breast lumps, unusual, not normal, heavy bleeding from your vagina. Does hormone replacement therapy, HRT, increase a woman's risk for heart disease? Hormone replacement therapy, HRT, can help with some symptoms of menopause, including hot flashes, vaginal dryness, mood swings, and bone loss, but there are risks, too. For some women, taking hormones can increase their chances of having a heart attack or a stroke. If you decide to use hormones, use them at the lowest dose that helps for the shortest time needed. Talk with your doctor if you have questions about HRT. Page 41. Chapter 6, My Foundation of Fitness and Healthy Living. Fit and healthy living doesn't just come from one thing. Forget the magic pill or the diet potion or the surgery or the mantra or the crash diet or the intense workout once a month. These are common things we turn to when we need a solution for our lives. But they won't help us enjoy healthy living. Healthy living is like a puzzle, and each piece fits together with the other pieces, and it isn't until you have all of the pieces that you have a complete picture. If one piece is missing, your puzzle isn't complete and you don't have the full healthy lifestyle that you need to enjoy. What are these puzzle piece cornerstones that need to fit together to make a complete picture of health? You've already read about some of them. On the next page I have provided you with an entire list. Use this list as a personal checklist to make sure every puzzle piece in your life is in place. If not, start focusing on that missing piece. Page 42. The building blocks for ultimate fitness and health. Personal goal setting. Knowing what you want to specifically accomplish and when between the errors. Understanding how behavior modification is crucial for success. Adequate sleep, rest and recovery from daily fitness and health activities. Stress management. Keeping a clear mind through work and personal life. Healthy eating. Complete and balanced nutritionally sound meal planning. Get moving. Daily weight and cardio. Fitness training and balance. Are you enjoying each of these today? Are you even sure what is the right amount of each for you? This book is all about helping you find personal balance in your life and giving you the skills you need to put the puzzle pieces of fitness and health all together. My Flab to Fab fitness and health tips. Attitude is really everything when it comes to living healthy. A negative attitude can sabotage the best laid plans for your fitness and health goals. Living well is a direct correlation with a positive attitude in daily business and personal activities. Don't be fooled with diets. Most people are completely confused when the word diet or nutrition is used. Your body needs to have nutrients replaced, whether through foods being eaten or supplementation. Do you remember what you learned in elementary school about the 4 major food groups? As an adult, eating balanced healthy meals from these 4 food groups still applies. It is extremely important to remove the junk food from your meal plan and stick with page. Keep smiling and try to surround yourself with positive people and influences while you look for the good. 43. Healthy balanced foods. If you do not like certain things such as fruits and vegetables, Be sure you are taking a supplement to get the nutrients you definitely need. According to fitness experts, exercising female diabetics had a 33% lower chance to develop cardiovascular disease after 8 years than those who didn't work out. Stroke could be reduced by 50% with a moderate, 5-day exercise program. Into those golden years, an Associated Press survey found that more than 60% of Americans don't want to live to 100 for fear of bad health and insufficient finances. Don't be a fool, you can live to be 103. Studies have shown that regular exercise and eating right improves one's health and can even slow the effects of aging. Start now, age gracefully and feel great. The risk of not taking care, eating a healthy diet, combined with staying physically active and maintaining a healthy weight, can cut cancer risk by 30% to 40%, according to the American Institute for Cancer Research. Page 44. Part 2 My Personal Goal Setting Chapter 7, The Value of Goal Setting. There's an old adage in sports that says, you miss 100% of the shots you never take. What this adage is all about is reminding us that we need to set goals and attempt to reach them if we want to see success. No goals will more likely mean any successes. Now, some might argue that having goals could mean no success. And that's true, too. But here's the difference. An archer can fire randomly into a field and his arrows will hit wherever they land. Completely ineffective. Another archer can fire at a bullseye. They may not hit the bullseye each time, but at least they try and they will hit the bullseye some of the time. What does that mean for your health? Consider this comparison between someone named Jim and someone named Mary. Jim wants to get healthy but doesn't bother to set goals for himself. Each day he goes about his daily routine, and as he lies down in bed at night he realizes that he forgot to do anything about his health today. The result? Jim's lack of goals means that he has no direction. The result? Mary may not always hit her goal all the time, but at least she hits her goals from time to time. Mary wants to get healthy but she decides to set goals. She commits to eating 5 to 6 balanced healthy meals a day. Sometimes she does, sometimes she doesn't. You need goals to monitor your success and to know if you failed or if you succeeded. Page 45. My Flab to Fab Fitness and Health Tips. Visualize clearly and often. Design your new body and your mind first. You cannot achieve your idea of the perfect body if you don't have an idea of what the perfect body means to you. Take 10 minutes when you are sure not to be disturbed by people or phone calls. Get comfortable, fully relax, and then begin to dream about what you will look like when you have achieved your goal. Be specific. What will your calves look like, your legs, your butt, your lower back, your stomach, your chest, your upper back, your shoulders, your neck and your face? Then review this image as often throughout each day as possible, never less than 3x/day. Page 46. Chapter 8, How to Set My Personal Goals. When you set goals, it's important to set goals that you are going to help you succeed. This chapter will help you set goals that are appropriate and that you can use to help you get the body and health that you want. Your goals need to be realistic. Don't expect to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger tomorrow if you're 100 pounds overweight today. Make sure that your goals are based in reality. It might be nice to have a muscular physique, and it may certainly be possible, but it takes time and determination and doesn't happen overnight. Safe. Your health goals need to be safe for you. Be sure to include your physician in any major health decisions you make. Don't switch to an all-water diet to lose weight. A balanced life is going to be the most helpful when it comes to losing weight and achieving long-term health and fitness. Holistic. Be sure to set goals for all of the areas of your life. Just changing your diet may be a good start, but if you're not changing how much you work out, and how much rest you get, you will not get the full benefit you want in life. Achievable. Goals need to be achievable. Don't make a goal that is impossible to achieve. I want legs so strong I can jump to the moon, is not an achievable goal. You should set goals that you can accomplish but that require some work. If you accomplish them too easily, you didn't set them high enough. If you never accomplish any of your goals, you're setting them too high. With practice, you'll find a nice balance. Page 47. Action-oriented, a goal that says, "I want to win the lottery," is not going to help you win the lottery. In the same way, a goal like, "I want to lose 10 pounds," is a pretty good goal, but there are better goals that are actually tied to specific actions. Rather than setting goals that are the result, like losing 10 pounds, instead, set goals that are the actions, like, "I'm going to work out 3 times a week," or, "I'm going to eat 3 balanced meals a day." Measurable. This is where a lot of people set health and fitness goals that fail. You need to set goals that are measurable. A goal like, "I want to get healthy," is a nice goal to have, but you'll have no idea if you're there or not. A much better goal is one that says, "I will eat 5 to 6 balanced healthy meals a day with X amount of calories per meal." How do you make your goals measurable? Include numbers. Examples might include your body weight, the number of workout repetitions you can do, the amount of weight you can lift, the number of meals you eat per day, the portions in each meal, the calories in each meal, the balance in each meal, how many snacks you eat and of what kind, how frequently you work out each week and for how long, how many glasses of water you drink each day, how many hours of sleep you get each night, etc., etc. Time-oriented. Similar to having a measurable goal, you also need to have your goal tied to a time. If your goal is to work out 4 times a week, but you never set a time, you have less motivation to work out. The result, then, becomes the often heard phrase, "I'll start tomorrow." But tomorrow never comes. Instead, a goal like, "I want to work out 4 times a week for the next 8 weeks, is anchored to a time, and you are more likely to start today, and keep it up. Fun. As soon as fitness and health become unpleasant, we run the risk of letting them go and falling back into bad habits. Make it fun. See Appendix 3, Making Healthy Living Fun, for some ideas. Page 48. Rewarding. Your goals should have a reward tied to them to help motivate you. Be sure that you make the reward equivalent to the difficulty of the goal so that harder goals get better rewards. However, don't create rewards that will negate all the hard work you do. That is, if I eat a balanced meal today, I will reward myself with a steak sandwich and a pound of fries. Short enough that you'll remember them. If you have a goal that's too long, it's hard to remember to do it. A short goal becomes something that you can remember and easily say over and over again. Don't forget to write it out and post it everywhere. Success tip. Rather than creating one goal with a long time frame, create several smaller goals. For example, rather than creating a goal that says you want to work out 4 days a week for the next 3 years, instead make several goals in a series of steps. 1. Work out 3 times a week for 1 month. 2. Work out 3 times a week for 3 months in a row. 3. Work out 4 times a week for 3 months in a row. 4. Work out 4 times a week for 6 months in a row. 5. Etc. Here are some example goals. Use them as inspiration to create your own goals. I want to exercise _times a week for _minutes each time. I will do this for _weeks. If I'm successful, my reward will be _. I want to eat 5 to 6 balanced healthy meals a day for _days. If I'm successful, my reward will be _. I want to sleep 8 hours a night for _nights. If I'm successful, my reward will be _. Page 49. My Flab to Fab Fitness and Health Tips. Fat versus muscle. We hear it all the time. I'm working out less and my muscle is turning into fat. One of the biggest myths in weight training. Muscle and fat are completely different types of tissue and can't magically be changed. Muscle shrinks, atrophy, when not stimulated, so your muscles may seem softer. Compounding the problem, most people don't lower their calorie intake to match their now lower energy needs. The result is less muscle mass and extra calories being stored as fat. A shift in your body composition. Magic in a bottle, popping a pill to reach your health and fitness goals are not the answer. While dietary supplementation can help you achieve your goals, there is no substitution for hard work and dedication. Supplementation is designed to supplement your healthy eating and exercise habits. Without addressing all the areas of fitness, results are normally minimal with short-term effects. A worksheet that works. Keep a worksheet on your fridge and use it to write down every item you eat during the day. Most of us have no idea how much we are consuming. We often take a bite here and there without even noticing. Page 50. Chapter 9, How to Accomplish My Goals. Want the quick and dirty way to accomplish your goals? It's here in a step-by-step list. 1. Determine goals that fit the parameters from the last chapter. Make sure you create several smaller goals instead of one or two large goals. 2. Make sure there is an appropriate reward attached to each one at the end of a successful accomplishment of the goal. 3. Create a punishment for the unsuccessful accomplishment of the goal, but make it practical. For example, if you fail to eat a balanced meal, you have to clean out your oven. 4. Write out your goals several times on 3x5 index cards and post them around your home and work. 5. Identify where you tend to be the most tempted to ignore your goals and put a reminder there. For example, if you prefer to watch television instead of work out, tape one of your 3x5 index cards to the remote and another one right on the screen of your television. 6. Tell someone else about your goals and ask them to remind you to do them. And to follow up. 7. When you accomplish your goal, celebrate. Then create a new goal. Page 51. My Flab to Fab Fitness and Health Tips. Know your outcome, have specific goals. Get a photo, or several, of what you will look like when you reach your goal, and then focus only on that image. Quickly erase any negative beliefs or images that may enter into your mind during your day. Reward yourself. It never ceases to amaze me how hard we are on ourselves when we don't accomplish, and how hard we are on ourselves when we do accomplish. Whenever you reach a milestone, have something in mind, like a trip to the day spa, new shoes or clothes, as long as it's non-edible. Page 52. Part 3, My Mental Health Plan. Chapter 10, Between My Ears, Weight Loss and Health. Are you ever disgusted with your eating habits? Do you ever wish you had more willpower or self-control? What if I told you that, biologically, willpower doesn't exist? Would that make you feel better? Perhaps you need a better understanding of what really makes you tick and makes you cave into the strong desire to overeat and crave certain unhealthy foods. First, you need to understand the things that happen in the brain. At any given second, there are more than 100,000 chemical reactions happening in your brain. Your brain's communication with your nerve cells is the basis behind everything you think, feel, and do. Your brain sends signals to nerves throughout your body through messengers called neurotransmitters. Many neurotransmitters regulate the way that you feel throughout the day. Some cause increased alertness, while others cause more calming effects. You might not realize that what you eat can affect the formation of many of these neurotransmitters. Some diet-related neurotransmitters can have a significant effect on our mood, our appetite and our cravings. Before discussing the neurotransmitters that affect your appetite, you must understand the following things. Your brain is constantly trying to achieve balance. This also applies to your mood. For instance, if you're overly stressed, the brain wants to achieve balance by making you do something that will release neurotransmitters that bring about more calmness and relaxation. For some people, this stress release comes through anger, road rage, drinking alcohol, watching TV, exercising, or overeating. Page 53. The drive to achieve pleasure, or to make you do things that bring you and your brain emotional balance, can be difficult, if not impossible, to override, especially in addictive types of personalities. Your brain will continue to bug you to seek things that bring about pleasure and balance until it feels sufficiently satisfied during times of stress or emotional swings. Imaginary willpower is often no match for your brain's desire for balance and pleasure when you're under stress or emotional distress. Our brain quickly learns what we do to give it pleasure or balance. We, in turn, often have the knee-jerk reaction to do the quickest and easiest thing that will help achieve this pleasure and balance whenever our brains call on us. Often it is overeating. How a food smells, what it looks and tastes like, and its texture can all excite chemicals within the brain that lead to intense pleasure, stress release, calming and emotional satisfaction. It's like Pavlov's dog. Whatever our brain quickly learns will give us quick and instantaneous gratification, and pleasure is what we will continually do over and over again. You can do many things other than to overeat or succumb to poor habits to give your brain balance and pleasure when it calls on you. You'll learn about these later. Appetite and mood regulators in the brain, serotonin, endorphins and dopamine. The study of food, appetite, and neurotransmitters is still in its infancy as far as research goes. But many strong connections between what we eat and the effects of different foods on our mood have emerged. Serotonin, endorphins, and dopamine are three neurotransmitters in the brain that have a strong connection to the foods you eat, your cravings, and your mood. Let's discuss each of them, their functions, and the foods that can alter their production. Serotonin is probably the most heavily researched appetite-regulating neurotransmitter. Page 54. What it is: serotonin is a neurotransmitter, which, when released, brings about feelings of calm, happiness, peace, and satisfaction. Sufficient amounts of circulating serotonin also signal feelings of fullness and reduced appetite. For example, the weight loss drugs Redox and fenfluramine, the fen part of fenfen, enhanced circulation of serotonin in the brain in order to create greater and longer feelings of fullness. Low levels of serotonin are linked with depression and increased appetite. Many antidepressants work by increasing availability of circulating serotonin in the brain. Serotonin, in short, is a very powerful mood enhancer and appetite regulator. Dietary influences on serotonin. It's probably no coincidence that when you're stressed or blue you might turn to sweets, baked goods, desserts, and other sugary carbohydrates to help you out. Carbohydrate-rich foods increase brain concentrations of an amino acid called tryptophan, which is the building block for serotonin. In other words, eating carbohydrates can often lead to feelings of calmness, peace, and satisfaction by enhancing the production of serotonin in the brain. Instant stress relief. But, eating sugary carbohydrates, instead of complex carbohydrates, can actually have a rebound effect. You might feel good immediately after eating them because they lead to an instant high and an energy boost. But, shortly after that, your insulin levels and energy level drop, which can actually cause a rebound depression, or sugar low. This can, in turn, stimulate more sugary carbohydrate cravings to get back to the initial sugar high. It is a truly vicious cycle. And of course, eating does not really combat stress in a long-term or effective way. Chances are, if you overeat, you often feel more guilty than relaxed. What they do: endorphins are very powerful natural opiates in the brain that produce feelings of intense pleasure. They can also reduce and relieve pain. You might have, page 55, heard the term runner's high. This has to do with the release of feel-good endorphins after a long run or exercise session. Dietary influences on endorphins. Some research postulates that sugar/fat combinations can lead to enhanced production of blues-busting endorphins. You might crave foods, such as chocolate, precisely because of its high fat/high sugar content. Chocolate also contains phenylethylamine, an endorphin-releasing substance. But, any food with a high sugar and fat content such as donuts, baked goods, ice cream, and others can increase endorphin and serotonin levels. That's quite an irresistible combination, especially when you feel blue or stressed and seek a quick high or mood lift. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that can cause increased mental alertness and awareness. Some research suggests that a high-protein diet can enhance dopamine production. Since there are fewer reports of cravings and binges associated with high-protein foods, such as meats, cheeses, or seafood, than with high-carbohydrate foods, we won't discuss dopamine extensively. A high-protein diet can suppress serotonin levels, which might lead to decreased feelings of calmness and relaxation. A high-protein diet may also enhance mental alertness. Cravings, overeating and emotions, the brain chemistry connection. Interestingly, things occur every day that can cause significant changes and shifts in the brain chemicals previously mentioned. Many of these moods, emotions, and biological occurrences affect our cravings for foods. Remember, the brain seeks balance. It does not want to feel stressed, blue, or guilty. It immediately looks for pleasure and balance from the things that you have trained it to seek when negative emotions and stressors surface. Oftentimes we are not even aware of our emotions or stressors, or that we are eating in response to moods and emotions until we make a habit of becoming in tune with how we really feel. Page 56. Some everyday factors can affect your brain chemistry and your cravings. Stress, fear, anger, and anxiety can increase a transmitter called neuropeptide Y. This neurotransmitter can significantly increase carbohydrate cravings. Stress is also associated with low serotonin levels, which can also lead to carbohydrate cravings to boost serotonin. Depression and the blues are associated with suppressed serotonin levels. Feeling down can affect your desire for carbohydrates to boost these levels. Feelings of guilt and low self-esteem have a strong connection to increased cravings. Low self-esteem is associated with low serotonin levels. Non-emotional factors related to depressed serotonin levels, PMS, when estrogen levels drop and progesterone levels increase, as is the case during PMS, serotonin levels can drop. Therefore, there's a true biological reason behind those chocolate cravings during a certain time of the month. Seasonal affective disorder, the amount of light you are exposed to each day affects serotonin levels. Those who live in areas that have little daylight often report increased feelings of depression and increased cravings for carbohydrates. Many people also report these feelings during the winter months and weight gain when there is less daylight. Lack of exposure to light can depress serotonin levels. Page 57. In short, during certain times of the year or month, or when we experience difficult emotions and stress, many go through the following cycle. Stress and emotional swings, depressed serotonin levels, brain seeks balance, wants to be calm, eat high carbohydrate or high carbohydrate/high fat foods raise endorphins and serotonin, feel sedated, relaxed, and even high sugary foods lead to only a quick, temporary increase in energy. Eventually, blood sugar levels drop, energy drops, sugar low, feelings set in, more cravings for carbohydrates and fats to make you feel calm and relaxed again. Your brain also quickly learns this pattern. You have trained it to realize that when you have any multitude of feelings, like stress, depression, or anger, eating certain foods will help numb out those feelings by releasing powerful mood-altering neurotransmitters. It will continue to re-seek that which you have trained it to provide: stress relief and emotional relief. Conquer your emotions and stress effectively, without overeating. Stress, the blues, fears, and guilt are a normal part of life. Chances are, we can fully rid ourselves of these unpleasant feelings, but we can learn to deal with them more effectively. Our objective reasoning can tell us that eating unhealthy foods isn't solving our stress or emotional problems. But that line of thinking doesn't come in very handy when our brain is screaming, "Eat, eat. I want to be calm." However, just as you trained your brain that eating certain foods can lead to greater feelings of calm and relaxation, albeit temporarily, you can instead train it to seek other sources of pleasure that also increase these mood-enhancing. Page 58. Neurotransmitters. Unlike overeating, these alternative sources of pleasure will lead to a healthier lifestyle as well. Some people can simply recognize the problem and decide not to eat, that is, to write out the urge. But, for many, that is only a temporary and usually not an effective long-term solution. If I said it before, I'll say it a million times, your brain will continually prompt you to find something to give it balance and pleasure when facing stressful and emotional situations. It is difficult to ignore these urges consistently. But, what you can do is replace one pleasure, eating, with another pleasure to effectively satisfy your urges. It can take some time, but eventually, you might begin to crave that long run to increase your endorphins instead of a piece of chocolate cake. It's all a matter of retraining your brain. Generally speaking, anything that brings you personal pleasure, inspiration, or a sense of well-being without harming your health is the thing you should act on when food cravings and the drive to overeat set in. In this week's exercise, you'll learn more about what inspires you and makes you feel good. You might also consider the following things that may be helpful to you when your brain seeks pleasure and stress relief: exercise, yet another reason to do it. It increases endorphin levels and relieves stress. You'll feel inspired and good about yourself, and you'll naturally decrease your food cravings. Get massage, it may help relieve anxiety, depression and sleep problems. Read of people who inspire you, learn from their positive influence and behavior. Meditate, repeat a positive word, phrase or prayer. It minimizes distracting, negative thoughts and relieves stress. Go to your favorite place for 10 to 15 minutes with your eyes closed. It might be the mountains or the beach. Imagine everything you're seeing, hearing, smelling, and feeling. Page 59. Listen to relaxing music. Studies have shown this can decrease the production of a substance called cortisol. Cortisol can lead to carbohydrate cravings. Music can also increase relaxation, relieve stress, and provide more clarity and vigor. Take a bath with aromatherapy. Oils of citronella, eucalyptus, sage, lavender, and chamomile added to a bath can relax you. Laugh, see a comedy show, or engage in activities that bring humor to your life. Seek ways to have more positive emotions in your life. Get a pet. Studies show that pets add a sense of unconditional love to our lives and can reduce blood pressure. Find a passion in life, maybe it's photography, art, ceramics, or football. Find something that inspires you and commit to it. Create a self-journal your feelings or talk to someone you can trust. Reach out to friends or family and get together. Plan a fun family activity together and do it. Sign up for an educational class you've always wanted to take. Treat yourself to a gift, for example a book, a magazine, clothing, a manicure. Visualize the way you want to look, the way you'll feel, the way you'll act, the way your clothes will fit, and the way people will react to you after you achieve your healthy weight. Help others. Donate your time for something good. Sometimes there's no better way to feel better about you than to help others in need. Get involved in your community or a local organization that serves a purpose that's important to you. If nothing else can get rid of a craving for you, try reading these words again and again. Food has never solved my problems in the past, and it won't solve them now. Food won't give me better coping skills or add harmony to my life. I have all the power I need to make healthy changes in my life. I have the power to find good solutions to the problems and stressors I face. I won't ever give that power to food. The techniques above are not intended to address serious emotional issues that require professional help and counseling. In addition, if you feel that you have a problem with binge eating disorder, anorexia or bulimia, seek help from your physician, psychologist or mental health counselor. Page 60. Modify your eating habits to manage your cravings. Some people report decreased cravings and less drive to overeat when they modify their nutrition plan in the following ways. Eat breakfast to improve alertness, performance, and mood to start your day off right and avoid overeating at lunch or dinner. Eat small snacks throughout the day instead of large meals and eat only when you are physically hungry. 5 to 6 meals per day is ideal. Become familiar with your body's signals. Don't eat just because it's mealtime. Eat when you're hungry and stop when you're satisfied. Eat lean protein foods and complex carbohydrates together at meal times to keep blood sugar levels normalized and in check. Satisfy your carbohydrate cravings with complex carbohydrates like whole wheat bread, quinoa, whole grain oats, beans, or whole grain pastas, wild and brown rice. Your body absorbs complex carbohydrates more slowly than simple sugars, and this allows your blood sugar levels increase and decrease in a slower fashion. Eat more high-fiber foods to feel full longer and minimize hunger. Eat a balanced and complete nutrition plan. Do not significantly restrict fat or carbohydrates or go on a starvation diet. Your body requires all the nutrients a balanced diet provides to function optimally. Avoid or drink in moderation alcohol in your nutrition plan, since it is a depressant. It might make you depressed, which in turn might stimulate carbohydrate cravings to make you relaxed and happier again. Page 61. Chapter 11. Understanding my food binges. The feel-good binge. Not only are we bombarded with social, environmental, and emotional cues to overeat, but our basic biology can work against us as well. Research has proven that certain foods produce feel-good chemicals like serotonin and endorphins in our brains that can literally be addictive. High sugar and fat combinations, for example ice cream, chocolate, donuts, cakes, and pies, can boost endorphins in the brain. Endorphins are our body's natural painkillers. They produce a feeling of relaxation and even euphoria. Foods high in refined carbohydrate, for example white breads, pastries, chips, sodas, and candy, cause an increase of serotonin production in the brain. Serotonin provides sedation and calmness. Unfortunately, these quick fixes are brief. And over time, just like in other addictions, we may require more and more of the substance, high sugar/fat foods, to produce the desired effect. Stressed eat high sugar/fat food. Endorphin/serotonin release. Feel relaxed, calm, better, temporarily, feeling less relaxed/more stressed again. Actual stress is never dealt with effectively by eating. Eat more to suppress negative feelings and stress. Page 62. The sugar high binge. Another cycle that wreaks havoc with our bodies is the cycle of sugar highs and lows. Binge eating on sugary foods causes a surge of glucose in the blood, producing a sugar high, which is characterized by feelings of fullness, satisfaction, and calm. In response to a sugar binge, our pancreas produces more insulin, a hormone that rapidly takes up circulating blood glucose into our cells. This, in turn, produces a rebound, sugar low, which can cause shakiness, lightheadedness, and an inability to concentrate. This process sends a false message to the brain that we need more food fast to perk up blood sugar levels. As a result, although we are not physically hungry, our cravings for sugary foods increase again. This leads to another binge, and another rehashing of this vicious cycle. Sugar binge. Feel sugar high, insulin takes up blood glucose. Feel sugar low, brain signal to eat more. Despite lack of hunger, sugar binge cycle starts again. Page 63. The forbidden food binge. Psychologically based, this cycle seems to be growing exponentially. It may explain why obesity rates are soaring. After an episode of binge eating, oftentimes the binger feels a loss of control, shame, and guilt. People feel pressure from society, the media, or family members to achieve bodily perfection. In their desperate quest to achieve an unattainable standard, they refrain from eating and deprive themselves often. Eventually, desires and cravings become too difficult to override, which usually leads to binges on unhealthy, fatty, sugary foods. The temporary after effect of this binge is a sense of relief. However, the subsequent feelings of shame and guilt lead to progressive drops in feelings of adequacy and self-esteem. There are many people who experience this cycle several times a week. Surprisingly, many of these people are perceived as very successful and attractive on the outside. However, internally they feel empty because restrained eating combined with binge eating has become their coping mechanism and obsession. Restrain from eating to achieve thinness, bodily perfection, Feel deprived, binge on forbidden foods, short-term feeling of satisfaction, long-term feeling of shame and guilt, and incremental decrease in self-esteem. No good coping mechanism to effectively deal with these feelings. Binge again to stuff away uncomfortable feelings of failure. Page 64. Chapter 12. My Overeating Triggers. Lose weight permanently by changing your habits. A recent study by the National Institutes of Health determined that when people follow a diet plan as their only method of losing weight, 2/3 regained their weight within 1 year, and almost all regained their weight within 5 years. However, when exercise and behavioral changes were added to the mix, there was significant improvement in weight loss maintenance. Studies also show that long-term social support or accountability to a group or partner greatly increases the odds you'll keep off the weight you've lost as well. Essentially, there's no getting around it. Keeping weight off is a lifelong endeavor. There's no magic secret found in the diet book of the moment. The rewards you gain, however, by going slowly and changing habits from the inside out are lasting, and will spill over and improve not just your weight but also many other areas of your life. Do you overeat for social reasons? There are a number of things people respond to when they eat, the least of which is hunger. Many of these cues have been incorporated since childhood and are things that barely register to us at a conscious level anymore. For instance, was food used as a reward in your household? Are there memories of, if you clean your plate, you'll get a dessert, or the ever-popular, if you're a really good boy today, you'll get a piece of candy? Holiday and family gatherings are typified by spreads of food, a symbol of social cheer and bliss. Profuse cues are registered early on that food is a source of comfort and reward. Contact with others is rarely planned unless there is a meal involved. Social cues, then, are a huge part of why we overeat. When it comes to social cues, ask yourself, how often do I dine out socially or go to parties? Is it difficult for me to eat reasonable portions or healthy foods when I dine out? When I get together with others, is food or drink always involved? Page 65. What are your situational cues? Situational cues are also a big culprit when it comes to overeating. What kinds of situations do you encounter regularly that cause you to overeat? Some situational cues we have all been guilty of are, it's 12, time for lunch, or, it's 6, time for dinner. Situational cues also include the stimulation of our thoughts and senses as we pass Krispy Kreme or McDonald's. Thoughts, images, and smells trigger desires that are tough to pass up, especially when the tastiest of foods are so cheap and easily accessible. When thinking about situational cues, consider the following. Do I eat because it's mealtime or because I'm hungry? Do I ignore my body when it's really hungry because I'm too busy and then overeat later? Do I indulge in foods because they're convenient, smell good, or taste good rather than first considering my hunger level or health? Are there emotional reasons you overeat? The emotional cues that cause us to overeat are probably the most difficult to identify and overcome. A big reason for this is that most of us are too busy to tune in to how we feel and are often in a state of numbness. Most people say, I don't eat because I'm sad or lonely. I just eat because I like to eat. If you have trouble identifying emotional cues, for example stress, boredom, sadness, that lead to overeating, you will need to learn to slow down long enough to get in touch with what's in your head. Your feelings are in there somewhere, though they may have become cobweb-laden in the busyness of life. If you often find yourself wanting to eat more even after a big meal, you might consider journaling out whatever comes to your head instead. You may be surprised what surfaces over time. The mere act of identifying a food craving, and allowing it to pass without indulging, is a huge step forward. Keeping a food diary and finding passions are very effective methods for overcoming emotional overeating, and you'll get the scoop on these later. Page 66. Chapter 13. Why we keep getting fatter. As Americans continue to struggle with obesity in the United States, we must ask ourselves some very important questions. What makes our lifestyle different than other cultures around the world? Why do we suffer so much from diabetes and heart-related diseases? How can we make better decisions in choosing the right foods to support a healthy lifestyle? Well, I learned many things about how different cultures live in my most recent trip to South America, about the eating habits that help support a healthier lifestyle free from prescribed medications and free from the struggles of obesity and weight-related diseases, such as heart and diabetes. I really observed some striking differences about how the people of South America live their lives, both in their eating plans as well as how they approach life itself. I really believe we can learn many things from other cultures that we can pass on to our children in the form of healthier living and creating a lifestyle change that will reduce the risk of obesity in this country. Here are some cultural observations. What you don't see are fast food chains on every corner. What you don't see are people eating tons of processed snack foods like potato chips and nacho chips that are loaded with bad fat, high sodium, high bad carbohydrates, and tons of preservatives. You do not see donut shops or convenience stores on every corner. What you do see are people making lunch their main meal of the day and dinner the smallest meal of the day. What you also see are foods that are rich in vitamins and minerals that are completely organic and eaten from their most natural state. Page 67. The South American culture consumes tons of organic and natural, and I might add unbelievably delicious fruits and vegetables, along with seafood and meats that support a natural healthy lifestyle. The other key is they consume most of these rich and nutrient foods early in the day and reduce their food consumption later at night, as well as consuming 5 to 6 meals per day. Sounds familiar with some of the latest advice from some of the current diet books out promoting smaller, more frequent meals and reducing your food intake as you move towards bedtime. So now that we have a place to start from, let's talk about the foods that make you fat. Foods that make you fat have a few things in common: high in total calories, high in total fat, high in refined sugars, high in calorie density, low in nutritional value, high in sodium, loaded with preservatives, loaded with artificial fillers and additives, come in a box from the middle aisles of the grocery store. They even have words that you cannot pronounce on the label. Of course, over the years we have called these foods junk foods, and in the United States, these junk foods have continued to grow in popularity for many reasons. They are ready to eat right from a box, convenient, they really tease our taste buds with tons of, salt loaded with sodium, simple sugars, saturated fats. They make you want to eat more and more of them. Page 68. My top foods that make you fat: ice cream, donuts, pastries, cakes, pies and cookies, typically high in bad saturated fats, refined white simple sugars, refined white flours, all fried foods high in saturated fats, refined white flours from the breading, soda and fruit juices high in refined sugar and artificial additives. Look out for other forms of sugar: high fructose corn syrup, sucrose, snack foods, potato chips, nacho chips, etc. Typically high in bad fats, refined white flours, sodium, refined white sugars, artificial flavors and colors, preservatives that you cannot even pronounce, processed meat items, typically fast food, hot dogs, hamburgers, bacon, sausage high in bad fat, high in sodium, usually served on refined white flour, breads, high sugar, breakfast cereals high in refined white sugars, high in refined white flours. If your meal plan is currently made up of a high percentage of my fat food group, then you are probably not reaching your fitness and health goals and are struggling to keep your weight off. It's time to change this horrible cycle of weight loss then weight gain. Page 69. Part 4: My Fresh Balanced Diet Plan. Chapter 14: Building My Weight Loss and Diet Plan. My Fresh Balanced Diet Plan, your complete and balanced weight loss solution. When creating the My Fresh Balanced Diet Plan, we first had to research several of the world's famous weight loss programs and diet plans being used today or that have come and gone, like your weight loss and weight gain, over the last several years. And like most of these weight loss programs and diet plans, we found things that made these diet programs great, and we also realized that some of the core values and philosophies of these diet plans just flat out do not provide what we believe are the important fundamentals of any long-term weight loss program that puts your health as the #1 priority. So when you look at our MyFresh Balanced Diet Plan, you will quickly begin to realize why we chose not to build a cookie-cutter weight loss program, because we know that one size does not fit all when it comes to losing weight and reducing your body fat percentage in a healthy long-term way. We really focused on providing you, our weight loss client, with a diet and nutrition plan that delivers complete and balanced healthy eating to help support natural permanent weight and body fat loss. Introducing a complete and balanced healthy diet plan and weight loss solution. Page 70. MyFresh Balanced Diet Plan, your complete and balanced healthy nutrition plan that is guaranteed to help you burn fat fast, build muscle and lose all the weight you want so you can live a healthy, fit and happy life. MyFresh Balanced Diet Plan was built with chef-created and designed fresh whole natural food recipes that are complete and balanced. Get your free diet plan today. Sign up for a FitPro Trainer membership and receive a free diet plan built with chef-created whole natural food recipes that are designed with complete and balanced nutrition. Page 71. Here are some awesome healthy eating ideas to get you moving to the perfect body you have been seeking for life. These weight loss and eating tips will provide you a common-sense proven approach that will ensure that, along with a solid fitness program, will help support your fitness and health goals for life. Eat slowly. If you read about the French paradox, which discusses why the French eat a lot of fatty foods, but are a leaner society than that of the United States. They take their meals very seriously and it is one of the most important times of the day. You will get multiple benefits from this tip. Eating slow will help your body absorb the food at the right level, allowing you to fill up much quicker, as it will not provide a tendency for you to overeat. The other awesome benefit is that you can spend more time with your family so that you can share the important things in life with each other. Eat 5-6 times per day. Do not allow your blood sugar levels to drop in between meals. By eating more often and eating the right types of foods that are on the low end of the glycemic index, you can keep your blood sugar levels more even throughout the day, and ensure that you are not getting those mid-afternoon yawns, and also help keep the excess weight off. Remember that when you spike your blood sugar by eating simple sugars and refined carbohydrates, this will potentially cause your body to store fat. Eat your breakfast. I was bad at this many years ago, but I learned to fuel up early in the day. Eating a good solid breakfast to start your day helps supply you with the fuel you need to get started, especially if you are incorporating an early morning fitness program into your day. You need the fuel to get your engine. Page 72. Going in the morning. Do not starve your body early, because you may have the tendency to overeat later. Your body goes into the craving mode, so feed your body early. Slow down as the sun goes down. What do I mean by this? Well, just as important as it is to eat a great breakfast to start the day, it is also as equally important to reduce your food consumption as the day goes on. So plan to eat a good solid breakfast, a good lunch, and healthy snacks at mid-morning and afternoon, and reduce your meal portions and eliminate starchy carbs at dinner time. Remember, as you get closer to bedtime, your body starts to wind down and you will not have the same opportunity at night to burn those consumed meal calories as you did earlier in the day. So eat breakfast like a king, lunch like a queen, and dinner like a pauper. Give yourself 3 hours. Yes, 3 hours before going to bed. Do not consume any more calories. As I mentioned before, your body starts to slow down as the day goes on and gets ready for sleep. You do not want to consume a lot of calories right before you go to bed, because you will end up potentially storing those calories as fat. Your body sometimes gives you a false sense of being hungry as your bedtime nears. You get those 9 p.m. cravings. And a lot of people end up hitting the refrigerator and over-consuming right before bedtime. Not good for managing your weight and body fat percent. If you just can't resist the munchies, then what I do is eat a few high good fat nuts. Like unsalted almond skin on, good for fiber, or a couple spoonfuls of no sugar added all natural peanut butter. Eating a good quality fat food will satisfy your craving and will keep. Page 73. you from binging on something with lots of bad carbohydrates or simple sugars, like ice cream, cake or cookies. Stay focused on eating dark green in every meal. Always incorporate a good high-quality low glycemic index dark green vegetable with each meal. I suggest things like spinach or romaine lettuce in your lunchtime salads. Eating broccoli, asparagus, or steamed spinach as your vegetable at dinner time. All of these dark green vegetables supply your body with great vitamins and nutrients as well as being great sources of fiber and are naturally low on the glycemic index scale and will keep your blood sugar levels from spiking after eating. So think dark green at mealtime and challenge yourself to keep it as part of each and every eating event. Blend your foods. Blending your foods means making sure that if you are eating a food item that does contain carbohydrates, make sure that you incorporate a good low-fat protein along with it. Eat a low-carb tortilla wrap that the first ingredient is whole wheat flour that is unrefined and adding lean chicken breast as part of your filling in the wrap, maybe with some thinly shredded romaine lettuce and other veggies. Reduce your daily sugar intake. We should all realize by now that sugar in its natural state, in fruit juices, or in hidden forms like high fructose corn syrup or other added sweeteners, are really driving some of the ongoing obesity problem in the world today. Keep your daily caloric intake of all forms of sugar low, helps support a sound and quality fresh balanced diet plan. It's crucial that blood sugars remain balanced throughout the day, and high sugar diets will spike your blood sugar levels and not support a lifelong weight loss or diet plan. Eating lots of sugar can just flat out help you store all these empty calories as fat on your body. Page 74. My Fresh Balanced Diet Plan. Smart beverage choices. Consume low or zero-calorie beverages. Save your calories for high-quality fresh wholesome food products and make your daily liquid intake low or no calories. Regular or decaffeinated coffee. Hold the sugar and watch the fat with your creamer for your coffee. Green tea or other high-quality tea, served hot or iced, served with no sugar or sweetened with stevia or Splenda. Bottled or filtered water, drink at least 64 ounces per day. My Fresh Balanced Diet Plan. Smart vegetable choices. Eat vegetables with every meal. Good quality high-fiber nutrient-dense dark-colored vegetables should be at the core of every high-quality diet plan, and my Flab to Fab health plan focuses on making vegetables a core fundamental in our complete and balanced diet program. Focus on dark green and colorful nutrient-dense vegetables that are high in fiber, vitamins and minerals. Broccoli, broccolini and broccoli rabe, spinach or other dark leafy greens like turnip or mustard greens, asparagus, green beans, Brussels sprouts, tomatoes in all forms, plum, grape, cherry and vine-grown peppers. Think color red, yellow, orange, and green onions and garlic, an excellent flavor enhancer and main ingredient in many recipes. Page 75. My Fresh Balanced Diet Plan. Smart carb choices. Eat carbohydrates with targeted timing. It's very important to realize that carbohydrate timing is a crucial part of every diet plan, since your body best receives and metabolizes starchy carbs after a cardio or weight training workout. Whole grains like brown or wild rice and quinoa, the super grain sweet potatoes or yams, whole grain 100% whole wheat flour-based products that are used in breads, whole grain pancake mixes, etc. Excellent natural bread is made by a company called the Baker. Whole oats like oat bran or steel-cut oatmeal, beans and legumes like black beans, lentils or kidney beans. Get a free meal plan today. www.myhomepersonaltrainer.com. Sign up for a FitPro Trainer membership and receive a free diet plan built with chef-created whole natural food recipes that are designed with complete and balanced nutrition. Page 76. My Fresh Balanced Diet Plan. Smart protein choices. Eat a lean complete protein with every meal. A high-quality lean protein source is crucial in helping balance your diet plan out and provide an important protein energy source for each of your meals. You should consume certain amounts of protein, 20 grams, 80 calories, if you're a woman, or 40 grams, 160 calories, if you are a man, at every meal. Salmon or albacore tuna, high in 2 kinds of omega-3 fatty acids, eicosapentaenoic acid, EPA, and docosahexaenoic acid, DA, focus on eating wild-caught and not farm-raised fish scallops, shrimp, clams and crab meat high in protein and low in fat. Lean chicken or turkey breast unprocessed organic is the best. Lean ground beef at least 94% lean cuts of beef grass-fed or organic variety if possible. Low eat only time per week. Lean veal cuts of meat naturally lean, organic if possible. Buffalo or bison naturally lean, grown organic if possible. Egg whites or egg substitute made from whites eggs organic and omega-3 rich fed with flax meal. Mix with egg whites for your meals. Low fat or no fat dairy products 1% unsweetened yogurt or cottage cheese or low, reduced or non-fat cheeses. Supplements from protein powders. This should include 100% whey proteins as well as casein and other protein blends. Page 77. My Fresh Balanced Diet Plan. Healthy fat choices. Eat healthy fats balanced within your diet plan. It is essential to blend into all your meals some form of healthy fats to support your fresh balanced diet plan. Focus on a blend of saturated, monounsaturated and polyunsaturated fats throughout your daily fresh balanced meal plan. Olive oil. Monounsaturated avocados high in fiber and good quality monounsaturated fats. Flax seeds ground or flax oil excellent heart healthy fats and high in omega-3 fatty acids. Great polyunsaturated fat. Light butter half the fat and cholesterol of regular butter. Peanut butter. Smart Balanced Natural is an excellent choice since it has flax seed oil added to improve the healthy fat content and has no refined sugar added. Fish oil and fish oil supplements high in omega-3 fatty acids. Eicosapentaenoic acid, EPA, and docosahexaenoic acid, DA. Nuts. Excellent choices are almonds with skin raw and unsalted, walnuts, and pecans. All of these are monounsaturated fats. Nuts are very calorie dense, so keep your daily portions in check and watch your daily caloric intake from nut sources. Get your free diet plan today. www.myhomepersonaltrainer.com. Sign up for a FitPro Trainer membership and receive a free diet plan built with chef-created whole natural food recipes that are designed with complete and balanced nutrition. Page 78. My Fresh Balanced Diet Plan. Whole natural fruit choices. Eat natural whole fruits throughout the day. There is nothing better to incorporate into your meals or as a midday snack than a piece of nutrient-dense fruit from its most natural state. Note: fruit juices should be restricted. Very high in natural sugars that will spike your insulin production and increase your blood sugar soon after consumption. You should eliminate any and all fruit juices from your My Fresh Balanced Diet Plan. Berries. Black, rasp, blue, or strawberries. This excellent natural fruits are great in a bowl by themselves or incorporated into a dessert favorite. High in antioxidants. The darker the better when it comes to the berry family. Recent used studies show that wild blueberries deliver a potent antioxidant punch. In fact, they have the highest antioxidant capacity per serving, compared with more than 20 other fruits. Apples with the skin high in fiber and excellent on their own, with some peanut butter as a midday snack or as an ingredient for dessert or your favorite lean protein dish. Scientific researchers are discovering new reasons to eat an apple a day. Phytochemicals found in apples may fight some types of cancers, help reduce cholesterol damage and promote healthy lungs. Oranges. From their natural state, most people know that citrus fruit provides vitamin C, but many are not aware that citrus can help control appetite, reduce the risk of coronary heart disease, lower cholesterol levels and protect the body against diseases. All thanks to the fruit's unique nutrient profile. Grapefruit. From the natural state, grapefruit packs in lots of nutritional goodies, supplying a heaping dose of vitamin C, folic acid, and potassium, all of which protect your heart, says Dr. Barry Sears in his book The Top 100 Zone Foods. Pink grapefruit is relatively rich in antioxidants, and ruby red grapefruit provides an added bonus, lycopene, the phytochemical that helps prevent the bad LDL cholesterol from oxidizing and damaging artery walls. Kiwi is the most nutrient-dense of all the major fruits. Many people already know that kiwi fruit is packed with more vitamin C than an orange. Mango. One medium mango, about 10 1/2 ounces, is a mighty impressive self-contained package of vitamins, minerals and antioxidants that only packs 135 calories. Like most fruits, the mango is low in protein, about 1 gram for a medium size, but you can certainly benefit from its 3.7 grams of fiber. Page 79. Chapter 15. My FB Diet Plan. Key fundamentals. Eat whole foods from their most natural state. We realize that most people live an extremely busy lifestyle today, and that convenience, especially when it comes to fast food and fully prepared selections, have exploded in terms of consumption in today's food choices. We also know that the obesity levels in young people today are on an epidemic rise as we continue to search for faster, quicker ways to feed our bodies on a daily basis. Get back to the basics. Simple, nutrient-dense natural foods are the best road to travel for fitness and health. We are what we eat. If you eat from a box, then you might get the shape like a box. Plan and prepare in advance. Build a meal plan roadmap to success. Meal planning strategies are crucial. Plan your meals and work your meal plan for greater success. Shopping strategies are fundamental. Work the perimeter of the store. Variety is the spice of life. Yes, we need to eat whole foods from the most natural state, but we must also select a broad base of foods to help provide complete and balanced nutrition. Macronutrient balance. Carbs, fats and proteins all supporting each other in the right balance. Use protein supplements when time is not on your side. You live a busy lifestyle and you need to keep your protein and other nutrient intake up. Take a good quality multivitamin daily to fill in those nutrient gaps from your meal plan. Fish oil supplementation. It is tough to get enough omega-3 fatty acids in a diet, and it's important for weight loss and healthy living to use a good quality fish oil supplement that will provide you with those all-important TFA in your diet. Page 80. Chapter 16. My daily nutrition habits. Most diet plans and weight loss programs fall way short of the mark in providing complete and balanced nutrition, since most diet programs are nothing more than calorie-cutting, fluffed-up starvation diets. No more starving yourself, when you really understand how My Fresh Balanced Diet Plan utilizes a scientific approach to proper nutrition that is complete and balanced. Eat every 2 to 3 hours to keep your blood sugar spikes level throughout the day and also to keep your body fueled equally throughout the day. This will help in the struggle when most people don't eat and then they get a binge-type feeling for a low-quality food choice that breaks one of your important habits. That means 5 to 6 meals/day. Eat complete, lean, high-quality protein with each meal. This includes your in-between meal snacks as well. Eat nutrient-dense dark-colored vegetables with each meal during your day. Eat dark-colored veggies and whole natural fruits with all your meals. Starch carbs only after your weight training or cardio workouts. Eat healthy fats daily in your nutrition plan. Include olive oil, avocados, flaxseed and other healthy fats. Drink beverages with 0 calories. Save your calories for the foods you enjoy and don't get a large part of your caloric intake on a daily basis from empty liquid non-satisfying calories. Eat whole natural foods from as close to the earth as possible, meaning very little or no processing of them, instead of dietary supplements whenever possible. Plan your meals ahead and prepare as many meals in advance as possible. The more you are organized, the better habits and long-term results you will create. Eat as wide a variety of good whole nutrient-dense foods as possible. This guarantees you consume a good balance of macronutrients and also vitamins and minerals in your daily diet plan. Plan to cheat 3-4 meals per week with the My Fresh Balanced Diet Plan. Don't deprive yourself of the things you enjoy, but binging on high sugar, high bad fat, and refined white flour foods should be limited to no more than 3-4 meals of the 35 to 42 meals consumed per week. Page 81. Chapter 17. My Weekly Nutrition and Fitness Checklist. Week 1 Breakfast Snack #1 Lunch Snack to Dinner Snack 3 Training Days. Day 1 Monday. Day 2 Tuesday. Day 3 Wednesday. Day 4 Thursday. Day 5 Friday. Day 6 Saturday. Day 7 Sunday. N/A. N/A. Don't meet my daily nutrition goals. On the mark with my daily nutrition goals. Weight training completed for the day. Cardio training completed for the day. Page 82. Chapter 18, My Body Fat Percentage and My Body Mass Index. Body fat percentage and BMI is an estimate of the fraction of the total body mass that is adipose tissue, or referred to as fat mass, as opposed to lean body mass, muscle, bone, organ tissue, blood, and everything else, or referred to as fat-free mass. This index is often used as a means to monitor progress during a diet or as a measure of physical fitness for certain sports, such as bodybuilding. It is more accurate as a measure of excess body weight than body mass index, BMI, since it differentiates between the weight of muscle mass and that of the fat mass while BMI lumps all masses into one figure. However, its popularity is less than BMI because equipment required to perform the body fat percentage is not readily available and skills are required to perform the measurement. Even when measured by a skillful person, there are factors that contribute to a significant margin of error. Total body fat percentage consists of essential fat and storage fat. Essential fat is that amount necessary for maintenance of life and reproductive functions. The percentage for women is greater than that for men, due to the demands of childbearing and other hormonal functions. Essential fat is 2 to 5% in men, and 1,013% in women. Storage fat consists of fat accumulation in adipose tissue, part of which protects internal organs in the chest and abdomen. Again, women have slightly more than men. The minimum recommended total body fat percentage exceeds the essential fat percentage value reported above. Some body fat percentage levels are more culturally valued than others, and some are related to better health or improved athletic performance. According to Thomas A. Owens, M.D., Departments of Internal Medicine and Pediatrics, Duke University Medical Center, Durham, NC, body fat percentage is categorized as follows: body fat percent by gender. Recommended amount for women 20 to 21% women in United States, AVG. 22 to 25% obese level for women 30% plus recommended amount for men 13 to 17% men in United States, AVG. 17 to 19% obese level for men 25% plus. Page 83. According to Health Check Systems, the American Council on Exercise has categorized ranges of body fat percentages as follows: women essential fat 12 to 15%, athletes 14-20%, fitness 21-24%, acceptable 25-31%, obese 32% plus 25% plus, men essential fat 2 to 5%, athletes 6-13%, fitness 14-17%, acceptable 18-25%, obese 25% plus. Note that the essential fat values in the chart above are lower than the recommended minimum body fat percentage levels. A small amount of storage fat is required to be as fuel for the body in time of need. It is unclear whether falling in a particular category of these body fat percentages is better for your health than any other, but there are definitely enhancements in athletic performance as you near the ideal body fat percentage range for your particular sport. The leanest athletes, bodybuilders, typically compete at levels of about 58% for men, and 10 to 15% for women. Getting to this level usually requires specific and carefully monitored variations in sodium and fluid intakes. It can be dangerous to maintain a body fat percentage at the low end of this range for more than a few days or a few hours. Measurement techniques: a person's exact body fat percentage generally cannot be determined, but there are several different ways we can estimate it, each with varying degrees of accuracy. Page 84. Dual Energy X-ray Absorptiometry. Dual Energy X-ray Absorptiometry, or DXA, formerly DXA, is a good method for estimating body fat percentage. There are several more complicated procedures that more accurately determine body fat percentage. Some, referred to as multi-compartment models, can include DXA measurement of bone, plus independent measures of body water, using the dilution principle with isotopically labeled water, and body volume, either by water displacement or air plethysmography. Various other components may be independently measured, such as total body potassium, In addition, the most refined method, in vivo nutrient activation, can quantify all the elements of the body and use mathematical relations among the measured elements in the different components of the body, fat, water, protein, etc. to develop simultaneous equations to estimate total body composition, including body fat. This is the most accurate method. You can also use many other methods to calculate body fat percentage. Body average density measurement. Prior to the adoption of GSA, the most accurate method of estimating body fat percentage was to measure that person's average density, total mass divided by total volume, and apply a formula to convert that to body fat percentage. Since fat tissue has a lower density than muscles and bones, it is possible to estimate the fat content. This estimate is distorted by the fact that muscles and bones have different densities. For a person with a more than average amount of bone tissue, the estimate will be too low. However, this method gives highly reproducible results for individual persons ±1%, unlike the methods discussed below, which can have an error up to ±10%. 6. The body fat percentage is commonly calculated from one of two formulas: Brozek formula, BF equals 4.57/4.142, 100 series formula is, BF equals 4.95/4.50, 100 in these formulas, is the body density in kg/L. For a more accurate measurement, the amount of bone tissue must be estimated with a separate procedure. In either case, the body density must be measured with a high accuracy. An error of just 0.2%, for example 150 ml of trapped air in the lungs, would make 1% difference in the body fat percentage. Page 85. One way to determine body density is by hydrostatic weighing, which refers to measuring the apparent weight of a subject underwater, with all air expelled from the lungs. This procedure is normally carried out in laboratories with special equipment. The weight that is thus found will be equivalent to the body's weight in air, minus the weight of the volume of water which that object displaces. The following formula can be used to compute the relative density of the body, its density relative to the liquid in which it is immersed, based on its weight in that liquid, where R is relative density, W is the weight of the body, and Y is the apparent immersed weight of the body. Absolute density is then determined from the relative density, and the density of the liquid. Because the density of water is very close to 1, when density is computed relative to water, for many purposes it may be treated as absolute density. Note that it is unnecessary to actually weigh a body underwater in order to determine its volume, density or, for that matter, its weight underwater. Volume can be easily determined by measuring how much water is displaced by submerging that body. For a human body, a vertical tank which has a uniform cross-section area, such as a cylinder or prism, can be used. As the subject submerges and expels air from the lungs, the rise in the water level is measured. The water level rise, together with the interior dimensions of the tank, determines the displaced volume. Nevertheless, the equipment to actually weigh people underwater exists, and some organizations, such as universities and major fitness centers, have it. It is also possible to obtain an estimate of body density without directly measuring underwater weight, and without directly measuring water displacement, either. What is required is a swimming pool or other tank where the subject can be fully immersed. The idea is to balance the body with a buoy and flotation device of a suitable mass and volume, such that the body plus flotation device neither sink nor float. The viability of this method rests in choosing a flotation device which has some convenient attribute that makes it possible to determine its volume easily. It is small, regularly shaped, and perhaps manufactured to a specific volume. From the volume and mass of the balancing flotation device, and the mass of the body, the volume and density of the body can be determined. Page 86. A person who neither floats nor sinks with empty lungs in water would have a density of approximately 1 kg/L, the density of water, and an estimated body fat percentage of 43% Brozek, or 45% serum, which would be extremely obese. Persons with a lower body fat percentage would need to hold some kind of flotation device, such as an empty bottle, in order to keep from sinking. If the flotation device has mass m and volume v, and the person has a mass m, then his or her density is where W is the density of water, 0.99780 kilograms/L at 22 degrees C, 72 degree F, For example, a person weighing 80 kilograms needs to hold a floater with a volume of 4.5 L and a mass of 0.5 kilograms has a density of 1.05 kilograms/L and hence a body fat percentage of 21%. Note that both the Brozek and Siri formulas are claimed to give systematically too high body fat percentages. 7. A simpler version of the above formula can be derived by making two assumptions, and one small algebraic change. Firstly, the density of water can be taken to be 1 kilogram/L, which is more than accurate enough for the purposes. Secondly, the mass of light flotation device such as an empty plastic bottle is tiny and so the term is negligible. If this assumption is invalid, it can easily be compensated for, as described below. Thirdly, the numerator and denominator can be multiplied by m, finally yielding. Note the similarity of this formula to that given earlier for relative density, except that masses is substituted for weights. The V term also represents mass, the mass of water that was displaced by the flotation device to compensate the weight of the body and the liquid. That mass is actually Wv where W was taken to be 1. For example, an 80 kilograms person holding a 4L floater of negligible mass has a density of 80/76 or about 1.05. Note that this is the same result as with the 4.5L floater weighing 0.5 kilograms. Using the more complicated formula. The reason is that if the floater has non-negligible mass, this mass can simply be subtracted from its volume to obtain an effective volume. An 8L floater weighing 4 kilograms provides the same buoyancy as a 4L floater of negligible mass. It can be visualized as an 8L volume that is half filled with water. The half that is filled with water can be removed from consideration. Page 87. For the above reasons, a light bottle partially filled with air makes a convenient floater, since the amount of air in it can be adjusted yet accurately measured. The measurement begins with a bottle completely filled with water. Some of the water is poured out into a collecting container, the bottle is sealed, and the subject is asked to perform a submersion, air expelled from the lungs, using that bottle as a floater. If the subject sinks, a small amount of water is removed from the bottle into the collecting container, and the experiment is repeated. If the subject floats, some water is returned from the collecting container to the bottle. When the subject finally achieves buoyancy equal to his or her weight, neither floats nor sinks. The amount of air in the bottle is determined by measuring how much water was poured into the collecting container, and the formula can be applied, where the variable V is taken to be the volume of air in the bottle. Bioelectrical impedance analysis. The bioelectrical impedance analysis (BIA) method is more affordable but less accurate way to estimate body fat percentage. The general principle behind BIA: two conductors are attached to a person's body and a small electrical charge is sent through the body. The resistance between the conductors will provide a measure of body fat, since the resistance to electricity varies between adipose, muscular and skeletal tissue. Fat-free mass, muscles, is a good conductor as it contains a large amount of water, approximately 73%, and electrolytes, unlike fat which is anhydrous and a poor conductor of electrical current. Factors that affect the accuracy and precision of this method include instrumentation, subject factors, technician skill, and the prediction equation formulated to estimate the fat-free mass. Criticism of this methodology is based on where the conductors are placed on the body. Typically they are placed on the feet, with the current sent up one leg, across the abdomen and down the other leg. As a technician error is minor, factors such as eating, drinking and exercising must be controlled since hydration level is an important source of error in determining the flow of the electrical current to estimate body fat. As men and women store fat differently around the abdomen and thigh region, the results can be less accurate as a measure of total body fat percentage. Another variable that can affect the amount of body fat this test measures is the amount of liquid an individual has consumed before the test. Page 88. As electricity travels more easily through water, a person who has consumed a large amount of water before the test will measure as a lower body fat percentage. Less water will increase the percentage of body fat. Bioelectrical impedance analysis is available in a laboratory, or for home use in the form of body fat scales and handheld body fat analyzers. Skin fold measurements. A simple procedure for estimating body fat is the skin fold test, whereby a pinch of skin is precisely measured by calipers at several standardized points on the body to determine the subcutaneous fat layer thickness. These measurements are converted to an estimated body fat percentage by an equation. Some formulas require 7 points of skin fold measurements, some require 3-point measurements, and others require a number of measurements between those values. The accuracy of these estimates is more dependent on a person's unique body fat distribution than on the number of sites measured. As well, it is of utmost importance to test in a precise location with a fixed pressure. Although it may not give an accurate reading of real body fat percentage, it is a reliable measure of body composition change over a period of time, provided the test is carried out by the same person with the same technique. Body fat calipers can be purchased inexpensively in fitness stores or online, and there are several websites which can calculate the results for you online with your inputted values. Girth comparisons. There exist formulae for estimating body fat percentage from an individual's weight and girth measurements. For example, the U.S. Navy circumference method compares abdomen or waist and hips measurements to neck measurement and height, and other sites claim to estimate one's body fat percentage by a conversion from the body mass index. Unfortunately, these measures are usually inaccurate as a way of determining body composition. Page 89. Chapter 19, Understanding My BMR, Basal Metabolic Rate. Basal Metabolic Rate, BMR, or Resting Metabolic Rate, RMR, is the minimal caloric requirement needed to sustain life in a resting individual. This is the amount of energy your body would burn if you slept all day, 24 hours. This includes the body functions such as circulation, breathing, generating body heat, transmitting messages to the brain, cellular metabolism, and the production of body chemicals. Let's look at some factors that affect BMR. Age. In youth, the BMR is higher. Age brings less lean body mass and slows the BMR. Height. Tall, thin people have higher BMRs. Growth. Children and pregnant women have higher BMRs. Body composition. The more lean tissue, the higher the BMR. The more fat tissue, the lower the BMR. Fever. Fevers can raise the BMR. Stress hormones can raise the BMR. Environmental temperature, both the heat and cold raise the BMR. Fasting/starvation. Fasting/starvation hormones lower the BMR. Malnutrition. Malnutrition lowers the BMR. Thyroxine. The thyroid hormone thyroxine is a key BMR regulator. The more thyroxine produced, the higher the BMR. A simple way to determine your BMR is using the basic rule of 10. Multiply your weight by the number 10 for a woman and 11 for a man, and this is your BMR. For example, a person weighing 150 pounds would have a BMR of 1,500 calories. 150 times 10 equals 1,500 woman and 1,650 man. This BMR number is about 60% of your total calorie needs for the day. The digestion and absorption of nutrients makes up 10% and the other 30% comes from your physical activity. This includes anything from blinking your eyes, getting dressed, washing the car, to running a marathon. For example, a woman weighing 150 pounds would need, basal metabolism, 60%. 1,500 calories digestion and absorption. 10%. 195 calories physical activity. 30%. 450 calories _ energy use for the day. 100%. 2,145 calories. Page 90. Therefore, to lose weight, one needs to consume fewer calories than are needed each day. Your nutrition plan has taken your BMR into account in addition to your current normal activity level, whether you checked off sedentary or very active, etc. in your preferences during setup. The caloric range you need to stay in to lose weight was given to you. The other, even more accurate method of calculating basal metabolic rate is the Harris-Benedict equation. The Harris-Benedict equation is a calorie formula using the variables of height, weight, age, and gender to calculate basal metabolic rate, BMR. This is more accurate than calculating calorie needs based on total body weight alone. The only factor it omits is lean body mass and thus the ratio of muscle to fat a body has. Remember, leaner bodies need more calories than less fatter ones. Therefore, this equation will be very accurate in all but the very muscular. Harris-Benedict will underestimate calorie needs, and the very fat. Harris-Benedict will overestimate calorie needs. The Harris-Benedict equation, males, 66 plus 13.7 xW, plus 5xh, 6.8 xa, females, 655 plus 9.6 xW, plus 1.7 xh, 4.7 xa, where W equals actual weight in kg, weight in pounds/2 to pounds/kg, h equals height in cm, height in inches x 2.54 centimeters/in, a equals age in years x. Joe weighs 150 pounds, stands 56, and is 21 years old. 150 pounds/2 to pounds/kg equals 68 kilograms. 56 equals 66 inches x 2.54 centimeters equals 168 centimeters. BMR equals 66 plus 13.7 times 68, plus 5 times 168, 6.8 times 21. BMR equals 66 plus 932 plus 840, 143 equals 1,695 calories per day. Page 91. Basically, you create a deficit of calories in a few different ways, eating fewer calories than you burn each day. Eat anything less than what you use each day, 1,500 cal BMR, 250 cal digestion equals 1,750, consistently, and you will lose weight. So, if you eat 1,200 on this day, a 550 calorie deficit, and all week long like this, you will lose 1 pound, 3,500 calories, in about a week. Exercise more, keep your caloric intake the same, 1,750, and create your deficit by burning extra calories. So, if you burn 500 calories through exercise alone, you will still lose 1 pound in about a week. A combination of both diet and exercise. This is the most effective way to lose weight and keep it off. Say you cut your calories by 300 and burn 250 calories with exercise. There is your 550 calorie deficit with much less deprivation and work. You could speed it up by cutting more calories and exercising more, whatever works best for you. Some people hate to diet, others hate to exercise, so maybe you'll do more or less of either one. Of course, the example above was just for simplicity. You can cut any number of calories from your diet, more or less than the 500 in the example, and you can burn more or less than the example illustrates. As long as you are consistent, your deficit will add up over time, and you'll slim down. Page 92. Chapter 20. Understanding my body type. The three somatotypes, endomorphic, mesomorphic, and ectomorphic, are basic classifications of animal body types according to the prominence of different basic tissues types, roughly, digestive, muscular, and nervous tissues. They form the core of a theory, developed in the 1940s by American psychologist William Sheldon, associating body types with human temperament types. This linkage is fairly simplistic and is seen as outdated in physiological science, but the account of somatotypes is still probably a valid, if limited way to sort basic body types. Somatotype theory using anthropometric methods. Sheldon studied the photographed bodies of some 4,000 men from front view, side view, and back view. He concluded that the physique of men can be divided into the contribution of three fundamental elements, the somatotypes. He named his somatotypes after the three germ layers of embryonic development, the endoderm that develops into the digestive tract, the mesoderm that is to become muscle, heart and blood vessels, and the ectoderm that is to form the nervous system. Sheldon's somatotypes and their presumed and supposed associated psychological traits can be summarized as the follows. Ectomorphic body type is characterized by long arms and legs and a short upper body, and supposedly have a higher level of nervous tissue. They also have long and thin muscles. Ectomorphs usually have a very low fat storage, therefore they are usually referred to as skinny. An example would be a light marathon runner. Mesomorphic body type is characterized by a good rate of muscle growth and a higher level of muscular tissue while maintaining a lower level of higher cognitive functions. They have large bones, solid torso combined with low fat levels. It is also noted that they have wide shoulders with a narrow waist. An example is an Olympic gymnast. Endomorphic body type is characterized by an increased amount of fat storage, due to having a larger amount of fat cells than the average person, as well as higher levels of digestive tissue. They have a wide waist and a large bone structure. An example is a power weight lifter. Page 93. Changing somatotypes. The three body type descriptions could be explained as differences in body composition, which can be altered by specific diets and training techniques. After a period of significant weight loss, a person who was once considered an endomorph may begin to instead resemble an ectomorph. Likewise, an athletic mesomorph may begin to look more like an endomorph as he ages and loses muscle mass. Page 94. Chapter 21, My Body Type and Goal Index. Here's a quick nutrition index showing how you can individualize your MyFresh balanced diet plan based on your goal set or body type. Your carbohydrate sensitivity is excellent. Your main fitness goal is building muscle mass. Your main body type is ectomorph. Naturally fast metabolic rate. Macronutrient ratios: 55 to 60% carbs, 25% protein, 15 to 20% fat. Normal activity. If active in sports is endurance type activity, that is, runner. Carbohydrate consumption rules should include simple sugar carbs during/after each weight training or cardiovascular session. Some starchy, whole grain, unprocessed carbs can be eaten at every other meal. Nutrient-dense dark-colored fibrous veggies and fruits should be consumed at every meal. Your carbohydrate sensitivity is moderate. Your main fitness goal is body sculpting, general toning and tightening. Your main body type is mesomorph. Builds muscle easily. Macronutrient ratios: 40 to 45% carbs, 30% protein, 25 to 30% fat. Normal activity. If active in sports is intermittent sport athlete. Carbohydrate consumption rules can include simple sugar carbs but only during/after weight training or cardio workouts. Starchy, whole grain, unprocessed carbs can also be consumed at breakfast and after weight or cardio training. They should be used in moderation during the rest of the day. Nutrient-dense dark-colored fibrous veggies and fruits should be consumed at every meal. Your carbohydrate sensitivity is poor. Your main fitness goal is fat loss is my top priority. Your main body type is endomorph. Slow metabolic rate. Macronutrient ratios: 35 to 40% carbs, 35% protein, 25 to 30% fat. Normal activity. If active in sports, strength and power athlete. Carbohydrate consumption rules: all starchy and simple sugar carbs should be eaten only during and after weight training or cardio workouts if at all. Nutrient-dense dark-colored fibrous veggies and fruits should be consumed at every meal. Page 95. Chapter 22, My Top Fat Burning Secrets. With training workouts, any type of resistance training provides a benefit of targeting the muscle and focusing on building muscle that will support a caloric burning activity. Muscle building activities cause good damage to the muscle to cause it to adapt and repair itself with proper rest. The repair process helps consume more calories to repair the muscle. You receive a double metabolic fat burning effect when you perform resistance training exercises on a consistent basis. Take your resistance training to the next level and burn even more fat by doing your resistance training with high-intensity no-rest circuits working either opposing muscle groups or upper/lower body exercises. High-intensity interval cardio workouts will burn more calories during the exercise and help stimulate the metabolism at least 24 hours after your cardio workout. Fitness training variety switch your programs about every 4-6 weeks to help create a new stimulus to your body. In the beginning of doing this new stimulus, it will make it more challenging for your body to adapt to this new training regime. This means your body is typically inefficient in the beginning of any new fitness training plan, and this will allow you to burn more calories until you get adjusted to this new fitness workout. It's time to mix it up again for even better long-term results. Target your nutrition. Eat a higher protein diet. Consume high-quality lean protein sources in all your nutrition plan meals and snacks during the day. Consuming more protein causes an additional thermic effect with your body and will help burn more calories. This means that your metabolic rate will naturally increase from consuming protein with every meal. Supplementing with fish oil will help prevent disease and can boost your metabolism by as much as 400 calories per day and will help support body composition change as well. Page 96. Carbohydrate cycling. Carb cycling is based on having 3 different carbohydrate intake levels during the week: higher carbs, moderate carbs, and lower carbs. Ideally, these days are split according to your training schedule. Carbohydrate tapering is a technique used by focusing in on consuming all your starchy carbs early in the day and reducing down to no starchy carbohydrates after your third meal of a 5 to 6 meal/day nutrition plan. Get a free nutrition plan today. www.myhomepersonaltrainer.com. Sign up for a FitPro Trainer membership and receive a free diet plan built with chef-created whole natural food recipes that are designed with complete and balanced nutrition. Page 97. Chapter 23. My Fresh Balance Superfoods. Super berries. The #1 antioxidant of fruits: blue, black, rasp, straw berries. In addition to being flavorful, colorful, and delightful, strawberries, raspberries, blackberries and blueberries are packed with important nutrients our bodies need to stay healthy. My Fit Foods, Super Berries. Berries, the tasty antioxidant solution. The National Cancer Institute reports that eating at least 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day can help reduce the incidence of cancer. Yet, only 1 out of every 10 people actually follows these guidelines. Berries are a delicious way to get antioxidants, phytochemicals, and other important nutrients that may reduce cancer rates. Fresh berries of all kinds are loaded with strong sources of vitamin C, fiber, folic acid, and phytochemicals, or phytonutrients as they are sometimes called, sodium-free, cholesterol-free and low in calories and fat. Add to quinoa, oatmeal or an awesome whole grain pancake recipe, or blend them into your favorite protein supplement shake, and you are well on your way to building a complete and balanced fresh balanced diet plan. Page 98. Dark green nutrient-dense vegetables. Broccoli rabe, broccoli spinach, commonly known in the United States as broccoli rabe, also spelled broccoli rabe. This truly is a vegetable with many names around the world. Originating in the Mediterranean and also China, it is actually a descendant from a wild herb. Today, rapini is found growing in California, Arizona, New Jersey, Quebec and Ontario. It is one of the most popular vegetables among the Chinese. It is probably the most popular vegetable in Hong Kong and also widely used in the Western world. Although it has broccoli's name, broccoli rabe is not related to broccoli. It is, however, closely related to turnips, which is probably why the leaves look like turnip greens. Lots of broccoli-like buds appear here and there, but a head never forms. It is grown as much for its long-standing, tasty mustard-like tops as for their multiple small florets with clusters of broccoli-like buds. Good quality broccoli raw will have bright green leaves that are crisp, upright, and not wilted. One of the many health benefits of this vegetable is that it is rich in certain phytochemicals, including sulforaphane and anoles. These are chemicals which are proving to protect us against cancer. Broccoli truly is a wonder vegetable. Only 25 calories, and broccoli is high in vitamin A, and is a good source of folic acid, especially important for pregnant women, calcium, potassium, vitamin C, ounce for ounce, more vitamin C than an orange, and beta-carotene, an antioxidant. It is packed with antioxidants. It also contains the phytochemical sulforaphane, a natural chemical that stimulates the body to produce enzymes which destroy carcinogens, and therefore which can help reduce the risk of cancer. Johns Hopkins University study showed that broccoli is more effective than page 99. Antibiotics for peptic ulcers and stomach cancer. This is a cruciferous vegetable. Ounce for ounce, broccoli has as much calcium than a glass of milk and more vitamin C than an orange. It is one of the best sources of vitamin A and has more fiber than a slice of wheat bran bread. Spinach is an excellent source of iron, calcium, chlorophyll, beta-carotene, needed for the production of vitamin A, vitamin C, riboflavin, sodium and potassium. As it is a rich source of iron, it helps build the blood, whilst its sulfur content helps to clean the liver. Its vitamin A content can help prevent night blindness. Spinach can partially interfere with the absorption of calcium because of its high content of oxalic acid. Calorie for calorie, leafy green vegetables like spinach with its delicate texture and jade green color provide more nutrients than any other food. Although spinach is available throughout the year, their season runs from March through May and from September through October when it is the freshest, has the best flavor and is most readily available. Researchers have identified at least 13 different flavonoid compounds in spinach that function as antioxidants and as anti-cancer agents. Many of these substances fall into a technical category of flavonoids known as methylnidioxyflavonolglucuronides. The anti-cancer properties of these spinach flavonoids have been sufficiently impressive to prompt researchers to create specialized spinach extracts that could be used in controlled studies. These spinach extracts have been shown to slow down cell division in stomach cancer cells, gastric adenocarcinomas, and in studies on mice, to reduce skin cancers, skin papillomas. A study on adult women living in New England in the late 1980s also showed intake of spinach to be inversely related to incidence of breast cancer. A carotenoid found in spinach and other green leafy vegetables fights human prostate cancer two different ways, according to research published in the September 2004 issue of the Journal of Nutrition. Page 100. Avocados. The nutrient-fit booster. The avocado, Persea americana, originated in south-central Mexico, sometime between 7000 and 5000 BC. But it was several millennia before this wild variety was cultivated. Archaeologists in Peru have found domesticated avocado seeds buried with Incan mummies dating back to 750 BC. And there is evidence that avocados were cultivated in Mexico as early as 500 BC. 1/5 of a medium avocado, or about 1 ounce, is 55 calories, but contributes beneficial nutrients such as fiber, potassium, vitamin E and lutein to the diet. Avocados act as a nutrient booster by enabling the body to absorb more fat-soluble nutrients, such as alpha and beta-carotene as well as lutein, in foods that are eaten with the fruit. Avocados provide more than 25 essential nutrients, including fiber, potassium, vitamin E, B vitamins, and folic acid. 1/5 of a medium avocado has 55 calories and provides beneficial phytochemicals such as glutathione, beta-sitosterol, and lutein. Phytonutrients are thought to help prevent many chronic diseases. Avocados can help consumers meet the dietary guidelines of the American Heart Association, which are to eat a diet that is low to moderate in fat. The fats should be primarily unsaturated and low in saturated fat and cholesterol. The avocado is virtually the only fruit that has monounsaturated fat. Avocados help assist consumers in meeting a major dietary goal of reducing saturated fat in the diet, when they are consumed in place of saturated fat-containing foods. Avocados are a good source of fiber, and fiber may help maintain heart health. When used instead of other fats, avocados contain over 25 vitamins, minerals and phytonutrients and can be part of a calorie-reduced diet. When used instead of other fats, avocados can be a satisfying addition to a calorie-reduced diet. Avocados are a good way to get more lutein in the diet. An ounce of avocado contains 77 micrograms of lutein. Interpuncted avocados are a good way to get more lutein in the diet. By adding avocado to foods like salads, salsa, soups or sandwiches, you can get more of the phytonutrient in your diet. Page 101. Quinoa, pronounced quinoa. The super grain from South America was a staple of the ancient Incas, who called it the mother grain. It remains an important staple in South America cuisine, as it contains more protein than most other grains. Its delicious flavor makes it a great alternative to rice or couscous as a side dish, and can also be added to vegetables and meat as a main dish. Quinoa cooks to a light fluffy texture, with a bit of a crunch from the grain's external germ, making this a wonderfully unique grain. Truly versatile, it can be used in soups, salads, breads, puddings or as a breakfast cereal. Most quinoa today is produced and exported directly from Bolivia, the smallest in population of all the South American countries. Quinoa contains more protein than any other grain, an average of 16.2%, compared with 7.5% for rice, 9.9% for millet, and 14% for wheat. Some varieties of quinoa are more than 20% protein. Quinoa's protein is of an unusually high quality. It is a complete protein, with an essential amino acid balance close to the ideal. Similar to milk, quinoa's protein is high in lysine, methionine and cysteine. This makes it an excellent food to combine with, and boost the protein value of, other grains, which are low in lysine, or soy, which is low in methionine and cysteine. Rich and balanced source of nutrients. Besides its unique protein, quinoa also provides starch, sugars, oil, high in essential linoleic acid, fiber, minerals, and vitamins. Easy on the stomach, quinoa is light, tasty, and easy to digest. It is not sticky or heavy like most other grains, and it has a delicious flavor all its own. Quick and simple to prepare. A whole grain dish of quinoa takes just 15 minutes. Versatile quinoa can be substituted for almost any grain in almost any recipe. It looks and tastes great on its own, or in any dish from soup to salad. Perfect for summertime. Many people eat grains only during the colder months, but quinoa's lightness combined with its versatility in cold dishes like salads and desserts makes it an ideal source of good summertime nutrition. Page 102. Quinoa is 35 on the glycemic index, a good source for people with wheat and gluten-related food allergies as well as senior and diabetic diets. Taken from the glycemic index in the book Eat Yourself Slim by Michelle Montignac. 1. It's a vegetarian solution, a balanced amino acid source of high-quality protein. 2. It's a senior solution, a high-iron food that traces the hematocrit, delivers more oxygen to the brain, fights senility. 3. It's a diabetic and health food solution, a very low glycemic index cereal-type food. Great served with fresh fruit and Splenda and a little cinnamon as replacement to oatmeal. 4. It's a taste solution, quite delicious. It can be made into pilaf uncooked just like rice. In fact, one way to add more flavor to the quinoa is to roast or toast the quinoa first in a fry pan with no oil, and it makes it add a nut-like taste to the grain itself. Page 103. Legumes. Beans. The protein and fiber-fit food group legumes, more commonly known as beans, are good sources of protein and fiber. Legumes are a low-fat, low-cholesterol substitute for meat. When was the last time you ate chickpeas, navy beans or black-eyed peas? Has it been days, weeks or even months? Legumes are among the most versatile and nutritious foods available. They're good sources of protein and can be a healthy substitute for meat, which is more fat and cholesterol. Rediscover legumes and all the nutrition and versatility they have to offer. Why eat legumes? Legumes, a class of vegetables that includes beans, peas and lentils, are typically low in fat, contain no cholesterol, and are high in protein, folate, potassium, iron and magnesium. They also have phytochemicals, a group of compounds that may help prevent chronic diseases such as cardiovascular disease and cancer. In addition, they're a good source of fiber, the part of plant-based foods that your body doesn't digest. A diet high in fiber can reduce your risk of developing diabetes and help lower blood cholesterol levels, which can reduce your risk of heart disease. Soybeans, one type of legume, are unique among beans because they contain all of the amino acids needed to make a complete protein, just like meat. They also contain isoflavones, a plant-based compound that may reduce the risk of some types of cancer. What are some common legumes? Black beans are medium-sized, oval beans with black skin. They have a slightly sweet flavor and are used in soups, beans and rice, and many Mexican, Caribbean, and Latin American dishes. Black-eyed peas are medium-sized, oval beans that are cream-colored with a black dot. They have a sharp flavor and smooth texture. They are usually served with rice or eaten as a side dish. Page 104. Garbanzo beans, also called chickpeas, are medium-sized, round beans that are beige in color. They have a nutty flavor and firm texture. Garbanzo beans are used in soups, salads, Mexican dishes, and popular Middle Eastern dishes like hummus and falafel. Kidney beans, also called Mexican red beans, are large and kidney-shaped with a strong flavor and soft texture. Kidney beans are used in soups, salads, chili, Creole dishes, and traditional rice and beans. Lentils are lens-shaped seeds found in the fruit pods of an annual herb grown in southwestern Asia. There are two common types of lentils, one is small and brown and the other is larger and yellow. Lentils taste great in side dishes, soups, and stews. Navy beans are small, white, oval beans with a mild flavor and powdery texture. They are used to make baked beans, soups, and stews. Pinto beans are medium-sized, oval beans with a spotty beige and brown color. They turn completely brown when cooked and are used to make refried beans and other Mexican bean dishes. Add more legumes to your diet. Consider these ways to incorporate legumes into your meals and snacks. Prepare soups, stews and casseroles that feature legumes. Stir-fry extra firm or firm tofu rather than meat in Oriental dishes. Freezing and then thawing tofu before use gives it a firmer, chewier texture. Use pureed beans as the basis for dips and spreads. Replace eggs in baking recipes with 1 tablespoon of soy flour and 2 tablespoons of water for each egg. Add chickpeas or black beans to salads. Snack on a handful of soy nuts rather than on chips or crackers. Use tofu in place of half the ground beef for meatloaf or tacos. Add garbanzos or other canned beans to your salad. If you typically buy a salad at work and no beans are available, bring beans from home in a small container. If you can't find a particular type of legume in the store, you can easily substitute one type of legume for another. For example, pinto and black beans are good substitutes for red kidney beans. And cannellini, lima beans and navy beans are easily interchangeable. Experiment with what types of legumes you like best in your recipes to make your meals and snacks both nutritious and interesting. Page 105. Eggs omega-3 enriched in egg whites. The over billion-year-old wonder eggs existed long before chickens, according to On Food and Cooking, The Science and Lore of the Kitchen by Harold McGee. These all-in-one reproductive cells, incorporating the nutrients to support life, evolved about 1 billion years ago. The first eggs were hatched in the ocean. As animal life emerged from the water about 250 million years ago, they began producing an egg with a tough leathery skin to prevent dehydration of its contents on dry land. The chicken evolved only about 5,000 years ago from an Asian bird. Eggs are an excellent nutrient-dense food that packs 6 grams of protein, a bit of vitamin B12, vitamin E, riboflavin, folic acid, calcium, zinc, iron, and essential fatty acids into a mere 75 calories. Second to the lactalbumin protein in human milk, eggs have the highest quality protein of any food. In addition to being good for the body, eggs can be prepared in a variety of tasty ways. Want more nutritious eggs in your diet? Find out what the hen was fed. In fact, research has proven that better chicken feed results in better eggs. Free-range hens allowed to forage on barnyard plant food produce eggs that are lower in cholesterol than commercially fed caged hens. Studies comparing eggs from the average hen-laying factory with those of free-range chickens fed diets high in essential fatty acids showed the chicken on a healthier diet produced eggs higher in the heart-healthy omega-3 fatty acids. Studies are underway to produce what are dubbed designer eggs. Eggs in which the fatty acid profile of the egg yolk has been modified by altering the hen's diet. In an interesting experiment, giving hens feed rich in flaxseed and fish oil, with their omega-3 fatty acids, increased the amount of omega-3 fatty acids in their eggs, producing omega eggs. So, even when it comes to chickens, you are what you eat. Egg consumers are not used to asking their market managers how the hens were fed that laid their eggs. Yet, if enough consumers start asking the question, egg buyers would start putting feed information on the labels. The egg of the future will only be as healthy as the consumer demands. Page 106. Wild Alaskan salmon, the fit fish with heart health benefits. It would be hard to think of another food that has as many proven health benefits as wild Alaska salmon. When considering the cost of wild Alaska salmon versus the farmed Atlantic salmon that you can get in your local grocery store, keep in mind the true value of what you're buying. Given the skyrocketing cost of healthcare and pharmaceutical drugs, what is the value of optimum health? How much would you pay for improved heart, brain, eye and immune system health for you and your children? Wild Pacific salmon products contain no added chemicals, no artificial coloring, no preservatives, no pesticides, no growth hormones, no antibiotics, no GMOs. There is no question that salmon is one of the healthiest foods you can, and should, eat. It contains the critical omega-3 fatty acids, EPA and DHA, that your heart and brain need for optimal health. EPA fats are a near miracle for your health. They promote normal cholesterol and triglyceride levels and improve blood flow. They also promote healthy skin and enhance immune function. The other important fat in wild Alaska salmon is DHA, which plays an essential role in brain function. More than half of your brain consists of fat, and DHA is the most abundant. DHA levels play a critical role in your cognitive functioning throughout your life, and normal levels are needed for optimal memory and brain function. Page 107. 94% plus lean ground beef. News. The data shows 95% lean ground beef is leaner than you think. In fact, it meets the government guidelines for lean. Like all beef, a 3 ounces serving also provides high percentages of the daily value of these essential nutrients. By comparison, 95% lean ground beef provides low percentages of your daily calories, saturated fat and total fat. You might be surprised at what more you can learn about lean beef's nutrients and fat content. Page 108. Almonds. The heart-healthy nut. Throughout history, almonds have been enjoyed not only for their delicate, versatile flavor and great crunch, but also their legendary healthful properties. The Almond Board of California's Nutrition Research Program has helped quantify almonds' nutritious profile and health benefits. For example, almonds are nutritionally dense, a quality emphasized in the government's dietary guidelines. Independent analyses show that almonds are the most nutritionally dense nut, whether compared calorie per calorie or ounce per ounce. The Dietary Guidelines for Americans 2005 encourage Americans to choose nutritionally dense foods, that is, to get the most nutrition possible out of the calories you eat. A 1 ounce, 160 calorie serving of almonds, or about a handful, is an excellent source of vitamin E and magnesium, and a good source of fiber. It also offers heart-healthy monounsaturated fat, protein, potassium, calcium, phosphorus and iron. Eating a daily handful of almonds a day may lower LDL, or bad cholesterol. In a clinical trial published in the American Heart Association's journal Circulation, men and women who ate 1 daily ounce of almonds for a month lowered their LDL cholesterol by 4.4%. Those who ate the daily ounces of almonds lowered their LDL cholesterol even more by 9.4% and maintained their weight. Eating almonds may help maintain or even lose weight. A 2003 study in the International Journal of Obesity found that adding a daily ration of almonds to a low-calorie diet enhanced weight loss, as well as significantly improved risk factors associated with heart disease, when compared to a low-fat, low-calorie diet. Researchers cited almonds' heart-healthy monounsaturated fat as being very satiating, helping satisfy the appetite and prevent patients from overeating. Page 109. Pure filtered water. Incredible as it may seem, water is quite possibly the single most important catalyst in losing weight and keeping it off. Although most of us take for granted, water may be the only true, magic potion, for permanent weight loss. Water suppresses the appetite naturally and helps the body metabolize stored fat. Studies have shown that a decrease in water intake will cause fat deposits to increase, while an increase in water intake can actually reduce fat deposits. Here's why: the kidneys can function properly without enough water. When they don't work to capacity, some of their load is dumped onto the liver. One of the liver's primary functions is to metabolize stored fat into usable energy for the body. But if the liver has to do some of the kidneys' work, it can't operate at full throttle. As a result, it metabolizes less fat. More fat remains stored in the body and weight loss stops. Drinking enough water is the best treatment for fluid retention. When the body gets less water, it perceives this as a threat to survival and begins to hold on to every drop. Water is stored in extracellular spaces, outside the cell. This shows up as swollen feet, legs and hands. Diuretics offer a temporary solution at best. They force out stored water along with some essential nutrients. Again, the body perceives a treat and will replace the lost water at the first opportunity. Thus, the condition quickly returns. The best way to overcome the problem of water retention is to give your body what it needs, plenty of water. Only then will stored water be released. If you have a constant problem with water retention, excess salt may be to blame. Your body will tolerate sodium only in a certain concentration. The more salt you eat, the more water your system retains to dilute it. But getting rid of unneeded salt is easy: just drink more water. As it's forced through the kidneys, it takes away excess sodium. The overweight person needs more water than the thin one. Larger people have larger metabolic loads. Since we know that water is the key to fat metabolism, it follows that the overweight person needs more water. Page 110. Water helps to maintain proper muscle tone by giving muscles their natural ability to contract and by preventing dehydration. It also helps to prevent the sagging skin that usually follows weight loss. Shrinking cells are buoyed by water, which plumps the skin and leaves it clear, healthy and resilient. Water helps rid the body of waste. During weight loss, the body has a lot more waste to get rid of. All that metabolized fat must be shed. Again, adequate water helps flush out the waste. Water can help relieve constipation. When the body gets too little water, it siphons what it needs from internal sources. The colon is one primary source. Result: constipation. But when a person drinks enough water, normal bowel function usually returns. So far, we've discovered some remarkable truths about water and weight loss. The body will not function properly without enough water and can't metabolize stored fat efficiently. Retained water shows up as excess weight. To get rid of excess water, you must drink more water. Drinking water is essential to weight loss. How much water is enough? On the average, a person should drink 8-ounce glasses every day. That's about 2 quarts. However, the overweight person needs 1 additional glass for every 25 pounds of excess weight. The amount you drink also should be increased if you exercise briskly or if the weather is hot and dry. Water should preferably be cold. It's absorbed into the system more quickly than warm water. And some evidence suggests that drinking cold water can actually help burn calories. To utilize water most efficiently during weight loss, follow this schedule. Morning, 1 quart consumed over a 30-minute period. Noon, 1 quart consumed over a 30-minute period. Evening, 1 quart consumed between 5 and 6 o'clock. Page 111. When the body gets the water it needs to function optimally, its fluids are perfectly balanced. When this happens, you have reached the breakthrough point. What does this mean? Endocrine gland function improves. Fluid retention is alleviated as stored water is lost. More fat is used as fuel because the liver is free to metabolize stored fat. Natural thirst returns. There is a loss of hunger almost overnight. If you stop drinking enough water, your body fluids will be thrown out of balance again, and you may experience fluid retention, unexplained weight gain and loss of thirst. To remedy this situation you'll have to go back and force another breakthrough. Page 112. Green tea, an awesome antioxidant, is any other food or drink reported to have as many health benefits as green tea? The Chinese have known about the medicinal benefits of green tea since ancient times, using it to treat everything from headaches to depression. In her book Green Tea, The Natural Secret for a Healthier Life, Nadine Taylor states that green tea has been used as a medicine in China for at least 4,000 years. Today, scientific research in both Asia and the West is providing hard evidence for the health benefits long associated with drinking green tea. For example, in 1994 the Journal of the National Cancer Institute published the results of an epidemiological study indicating that drinking green tea reduced the risk of esophageal cancer in Chinese men and women by nearly 60%. University of Purdue researchers recently concluded that the compound in green tea inhibits the growth of cancer cells. There is also research indicating that drinking green tea lowers total cholesterol levels, as well as improving the ratio of good HDL cholesterol to bad LDL cholesterol. To sum up, here are just a few medical conditions in which drinking green tea is reputed to be helpful: cancer, rheumatoid arthritis, high cholesterol levels, cardiovascular disease, infection, impaired immune function. Page 113. What makes green tea so special? The secret of green tea lies in the fact it is rich in catechin polyphenols, particularly epiglycatechin gallate, IG. IG is a powerful antioxidant. Besides inhibiting the growth of cancer cells, it kills cancer cells without harming healthy tissue. It has also been effective in lowering LDL cholesterol levels, and inhibiting the abnormal formation of blood clots. The latter takes on added importance when you consider that thrombosis, the formation of abnormal blood clots, is the leading cause of heart attacks and stroke. Links are being made between the effects of drinking green tea and the French paradox. For years, researchers were puzzled by the fact that, despite consuming a diet rich in fat, the French have a lower incidence of heart disease than Americans. The answer was found to lie in red wine, which contains resveratrol, a polyphenol that limits the negative effects of smoking and a fatty diet. In a 1997 study, researchers from the University of Kansas determined that IG is twice as powerful as resveratrol, which may explain why the rate of heart disease among Japanese men is quite low, even though approximately 75% are smokers. Why don't other Chinese teas have similar health-giving properties? Green, oolong, and black teas all come from the leaves of the Camellia sinensis plant. What sets green tea apart is the way it is processed. Green tea leaves are steamed, which prevents the IG compound from being oxidized. By contrast, Blackened oolong tea leaves are made from fermented leaves, which results in the egg being converted into other compounds that are not nearly as effective in preventing and fighting various diseases. Page 114. Other benefits. New evidence is emerging that green tea can even help dieters. In November 1999, the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition published the results of a study at the University of Geneva in Switzerland. Researchers found that men who were given a combination of caffeine and green tea extract burned more calories than those given only caffeine or placebo. Green tea can even help prevent tooth decay. Just as its bacteria-destroying abilities can help prevent food poisoning, it can also kill the bacteria that cause dental plaque. Meanwhile, skin preparations containing green tea, from deodorants to creams, are starting to appear on the market. Harmful effects. To date, the only negative side effect reported from drinking green tea is insomnia due to the fact that it contains caffeine. However, green tea contains less caffeine than coffee. There are approximately 30 to 60 mg of caffeine in 6-8 ounces of tea, compared to over 100 mg in 8 ounces of coffee. Page 115. Flax, a nutrient-rich seed. Flax oil and flax seeds are being rediscovered as true health foods. They definitely merit being included on any top 10 list of foods that are good for you. Flax is not a new food. It is actually one of the older and, perhaps, one of the original, health foods, treasured because of its healing properties throughout the Roman Empire. Flax was one of the original medicines used by Hippocrates. Flax could be dubbed the forgotten oil. It has fallen out of favor because oil manufacturers have found nutritious oils to be less profitable. The very nutrients that give flax its nutritional benefits, essential fatty acids, also give it a short shelf life, making it more expensive to produce, transport, and store. Yet, those who are nutritionally in the know continue to rank flax high on the list of must-have foods. Because of the flurry of scientific studies validating the health benefits of omega-3 fatty acids, flax oil has graduated from the refrigerator of health food nuts to a status of scientific respectability. I seldom leave home in the morning without having my daily tablespoon of flax oil or 2 tablespoons of flaxseed meal. Besides being the best source of omega-3s, flax oil is a good source of omega-6, or linoleic acid, LA. Sunflower, safflower, and sesame oil are greater sources of omega-6 fatty acids, but they don't contain any omega-3 fatty acids. Flax oil is 45 to 60% the omega-3 fatty acid alpha-linolenic acid, Alabama. In addition to nutritious fats, flax seeds contain other nutrients which make eating the whole seeds superior to consuming just the extracted oil. Flax seeds contain a high-quality protein. Flax seeds are rich in soluble fiber. The combination of the oil and the fiber makes flax seeds an ideal laxative. Flax seeds contain vitamins B1, B2, C, E, and carotene. These seeds also contain iron, zinc, and trace amounts of potassium, magnesium, phosphorus, calcium, and vitamin E and carotene, 2 nutrients which aid the metabolism of the oil. Flax seeds contain over 100 times more of a phytonutrient, known as lignin, than any of its closest competitors, such as wheat bran, buckwheat, rye, millet, oats, and soybeans. Linens have received a lot of attention lately because of possible anti-cancer properties, especially in relation to breast and colon cancer. Linens seem to flush excess estrogen out of the body, thereby reducing the incidence of estrogen-linked cancers, such as breast cancer. Besides anti-tumor properties, linens also seem to have antibacterial, antifungal, and antiviral properties. Page 116. Protein supplementation. Protein powders versus protein foods. Many aspiring bodybuilders are hoping that this is the year that their bodies will transform into the bodies of their dreams. Unfortunately, bodybuilders' love for protein puts them at the mercy of protein manufacturers and vulnerable to protein manufacturers' marketing ploys. Fledgling bodybuilders may not know as much as veteran bodybuilders, but they inevitably know that protein plays a role in their future bodybuilding success. Where should this protein come from? To answer this question, we will look at the role of protein in foods versus protein supplementation. Protein manufacturers pick up any publication devoted to health and fitness and you will be inundated with articles on protein. Protein manufacturers are notorious for throwing around words like cross-flow microfiltration, oligopeptides, ion exchange, protein efficiency ratio, biological value, nitrogen retention and glycomacropeptides as a way to convince potential buyers. It sure sounds convincing, especially when scores of scientific references are cited. Like most aspects of bodybuilding, and the supplement industry in general, marketing hype rather than physiological reality drives the issue of protein. Many nutrition experts, people who sell supplements, state that there are distinct advantages of protein supplements, powders and amino acid tablets over whole foods. There are many different methods of determining protein quality, including biological value, BV, protein efficiency ration, BR, net protein utilization, NPU, and protein digestibility corrected amino acid score, DICAS. Protein quality BV is one of the most commonly used and is arguably the best measure of a protein's quality. BV is based on how much of the protein consumed is actually absorbed and utilized in the body. The higher the amount of protein, nitrogen, that is actually retained, the greater the BV. If a protein has a BV of 100, it means that all of the protein absorbed has been utilized with none lost. Whole eggs score the highest of all foods with the BV of 100, while beans have a BV of only 49. Protein quality is certainly an important issue, but it is one that has been enormously overstated and even distorted for marketing purposes. Whey protein is truly an excellent protein with a biological value at or near 100. Page 117. Many advertisements will have you believe that their whey is between 104, 157 on the BV scale. In Advanced Nutrition and Human Metabolism, BV is defined as a measure of nitrogen retained for growth and or maintenance that is expressed as a percentage of nitrogen absorbed. When a protein supplement is listed as having a BV over 100, the company has intentionally manipulated the number for marketing purposes. The companies are usually making reference to the chemical score of the protein. Chemical score is a comparison of the amino acid pattern in an ideal reference protein to a test protein, and therefore the number can exceed 100. Most bodybuilders and strength athletes already consume more than enough protein, so the importance of BV to these athletes who are already consuming enough protein has been overplayed. Even though whey has a higher BV than chicken breast, fish, or milk protein, if the total quantity of protein you consume is sufficient, then it is not likely that substituting whey for food proteins will result in any additional muscle. For the purposes of developing muscle, the only guidelines for protein that you must follow are: consume a source of complete protein with every meal, eat at frequent intervals approximately 3 hours apart, consume a minimum of 0.8 grams to 1 gram per pound of body weight. Whey powder. Because whey protein does have a high BV, it probably offers the most benefits when you are dieting on very low calories. When your energy intake and correspondingly, protein intake is reduced, whey protein could help you get greater utilization of the smaller amount of protein that you are taking in. Whey protein also provides a way to get high-quality protein without the fat. It has been suggested that whey may have other advantages besides high protein quality. These benefits include enhanced immunity, increased antioxidant activity and quick absorption. Several studies in Clinical and Investigative Science by Dr. Gerard Bowness of Montreal have shown that whey protein provides anti-carcinogenic properties, protection from infections, and other enhanced immune responses. Whey has also been shown to raise levels of glutathione, an important antioxidant that can offer protection from free radical oxidative damage. While such findings are very promising, all these studies were done on mice, so it is unclear how well the results extrapolate to humans. Page 118. Protein absorption. Another acknowledged benefit of whey protein is its fast absorption rate. Although there is not any evidence that protein supplements digest more efficiently than whole foods, they are definitely digested faster. This is most important after a training session when the rates of protein synthesis and glycogen resynthesis are increased. Even in considering post-workout nutrition, there is still little proof that a liquid protein carb complex will actually produce better muscular growth than whole foods, as long as complete whole foods are consumed immediately after the training session and every 3 waking hours for a period of 24 hours thereafter. Amino acids. What about amino acid pills? Amino acids are simply pre-digested protein. Proponents of amino acid supplementation claim that because the amino acids are pre-digested, the body will absorb them better, leading to greater improvements in strength and muscle mass. It sounds logical, but this is a gross underestimation of the body's capacities, and actually the reverse is true. The human digestive system was designed to efficiently process whole foods. It was not designed to digest pills and powders all day long. Amino acids are absorbed more rapidly in the intestine when they are in the more complex D and tripeptide molecules. Your body gets better use of the aminos as protein foods are broken down and the aminos are absorbed at just the right rate for your body's needs. In Exercise Physiology, Energy Nutrition and Human Performance, authors Catch and McCardle state that amino acid supplementation in any form has not been shown by adequate experimental design and methodology to increase muscle mass or significantly improves muscular strength, power, or endurance. Furthermore, consuming pre-digested protein when you are seeking fat loss is not necessarily advantageous because it shortchanges you of the thermic effect of real food. Page 119. Whole foods have a major advantage over protein supplements. They stimulate the metabolism more. This is known as the thermic effect. Protein has the highest thermic effect of any food. Including a natural protein food with every meal can speed up your metabolic rate as much as 30% because of the energy necessary to digest, process, and absorb it. This means that out of 100 calories of a protein food such as chicken breast, the net amount of calories left over after processing it is 70. In this respect, the fact that protein foods digest slower than amino acid tablets is actually an advantage. Value of source. A final argument against amino acid supplements is the cost. Amino acids are simply not cost-effective. One popular brand of free-form peptide bonded amino acids contains 1501000 milligrams tablets per bottle and costs $19.95. 1000 mg of amino acids is equal to 1 gram of protein. This would mean that the entire bottle contained 150 grams of protein. Dividing the price of the bottle by the total grams, we get the price per gram, which is 13.3 cents. Now let's compare that to a chicken breast. At the local supermarket I can buy a pound of chicken breast for $2.99. According to Corinne Netzer's Complete Book of Food Counts, there are 8.8 grams of protein in each ounce of chicken. So 1 pound of chicken, 16 ounces, has about 140 grams of protein. That would be $2.99 divided by 140 grams, which would come out to 2.1 cents per gram. The amino acids cost 6 times more than the chicken. The bottom line: the biggest advantage of protein supplements is not that they can build more muscle than chicken or egg whites or any other whole food protein. The biggest advantage is convenience. It is easier to drink a protein shake than it is to buy, prepare, and cook whole foods. Consuming small frequent meals is the optimal way to eat, regardless if your goal is muscle gain or fat loss. To keep your body constantly in positive nitrogen balance, you should consume a complete protein every 3 hours. For many people, eating this often is nearly impossible. That is when a high-quality protein supplement is the most helpful. Page 120. Aside from the convenience, the truth about protein supplements is that they offer few advantages over protein foods. There is no scientific evidence that you cannot meet all of your protein needs for muscle growth through food. As long as you eat every 3 hours and you eat a complete protein such as eggs, lean meat or dairy products with every meal, it is not necessary to consume any protein supplements to get outstanding results. Whey protein does have some interesting and useful properties, and supplementing with a couple of scoops a day is not a bad idea, especially if you are on a low-calorie diet for fat loss. Aside from that, focus on real food and do not believe all the hype you read. Page 121. Fish oil supplements. The omega-3 Fit supplement fish oil has been shown in epidemiological and clinical trials to reduce the incidence of heart disease by lowering cholesterol. Large-scale epidemiological studies suggest that individuals at risk for coronary heart disease benefit from the consumption of fish oil as it is high in omega-3 fatty acids. Fish oil, high type, combined with exercise can reduce abdominal fatness. A study by Alison Hill, PhD student from the University of South Australia, abstract published in Asia Pacific Journal of Clinical Nutrition, showed that 6g, or 6 times 1g capsules, of fish oil, high DA content, daily for 3 months reduced body fat by 5%, especially from the abdominal, visceral, region, only when combined with moderate aerobic exercise for 45 minutes 3 times a week. The groups that were placed on fish oil alone or exercise alone did not lose abdominal fat. It is known that omega-3 fatty acids from fish oil increase the expression of fat-burning enzymes, but until now the implications of this in humans was not entirely clear. This study suggests that although fish oil increases the expression of fat-burning enzymes, taking it alone will not have a significant effect, but that it needs the driver, exercise, to increase metabolic rate and lower body fat. This is an interesting study because the subjects were not on calorie-restricted diets, and yet the fish oil when combined with exercise facilitated abdominal fat loss, and yet the other groups did not lose body fat. The fish oil groups also reduced their blood fats, decreased triglycerides and raised HDL good cholesterol, and improved blood vessel elasticity. It would be interesting to know if you can get similar results by combining exercise with fatty fish, for example tuna, daily, or by combining exercise with lower doses of fish oil, say 1 to 2g/day, of the standard variety, EPA/DA. Page 122. Chapter 24, My Daily Meal Journal. Create 35 columns for a 5-meal/day nutrition plan and create 42 columns for a 6-meal/day nutrition plan. Breakfast, snack #1, lunch, snack #2, dinner. 5 meals/day. Breakfast, snack #1, lunch, snack #2, dinner, snack #3. 6 meals/day. Day 1 meals, breakfast, snack 1, lunch, snack 2, dinner. Day 2 meals, breakfast, snack 1, etc. Meal timing: 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 12 p.m., 1 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 p.m. Meal timing: 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., etc. My Fresh Balanced Diet Plan is designed around 5 to 6 small healthy meals per day, allowing approximately 2 to 3 hours between each meal and snack. This is crucial with any complete and balanced nutrition plan, as it allows your body to easily and smoothly digest the meal, while at the same time allowing your blood sugar levels to remain moderate in movement up or down throughout your entire waking hours of the day. Each meal for woman target range of 300-400 calories. Each meal for man target range of 400-500 calories. Each snack for woman target range of 150-250 calories. Each snack for man target range of 200-300 calories. Page 123. Chapter 25. My Daily Calorie Intake Estimator. Lose weight main goal, maintain weight main goal, gain weight main goal. No exercise, sedentary lifestyle. Body weight, pounds. X 10 to 12. Body weight, pounds. X 12 to 14. Body weight, pounds. X 16 to 18. 3-4 times/week moderate activity. Body weight, pounds. X 12 to 14. Body weight, pounds. X 14 to 16. Body weight, pounds. X 18 to 20. 5-7 times/week high-level activity. Body weight, pounds. X 14 to 16. Body weight, pounds. X 16 to 18. Body weight, pounds. X 22. This daily calorie chart above makes it very simple to determine a solid range of your daily caloric intake needs based on the following criteria: current weight in pounds. Your main weight goals: lose, maintain, or gain current activity level based on number of days you train. Example 1. You are a man and weigh 180 pounds. Your main goal is to lose weight and you work out 3 to 4 days per week. 180 pounds. X 12. 14 calories equals 2,160 2,520, daily total caloric range. Example 2. You are a woman and weigh 145 pounds. Your main goal is to lose weight and you do not exercise. 145 pounds. X 10. 12 calories equals 1,450 1,740, daily total caloric range. Page 124. My Flab to Fab Fitness and Health Tips. Watch where your calories come from. Without a doubt, we eat way too much sugar and fat. Moderation was the key in the past. Now the key is moderation and the exclusion of junk food. 1 or 2 binges per year are generally okay if you are a normal healthy individual, but more is absolutely not okay. Raw or cooked, fill your plate with lots of veggies, cooked or raw. Not only are they good for you, they will fill you up. Sorry, stay away from the sauces, gravies, butter or sour cream. That totally defeats the purpose. Drink a bottle of water before you eat, carry a bottle around with you all day. If this isn't a habit you have acquired, fill a bottle about an hour before dinner and sip away. You will eat less because you feel full. It's that simple. A worksheet that works. Keep a worksheet on your fridge and use it to write down every item you eat during the day. Most of us have no idea how much we are consuming. We often take a bite here and there without even noticing. Page 125. Watch those liquid calories that add up. One great alternative to soda is a fresh brewed glass of decaf green tea. Brew green tea with cloves and cinnamon stick and sweeten it lightly with stevia and a fresh wedge of lemon or lime. It's a great health drink with no calories and high in antioxidants. So drink to your health and lose weight. Remember that liquid calories can really add up in your daily intake. So focus on zero-calorie beverages. Does fat-free really mean it's good for you? Many foods are touting that they are fat-free and people are buying them left and right, but what lies beneath the hidden truths of these so-called fat-free foods? Fat-free foods, when eaten in excess, will still be stored as fat. Fat-free cookies and crackers are made up of a whole lot of sugar. Yep, the secret is out. Sugar is just as fattening of a substance than fat itself, when eaten in excess. Page 126. Chapter 26, How to Stick to My Fitness and Health Plan. When the going gets tough. Let's face it, the going can get tough, can't it? It can be incredibly hard to stick to your diet every day, day in and day out when you're faced with other tempting choices that seem more convenient. What's more, healthy eating can seem more expensive and more of a hassle, because you're shopping for fresh food more often and then you have to cook more often instead of eating at a restaurant. Eating right takes a real effort. So how do you manage? The big picture first. Remember the big picture. It may seem like healthy eating is more expensive and more time-consuming and inconvenient, but you need to consider the long-term expense that will come with unhealthy eating. And the long-term time consumption that will result when you are sick more often because you are unhealthy. And the long-term inconvenience of medical care if your unhealthy lifestyle results in severe illness or heart attack. At the same time, when people add up how much they spend on convenience food from restaurants and fast food outlets, they are surprised at the cost, it's high. So you really don't spend that much more when you shop for fresh food. Planning success with scheduling again. Implementing the goal is the hardest part. Planning is what will make it happen, but we so rarely plan. Solve this by scheduling your planning time in. In fact, put down this book and get your planner and schedule it in right now. Schedule 1 hour each week that you'll plan your meals, 1 hour each week. Page 127. That you'll shop for your meals, and 2 hours each day that you'll cook meals. Go and schedule it right now. I'll still be here when you get back. Priorities in the last paragraph. 1 recommended that you schedule all of those hours. Some of you read that paragraph and said to yourselves, that's 16 hours a week. I don't have that time. You do, but it's just prioritized differently. Consider how much time you spend watching television. Instead, consider how much happier you'll be when you eat well. Add in the great time you'll spend with your family as you all work together to cook healthy meals, and don't forget that the time you spend will diminish as you get better and better at it. Be proactive over time. You'll get better and better at meal preparation and planning. At first, it seems like a chore, but it will become a real pleasure. Soon, you'll find yourself making extra so you have a healthy leftover choice. On those days when you're too rushed to eat, don't buy greasy chicken. Reheat frozen leftovers that you know are healthy. When you make a dish you love, make twice as much as you'll eat and freeze the other half. Soon your freezer will be full of quick, easy, healthy options for those days when time has simply disappeared. Also, you'll soon find yourself naturally planning longer than 1 week in advance, which means fewer shopping trips. After you're good at planning, you might only go once a month. Page 128. Chapter 27. My Fresh Balanced Diet Plan. 1,400 calorie day 1 meal plan. This is a real complete and balanced nutrition plan for 1 day based on a 1,400 caloric demand for a woman trying to lose weight and reduce her body fat percentage. You will notice it is made up of 5 mini meals that range in the 300,400 caloric range for breakfast, lunch and dinner, and in the 150-250 range for the 2 snacks. With this 5 meals per day nutrition plan, macronutrient ratios for the day are as follows: carbohydrates 41%, proteins 32%, fats 27%. The nutrition strategies for this complete and balanced nutrition plan: high quality protein in every meal, high percentage of fruits and nutrient-dense veggies eaten all day long, high quality carbs consumed for the day, and no starchy carbs were consumed by meal 5 in the day's nutrition plan. Page 129. Breakfast entry. Egg wrap Santa Fe. Total caloric value, 312 calories. Carbohydrates, 29 grams. Protein, 25 grams. Fat, 14 grams. Page 130. Snack hash 1. Kiwi and strawberries. Total caloric value, 214 calories. Carbohydrates, 51 grams. Protein, 4 grams. Fat, 2 grams. Page 131. Lunch. Southwest Caesar salad. Total caloric value, 253 calories. Carbohydrates, 9 grams. Protein, 36 grams. Fat, 8 grams. Page 132. Snack 2. Broccoli and hummus dip. Total caloric value, 174 calories. Carbohydrates, 18 grams. Protein, 10 grams. Fat, 8 grams. Page 133. Dinner entree, chicken breast balsamic. Total caloric value, 155 calories. Carbohydrates, 0 grams. Protein, 30 grams. Fat, 1.5 grams. Page 134. Dinner side, peppers with Roma tomatoes. Total caloric value, 103 calories. Carbohydrates, 10 grams. Protein, 2 grams. Fat, 7 grams. Page 135. My Fresh Balanced Diet Plan Shopping List. 1,400 calorie day 1 meal plan. Page 136. Chapter 28. My Healthy Snack Secrets. Snack Attack. How to keep your hunger between meals from getting the best of you. Your stomach is growling but your next meal is hours away. What do you do? If you think your best option is to avoid the snack altogether and wait for the next meal, think again. The benefits of snacking. You may feel regretful about snacking, but snacks aren't necessarily bad for you. In fact, many meals several times a day can be beneficial. If eating a healthy snack keeps you from taking second and third helpings at your next meal, you may actually consume fewer total calories for the day. A wide variety of snacks can fit into a healthy lifestyle, so you don't need to avoid snacks. Rather, plan them with variety, moderation and balance in mind. Choose snacks wisely. Select foods that can satisfy hunger, supply your body with energy and provide important nutrients. Choose a wide variety of these foods to ensure that you get all the necessary nutrients, and to make your snacks more interesting. Here are some of your best snack picks. Whole grains. Whole grain snacks are rich in complex carbohydrates and fiber, which gives you immediate energy that has some staying power. Look for items such as low-fat whole grain crackers, whole grain pretzels and whole grain crisp breads. Page 137. Fruits and vegetables. Eating fruits and vegetables provides a feeling of fullness with no fat and only small amounts of calories. They provide vitamins, minerals, fiber and other nutrients. Nuts and seeds. Nuts and seeds are a good source of protein, which helps keep you feeling fuller longer. The fat in nuts and seeds is monounsaturated fat, a healthy kind of fat. Nuts and seeds are high in calories, however, so don't eat them in large quantity. Low-fat or no-fat dairy products, cheese, yogurt and other dairy products are good sources of calcium, protein, and other nutrients. Dairy products can be high in fat, so choose the low-fat versions. Yogurt may have a lot of added sugar, so you should consider light yogurt to limit your calorie intake. Though snacks can contribute to a healthy diet, they can also be a source of excess calories if not eaten in moderation. For example, a reasonable amount of almonds, about 23 kernels or a handful, contains 164 calories. But if you eat handful after handful until it totals a cup of almonds, the calorie count jumps to 800 plus calories. Page 138. So remember, interpunct snacks are great. Interpunct eat several mini meals per day. Interpunct eat high fiber whole grain snacks. Interpunct eat low calorie fruits and veggies. Interpunct stick with the berry family. Interpunct raspberries, strawberries, blueberries, blackberries. Interpunct stick with dark green veggies. Interpunct broccoli, asparagus, spinach, dark greens, green beans. Interpunct eating good quality nuts and seeds. Interpunct almonds with skin on, unsalted, eat in moderation. Interpunct low-fat dairy products are good. Interpunct low-fat cheeses, no-fat cheeses, unsweetened yogurts. Page 139. Chapter 29, Eat Healthy Dining Out. How to eat healthy and lose weight when dining out. Learn how to eat out and eat healthy, with some smart tips and techniques on dining out and eating right. Pay attention to how your food is cooked. You can learn a lot about a dish by knowing how it was cooked. Food items that are fried are always going to be higher in calories, and should be avoided at all times. Order foods that have been baked, steamed, broiled or roasted. As a fitness chef, I always like to use lots of herbs, spices and citrus juices to help bring out the flavor of any lean protein that I am cooking. Lemon and lime juices, as well as the zest from citrus fruits, really liven the flavors of the foods you are about to consume. And remember that eating is about enjoying. These are not diet plans. These are healthy eating plans. Use olive oil, garlic and fresh lemon juice over steamed spinach or asparagus. Fresh lime juice and cilantro over or injera or sockeye salmon fillet. And when eating out, even though the description on the menu may tell you how a particular food is prepared, ask the server if you can have it a certain way. That may take away a very fat-laden sauce that may not fit into your healthy lifestyle. Page 140. Remember that eliminating 100 calories a day is equal to losing over 10 pounds in 1 year. One less sauce, one less extra portion, one less teaspoon or 2 or 3 of sugar, one less heavy starchy high carb item substituted with more fresh veggies, one less soda, one less piece of refined white flour bread. If I have learned one thing in life, if you don't ask you probably won't get. So eat healthy, eat smart, and eat fresh and flavorful. Page 141. Part 4 My Exercise and Fitness Training Programs. Chapter 30 The Value of Fitness Training. Our bodies need physical exercise. Do you own a car but leave it in the garage all the time? What's the sense in that? A car is built to be driven. Our bodies are machines, too, and they are designed to move. When we sit at a computer all day, our bodies don't move. We don't inhale and exhale as deeply. We don't burn calories as much, and our machine just doesn't operate. It's in a constant state of rest. It's no wonder that when we fall asleep at night we don't sleep well and we don't wake up refreshed. Exercise can solve that. With exercise, you will naturally eat better, sleep better, work more effectively, and feel healthier and happier. Training is not just about shaping our bodies. It's about giving our bodies the exercise we need to function. Shaping our bodies is a nice bonus that comes with our efforts. In the upcoming chapters we'll look at how you can integrate physical exercise into your life. You will notice an improvement. Page 142. Chapter 31 Exercise for you. Different people have different exercise needs. Not everyone is going to be able to, or want to, walk into a gym, lie down on a bench, and start pumping iron. Everyone has different goals, different interests, and different needs. What's more, someone with one body type may require more work on one aspect of their body than someone with a different body type. As well, your health before you work out will be a factor. People with heart or lung conditions should consult a doctor before performing a lot of exercises. As you read through the following chapters, be sure to ask yourself the following questions. Will this workout support my fitness goals? How can I fit this fitness and health program into my life? Am I at a level where I can do this? Are my goals going to encourage me to do this regularly? Page 143. Chapter 32 My Fitness Training Basics. There are a number of things you need to consider before you begin any fitness training program or workout regime. Are all the pieces in place? When you start training, your body will require more energy. Are you feeding it properly? If you start training without also adjusting your food and water intake at the same time, you'll crash. Don't let it happen. Consider diet and fitness to go hand in hand. An understanding of weight training. Weight training is a common type of strength training for developing the strength and size of skeletal muscles. It uses the force of gravity, in the form of weighted bars, dumbbells or weight stacks, to oppose the force generated by muscle through concentric or eccentric contraction. Weight training uses a variety of specialized equipment to target specific muscle groups and types of movement. Weight training differs from bodybuilding, weightlifting, powerlifting and strongman, which are sports rather than forms of exercise. Weight training, however, is often part of the athlete's training regimen. Weight training versus strength training. Strength training is an inclusive term for all types of exercise devoted towards increasing muscular strength and size, as opposed to muscular endurance, associated with aerobic exercise, or flexibility, associated with stretching exercise like yoga or Pilates, though endurance and flexibility can improve as a byproduct of training. Weight training is one type of strength training and the most common, seen by all but specialists as synonymous with strength training. The difference between weight training and other types of strength training is how the opposition to muscular contraction is generated. Resistance training uses elastic or hydraulic forces to oppose muscular contraction, and isometric exercise uses structural or intramuscular forces, for example doorways or the body's own muscles. Page 144. Basic fitness training principles. Strength training. The basic principles of weight training are essentially identical to those of strength training, and involve a manipulation of the number of repetitions, reps, sets, tempo, exercise types and weight moved to cause desired increases in strength, endurance, size or shape. The specific combinations of reps, sets, exercises and weight depends upon the aims of the individual performing the exercise. Sets with fewer reps can be performed with heavier weights, but have a reduced impact on endurance. In addition to the basic principles of strength training, a further consideration added by weight training is the equipment used. Types of equipment include barbells, dumbbells, pulleys and stacks in the form of weight machines or the body's own weight in the case of chin-ups and push-ups. Different types of weights will give different types of resistance, and often the same absolute weight can have different relative weights depending on the type of equipment used. For example, lifting 10 kilograms using a dumbbell requires significantly more force than moving 10 kilograms on a weight stack due to the use of pulleys. Weight training also requires the use of good form, performing the movements with the appropriate muscle group, and not transferring the weight to different body parts in order to move greater weight, called cheating. Failure to use good form during a training set can result in injury or a failure to meet training goals since the desired muscle group is not challenged sufficiently. The threshold of overload is never reached and the muscle does not gain in strength. Weight training can be a very effective form of strength training because exercises, weights, sets and reps can be precisely manipulated to challenge individual muscle groups in a way found to be the most effective for the individual. Other strength training exercises or equipment may lack the flexibility and precision that weights offer, and often cannot be safely taken to the point of momentary muscular failure. Page 145. Types of fitness training exercises. Isotonic and plyometric exercises. These terms combine the prefix iso, meaning same, with tonic, strength, and plyo, more, with metric, distance. In isotonic exercises the force applied to the muscle does not change, while the length of the muscle decreases or increases, while in plyometric exercises the length of the muscle stretches and contracts rapidly to increases the power output of a muscle. Weight training is primarily an isotonic form of exercise, as the force produced by the muscle to push or pull weighted objects should not change, though in practice the force produced does decrease as muscles fatigue. Any object can be used for weight training, but dumbbells, barbells and other specialized equipment are normally used because they can be adjusted to specific weights and are easily gripped. Many exercises are not strictly isotonic because the force on the muscle varies as the joint moves through its range of motion. Movements can become easier or harder depending on the angle of muscular force relative to gravity. For example, a standard biceps curl becomes easier as the hand approaches the shoulder as more of the load is taken by the structure of the elbow. Certain machines such as the Nautilus involve special adaptations to keep resistance constant irrespective of the joint angle. Plyometric exercises exploits the stretch-shortening cycle of muscles to enhance the myotatic stretch reflex. This involves rapid alternation of lengthening and shortening of muscle fibers against resistance. The resistance involved is often a weighted object such as a medicine ball, but can also be the body itself as in jumping exercises. Plyometrics is used to develop explosive speed, and focuses on maximal power instead of maximal strength by compressing the force of muscular contraction into as short a period as possible, and may be used to improve the effectiveness of a boxer's punch, or to increase the vertical jumping ability of a basketball player. Page 146. Isolation exercises versus compound exercises. The leg extension is an isolation exercise. An isolation exercise is one where the movement is restricted to one joint and one muscle group. For example, the leg extension is an isolation exercise for the quadriceps. Specialized types of equipment are used to ensure that other muscle groups are only minimally involved. They just help the individual maintain a stable posture and movement occurs only around the knee joint. Most isolation exercises involve machines rather than dumbbells and barbells. Free weights, though free weights can be used when combined with special positions and joint bracing. Compound exercises work several muscle groups at once, and include movement around two or more joints. For example, in the leg press movement occurs around the hip, knee and ankle joints. This exercise is primarily used to develop the quadriceps, but it also involves the hamstrings, glutes and calves. Compound exercises are generally similar to the ways that people naturally push, pull and lift objects, whereas isolation exercises often feel a little unnatural. Compound exercises generally involve dumbbells and barbells, free weights, involving more muscles to stabilize the body and joints as well as move the weight. The leg press is a compound exercise. Each type of exercise has its uses. Compound exercises build the basic strength that is needed to perform everyday pushing, pulling and lifting activities. Isolation exercises are useful for rounding out a routine by directly exercising muscle groups that cannot be fully exercised in the compound exercises. The type of exercise performed also depends on the individual's goals. Those who seek to increase their performance in sports would focus mostly on compound exercises, with isolation exercises being used to strengthen just those muscles that are holding the athlete back. Similarly, a powerlifter would focus on the specific compound exercises that are performed at powerlifting competitions. However, those who seek to improve the look of their body without necessarily maximizing their strength gains, including bodybuilders, would put more of an emphasis on isolation exercises. Both types of athletes, however, generally make use of both compound and isolation exercises. Page 147. Free weights versus weight machine. Swiss balls allow a wider range of free weight exercises to be performed. They are also known as exercise balls, fitness balls, gym balls, sports balls, therapy balls or body balls. They are sometimes confused with medicine balls. Free weights are dumbbells, barbells, and kettlebells. Unlike weight machines, they do not constrain users to specific, fixed movements, and therefore require more effort from the individual stabilizer muscles. It is often argued that free weight exercises are superior for precisely this reason. As weight machines can go some way toward preventing poor form, they are somewhat safer than free weights for novice trainees. Moreover, since users need not concentrate so much on maintaining good form, they can focus more on the effort they are putting into the exercise. However, most athletes, bodybuilders and serious fitness enthusiasts prefer to use compound free weight exercises to gain functional strength. Some free weight exercises can be performed while sitting or lying on a Swiss ball. This makes it more difficult to maintain good form, which helps to exercise the deep dorsal muscles that are important for maintaining posture. There are a number of weight machines that are commonly found in neighborhood gyms. The Smith machine is a barbell that is constrained to move only vertically upwards and downwards. The cable machine consists of two weight stacks separated by 2.5 meters, with cables running through adjustable pulleys that can be fixed at any height, to various types of handles. There are also exercise-specific weight machines such as the leg press. A multi-gym includes a variety of exercise-specific mechanisms in one apparatus. One limitation of many free weight exercises and exercise machines is that the muscle is working maximally against gravity during only a small portion of the lift. Some exercise-specific machines feature an oval cam, first introduced by Nautilus, which varies the resistance so that the resistance and the muscle force required remains constant throughout the full range of motion of the exercise. Page 148. Exercises for specific muscle groups. The back extensions should be left to the end of the workout, because in other exercises the lower back muscles are used to keep the back straight. This is not possible if the muscles have already been exercised and exhausted. Weight trainers commonly divide the body's individual muscles into 10 major muscle groups. These do not include the hip, neck and forearm muscles, which are rarely trained in isolation. The large muscles of the lower body are normally trained before the smaller muscles of the upper body, because these first exercises require more physical and mental effort. The core muscles of the torso are trained before the shoulder and arm muscles that assist them. Exercises often alternate between pushing and pulling movements to allow their specific supporting muscles time to recover. Comparison to other types of strength training. The benefits of weight training overall are comparable to most other types of strength training: increased muscle, tendon and ligament strength, bone density, flexibility, tone, metabolic rate and postural support. There are benefits and limitations to weight training as compared to other types of strength training. Weight training versus resistance training. Resistance training involves the use of elastic or hydraulic resistance to contraction rather than gravity. Weight training provides the majority of the resistance at the beginning, initiation joint angle of the movement, when the muscle must overcome the inertia of the weight's mass. After this point, the overall resistance alters depending on the angle of the joint. In comparison, hydraulic resistance provides a fixed amount of resistance throughout the range of motion, depending on the speed of the movement. Elastic resistance provides the greatest resistance at the end of the motion, when the elastic element is stretched to the greatest extent. Page 149. Weight training versus isometric training. Isometric exercise provides a fixed amount of resistance based on the force output of the muscle. This strengthens the muscle at the specific joint angle at which the isometric exercise occurs, with some lesser gains in strength also occurring at proximal joint angles. In comparison, weight training strengthens the muscle throughout the range of motion the joint is trained in, causing an increase in physical strength from the initiating to terminating joint angle. Weight training and bodybuilding. Although weight training is similar to bodybuilding, they have different objectives. Bodybuilders compete in bodybuilding competitions. They train to maximize their muscular size and develop extremely low levels of body fat. In contrast, most weight trainers train to improve their strength and anaerobic endurance while not giving special attention to reducing body fat below normal. Weight trainers tend to focus on compound exercises to build basic strength, whereas bodybuilders often use isolation exercises to visually separate their muscles, and to improve muscular symmetry. However, the bodybuilding community has been the source of many of weight training's principles, techniques, vocabulary, and customs. Weight training does allow tremendous flexibility in exercises and weights, which can allow bodybuilders to target specific muscles and muscle groups, as well as attain specific goals. Page 150. Chapter 33. My top fitness training tips for success. Break away from the machines. Use dumbbells to engage both sides of your body, and for a greater challenge, perform unilateral exercise movements, alternating from one side to the other when lifting weights. Take it to almost failure. It's important to engage the muscles completely and make sure that no matter whether you are completing 8 or 12 reps, the last 2-3 should be challenging and you should not be able to complete another 2-3 reps. If you can, then raise your amount of weight to engage those muscles. Make sure to use a spotter if you're lifting heavier weights. Lunges and squats. The two best lower body exercises that can be performed to engage the largest muscles in your body. Working your lower body will keep you symmetrical in shape and also help you burn fat fast and change your body/fat ratio by developing the largest muscles in your body to become your fat burning machines while your body is at rest. Stay in the range. 8 to 12 reps is about the perfect rep range for most people trying to improve their general fitness level. Too many reps will leave you with no good quality results, and too little will make it very hard to train without a spotter. Lift heavy for size and strength and keep changing your rep range to keep your body guessing while developing strong fat-burning muscles. Take a break. Rest and recovery are a crucial element in any successful fitness training program, and I recommend to my clients at least 24 to 48 hours rest between resistance training sessions. I always recommend at least 48 hours for your larger muscle groups, which would be your lower body leg workouts. I also recommend taking a week off during your training programs to give your body a break, and in most cases you will come back even stronger. Keep your body fresh and strong, and you will get greater long-term fitness success. Page 151. Eat to train and train to eat. Your body is an engine, so feed it like one. You cannot perform well at peak levels without fuel, especially if you are engaged in a high-intensity resistance training workout. Eat a combination of good quality high-fiber carbohydrates in combination with the lean good quality protein before your training sessions, and always refuel again after you work out. You need to feed the muscles you just broke down so they can get stronger again. Eat your meals, as the old proverb says, breakfast like a king, lunch like a citizen, and dinner as the beggar on the corner. Keep it fresh and challenging. Any training program that is maintained for longer than 4 to 6 weeks will not be as effective in the long run. Always keep your body guessing, challenged and fresh with new and innovative fitness training programs. Your body should never be allowed to develop rhythm using the same training programs. You will ultimately get diminishing returns on your training sessions. Always keep your body guessing for maximum long-term fitness and health results. Don't limit yourself. Machines will typically provide only one range of motion and will not help improve any muscle imbalances you may have. When you use dumbbells, you have no choice but to engage both sides of your body when lifting weights. Using free weights will really uncover any weakness you may have on one side of your body, promote more natural range of motion, support imbalances of your muscle groups, and introduce you to tons of exercises that can be performed with a low-cost and home-friendly training method. Also, challenge all your muscles by using a stability ball. Stability balls provide you incredible flexibility in terms of cost, variety of exercises, and most importantly the engagement of many stabilizer muscles that would never be worked utilizing a fitness machine or even a bench. Page 152. Save it for the weights. There is nothing more challenging than a high-intensity resistance training session, and doing your cardio before your weights will not provide you the energy you need to perform at a peak level needed to maximize your weight training sessions. Complete your weight workout. Then if you want to perform cardio on the same day as your resistance training, do it after the weights. Your body will thank you for it. Build muscle, and then burn the fat. Take to new levels. Short high-intensity fitness training is the way to go. Your body and mind will love you for it. Train with high intensity in short bursts and get maximum fat burn both when performing your resistance training and cardio workouts. That is the only way I train my clients, and it helps them fit their training into their busy schedules so they can stay on track to turn the flab to fab in only 15 minutes a day. You cannot live by cardio alone. Although cardio is an excellent fat burner, especially if performed as a high-intensity interval training workout, you need to realize that burning fat is only part of the equation. It is essential that any complete and balanced fitness training plan includes an effective and efficient resistance training program to tone and build your muscle mass. By integrating resistance workouts into your traditional cardio routines, you will build muscle and burn fat both during your workouts and while you're at rest. You need to convert your body into a highly efficient fat-burning machine, and helping change your body composition is the key to long-term fitness success. Use this technique for maximum success. No one sits down behind the wheel of a car at 16 years old and is able to drive like an expert. It takes training and experience. Before you start your fitness training program, read this popular article I wrote that outlines some of the basics you will want to consider before you begin. Page 153. Chapter 34, My Top Fat Burning Fitness Technique. Maximize your fitness and health programs. How do I lose weight? How do I lose fat and gain muscle? How do I get maximum results with less time in the gym? How do I maximize my overall fitness and health program? It's called H.I.T, high-intensity interval training. It's typically not a good idea to perform cardio workouts if you are trying to get muscle growth and put on size in your body. Cardio can have a tendency to consume all the calories that are needed for your muscle growth. But, and I mean but, Everyone that trains with me both online and one-on-one knows that I always incorporate cardio into every fitness training program I put together for my clients. So why do I do that? It's called interval training. Interval or HIIT high-intensity interval training, short bursts of high-intensity energy output at near maximum heart rate levels followed by a recovery period, has shown to help improve your performance with weight training. Page 154. High-intensity interval training is known also as anaerobic energy systems, which is improving your body's ability to deliver fuel to your muscles and also increasing your capacity for heavy exercise. The other great thing about interval training is that it protects your muscles. Visualize yourself in an all-out sprint or pedaling on your bike at your near maximum capacity and speed, which forces your muscles to work very hard. This really almost duplicates heavyweight training, giving you the same growth hormone release that you find in a resistance training workout. Furthermore, intervals make your body produce extra levels of a chemical called glucagon, which causes you to burn calories directly from your fat stores. So interval training protects your muscles and burns fat to allow you to be able to train harder and more efficiently. What a great concept! Work out less. Get better results. Plus, my clients tell me that interval training keeps you motivated longer and also helps keep your mind off how much time you have left in your training, that old mind game that is played when working out. High-intensity interval and resistance training. Just minutes a day for the ultimate fat-burning/muscle building workouts for improved fitness and overall health. Page 155. Cardio training, high/low intensity short bursts of high-intensity anaerobic exercise that pushes your heart rate to 85% 90% MHR, maximum heart rate. These bursts of high-intensity energy will last from 30 seconds 1 minute in length, followed by 90 seconds 2 minutes of moderate lower intensity exercise that allows your heart rate to get back down to moderate BPM, beats per minute, levels. Example of 30-minute cardio workout, 5 minutes of warm-up to allow your core to get warm and muscles to get flexible and ready for high-intensity exercise, 20 minutes of both high/low intensity intervals 30 seconds, high-intensity/high resistance 90 seconds, moderate intensity/lower resistance 30 seconds, high-intensity/high resistance 90 seconds, moderate intensity/lower resistance 30 seconds. High-intensity/high resistance 90 seconds, moderate intensity/lower resistance. Do this for 20 minutes or a total of 10, 30-second high-intensity sets. 5 minutes of moderate intensity for last 5 minutes to complete the 30-minute session. Proper heart rate levels during high intensity should be 85 to 90% of MHR, maximum heart rate. Example, 30-year-old person take 220. 30, age, equals 190 max. X 90% equals 171 BPM. 220, 30, age, equals 190 max. X 85% equals 162 BPM. So your range for the high intensity should be 16 to 171 BPM, beats per minute. Proper heart rate levels for moderate intensity should be 60 to 65% of MHR, maximum heart rate. Example, 30-year-old person take 220, 30, age, equals 190 max. X 65% equals 124 BPM. 220, 30, age, equals 190 max. X 60% equals 114 BPM. So your range for the recovery should be 124 BPM, beats per minute. Page 156. Weight training supersets/circuit training. Keep heart level up between sets to get the same anaerobic benefits that we are receiving from our cardio training. So in essence you will become a fat-burning machine even while doing your resistance training and at the same time focusing on developing additional muscle growth to help support a higher BMR basal metabolic rate, while at rest. We want your body to become its own fat-burning source even with not exercising, and that can be successfully accomplished with this type of high/low intensity training. So, here is an example of a resistance exercise plan using high/low. 5-minute warm-up. Get muscles warm and flexible. Set 1. Large muscle groups. Chest and back opposing muscle groups. Dumbbell chest press, 12 reps. Dumbbell chest flight, 12 reps. No rest. Bent over dumbbell row, 12 reps. Lower back hyperextensions, 12 reps. Rest 15, 30 seconds. Set 1. Large muscle groups. Legs and shoulders. Lower and upper body muscle groups. Exercise ball dumbbell squat, 12 reps. Standing lunges with dumbbell, 10 reps. No rest. Ball dumbbell shoulder press, 12 reps. Standing dumbbell shrugs, 12 reps. Rest 15, 30 seconds. Repeat this same process for one more set of each group. Monitor heart rate as you did with your cardio high/low intensity training. Page 157. Use trusted fitness, nutrition and health resources. Remember that you're not alone in your battle to build muscle, burn fat, and lose weight. There are many resources available to help you. One outstanding resource is www.myhomepersonaltrainer.com. It's filled with tons of free fitness and nutrition information to help you reach your fitness goals. Our free fitness resources include a free fitness membership, free fitness advice, free weight loss tips, free fitness and health articles, free fitness workout calendar, free calorie tracker software, free fitness and nutrition tools, free exercise database, over 1,000 picture and video exercises, free nutrition database, over 7,000 healthy foods listed, free fitness analysis. Get a pulse on your current fitness and health, free nutrition analyst. Dial in on your eating habits to lose weight, free complete 6 and 12-week trainer design fitness training plans. Upgrade your online fitness membership to get unlimited access to hundreds of chef-created healthy food recipes, chef-designed complete and balanced 7-day meal plans, unlimited access to our team of certified fitness professionals to answer your fitness, health and nutrition-related questions. Personal trainer design fitness plans and workout routines. Page 158. Chapter 35. My Flab to Fab Fitness Training Plan. The secret in developing the perfect personal fitness training program begins with the following My Flab to Fab Fitness Training Tips. Focus on the 4 major muscles groups. Stay away from isolation exercises. Burn fat and build muscle when working those major large muscle groups more often. Legs squat, chest press, back bent over rows, shoulders overhead press. Perform compound exercises, multi-joint movements. Working multi-joints at the same time provides maximum benefit to your muscles. Legs lunge or squat, hip and knee joint, chest press, shoulder and elbow joint, back bent over row, shoulder and elbow joint, shoulders overhead press, shoulder and elbow joint. Perform supersets, no rest between 2 exercises. Working more than one muscle with no break provides an efficient and effective workout. Work opposing muscle groups, chest then back. Work alternating between upper and lower body, chest then legs. Perform circuit training, no rest through your entire workout. Circuit set training turns your fitness training into high-intensity resistance training. Train for maximum gain by performing all your exercises with no break. Page 159. Build your fitness training with value and flexibility in mind. Deliver great fitness value with outstanding fitness benefits. Train with a quality stability/exercise ball. Train with dumbbells while at home or at the gym. Train with exercise bands while traveling on the road for work or vacation. This specially designed Flab to Fab fitness training plan is for those individuals with interest in gaining maximum results in the most efficient use of your fitness training time. You will only need 15 minutes to perform this high-intensity training plan that is guaranteed to take you from Flab to Fab in only 15 minutes a day. Your goal will be to complete all of the My Flab to Fab fitness training workout routines in the course of the week, and you should try to have at least 1 day of rest in between each weight training session. H.I.T. High-intensity interval training, cardio, on days off from your weight training. Each routine is designed in such a way as to train different body parts on different days. This high-intensity and short-duration fitness training will provide you the perfect fitness solution for building muscle, burning fat, getting in shape and going from flab to fab in just minutes a day. Page 160. My Flab to Fab fitness and health tips. Perform exercises with proper posture and good form. Never try to throw weight into position. Stand with your feet apart, a slight bend in the knees. Keep your back straight and chest high. If you are lying on a bench or machine, always keep your back straight and lower back supported and feet flat on the floor. Utilize core strength during all exercise. It is the base of all your strength training work. Use variety. The body is very adaptive. Performing the same routine over and over is not only boring, but your body will get used to the routine and your muscles will quit responding. Change your exercises, the order in which you do them, the number or sets in reps, or change the weights. In one workout you may use weights, another you may use resistance bands, and another, machines. Make every workout different in some way. Page 161. My Flab to Fab in 15 Fitness Training Plan 5-Day Workout Routine FWF High Intensity Interval Cardio Training TTH High Intensity Circuit Weight Training. These cardio and weight training workout routines are designed to be completed in 15-20 minutes, not including a 5-minute warm-up to loosen and create added flexibility in your muscles. Complete moderate-based 5-minute warm-up on the elliptical or other cardio machine you may select for both your cardio and weight training workouts. Cardio Training Days MWF. Complete an alternating high/low intensity cardio workout that is 30 seconds of high output/resistance followed by 1-1-1/2 minutes of recovery period using moderate base/resistance. Your heart rate should get to 85 to 90% MHR and your recovery period should take your heart rate back down to 60 to 65% of MHR. As you progress in your HIT cardio training, you can increase the length of high output period to 45 seconds to 1 minute in length. You will repeat these high/low alternating outputs for a total of 15 to 20 minutes. Which would be a total of 8 to 10 repetitions of alternating intensity levels of cardio. Review Chapter 34 to learn more about how to perform H.I.T cardio/weight training workouts. Page 162. Chest/back opposing muscle groups beginner workout routine. Tuesday Day 1. Complete this opposing muscle group workout is to fast-paced circuits with no break in between each of the 6 chest/back exercises. Breath out on the muscle contraction and breath in as you move back to the starting position of the exercise movement. Use a smooth and steady motion throughout your range of motion and count to 4 seconds for the entire exercise movement. Ball dumbbell chest press chest exercise 1. Primary muscle groups worked: chest, abs, thighs. Muscle groups worked in this exercise: anterior deltoids, pectoralis major, rectus abdominis, quadriceps. Preparation: lie with your upper back, neck and head supported by the ball. Grasp a dumbbell in each hand and bend your elbows at 90 degrees. Breathing: exhale when pressing hands up. Inhale as you return them to start position. Execution: as you press your hands towards the ceiling, exhale. Inhale as you bring your hands back down to starting position. Comments: this one tones your back, your abdomen and your thighs. Remember to keep those hips lifted throughout. Page 163. Ball dumbbell lateral back exercise 2. Primary muscle groups worked: upper back muscle groups worked in this exercise: deltoideus, brachialis and trapezius. Preparation: begin in a standing position with the bend under your left foot. Grasp the dumbbell with your right hand. Place your left palm on top of the ball with your left leg right beside the ball. Breathing: exhale to raise your elbow, inhale to lower. Execution: now, take a big step back with your right leg and bend forward about 45 degrees. Tighten your abs and extend your right arm toward the floor. Exhale and raise your right elbows up towards the ceiling, pull the weeds. Inhale and lower. Repeat on other side. Comments: this one simulates pulling weeds in the garden. It will really firm up that upper back area, and for women particularly targets that bunch of flesh right under your bra strap. Page 164. Ball dumbbell pullover chest exercise 3. Primary muscle groups worked: chest, pectoralis. Major muscle groups worked in this exercise: latissimus dorsi, teres major, triceps, long head, deltoid, posterior, pectoralis minor, rhomboids and levator scapulae. Preparation: sit in an upright position on a stability ball with feet flat on floor while holding a single dumbbell in both hands. Walk feet forward, allowing the stability ball to roll underneath of your body until it is positioned on the middle to upper part of your back region. Rest head on stability ball. Raise your hips to create a straight surface parallel to the floor. Place dumbbell on chest with handle perpendicular to your chest. Breathing: inhale and lower the dumbbell and exhale as you start the move upward to the starting position. Execution: extend your elbows and raise the dumbbell even with your eye line. With your elbows slightly bent, lower the dumbbell back even to slightly below your head level. Return to the starting position. Keep both feet flat on the floor at all times and keep your lower back in a neutral position. Do not lock out your elbows or arch your back, which may cause injury. Page 165. Ball band upright row back exercise 4. Primary muscle group: upper back and shoulders. Muscle groups worked in this exercise: deltoids, anterior and middle parts, trapezius, superior, middle and inferior parts. Preparation: sit on the ball with knees bent and feet on the floor. Now, walk your feet forward while sliding down the ball until your lower back rests against the ball. Your thighs should be parallel to the floor. Place the band under your feet and grasp with both hands. Breathing: exhale as you raise your elbows and inhale as you lower to starting position. Execution: raise your elbows towards the ceiling, keeping your hands near your chin. Performing this exercise in the incline position forces your core muscles to engage to keep you balanced. Inhale and lower to start. Comments: not only will you use your abdominals, but your legs will also gain strength from this exercise. Page 166. Ball incline dumbbell press chest exercise 5. Primary muscle group: chest, pectoralis major, sternal. Muscle groups worked in this exercise: chest, pectoralis, clavicular, shoulders, deltoid anterior, biceps brachii, short head. Preparation: sit in upright position on a stability ball with feet flat on floor. Walk feet forward, allowing stability ball to roll underneath body until it is positioned on mid to upper back region. You may rest head on stability ball. Position hips so that your body is at a 45-degree angle to the floor. Breathing: inhale on the movement outward and exhale as you reach maximum contraction on chest muscles. Execution: maintaining stability, bring decibels to shoulders and press up, positioning decibels above the chest width. Lower the decibels with hands aligned with the nipple line. Let your upper arm go parallel to slightly past parallel to the ground before returning to the start position. Remember to keep both feet flat on the floor at all times and keep the lower back in a neutral position. Page 167. Ball back extension back exercise 6. Primary muscle groups worked: lower back muscle groups worked in this exercise: gluteus maximus, semitendinosus, semimembranosus, quadratus lumborum, iliocostalis lumborum. Preparation: kneel on the floor and bring the ball up close to you. Lie forward on the ball with your abdomen right on top of the ball. Interlace your fingers behind your head and place your elbows out at the sides. Breathing: exhale as you lift, inhale as you return to start. Execution: lift your upper torso towards the ceiling until your spine is parallel to the floor. Inhale and return to start position. Comments: if you're not quite ready to go for the more advanced exercises, this is a great one for you. Page 168. My Flab to Fab in 15 Fitness Training Legs/Shoulders Lower/Upper Workout Beginner Workout Routine Thursday Day 2. Complete the slower/upper muscle group workout as to fast-paced circuits with no break in between each of the 6 legs/shoulder exercises. Breath out on the muscle contraction and breath in as you move back to the starting position of the exercise movement. Use a smooth and steady motion throughout your range of motion and count to 4 seconds for the entire exercise movement. Page 169. Dumbbell Sumo Squat Leg Exercise 1. Primary muscle group, glutes, quadriceps muscle groups worked in this exercise. Glutes and quadriceps preparation. Start by holding a dumbbell in each hand between your legs. You may also hold just one dumbbell with 2 hands as well. Your feet should be wider than shoulder width and your toes pointed slightly outward at a 45-degree angle. Breathing. Breath out as you lower the weights down to the floor and breath back in as you move back to the starting position. Execution. Proceed to squat down until the dumbbells almost touch the floor. Your hips should drop back and down while your knees stay directly above your feet. Repeat for the required number of repetitions. Page 170. Ball dumbbell overhead press shoulder exercise 2. Primary muscle group, upper back and shoulders muscle groups worked in this exercise. Deltoids, anterior and middle parts, trapezius, superior, middle and inferior parts preparation. Sit on the ball. Grasp the dumbbells and bend your elbows so that your hands are in front of your shoulders with your palms facing forward. Breathing. Exhale to raise your arms, inhale to lower them to start. Execution. Grasping the dumbbells, raise your hands above your head. Remember to keep your shoulders relaxed and down. Inhale and lower back to start and repeat for all reps. Comments. This is a great exercise to get that strong upper body that you're looking for. It's also a great core muscle strengthener. Page 171. Dumbbell lunge walking leg exercise 3. Primary muscle group, quadriceps muscle groups worked in this exercise. Hamstrings, buttocks, gluteus maximus, inner thighs, adductors, hip flexors, and calves. Gastrocnemius soleus. Preparation. Stand straight with a dumbbell in each hand next to your hips with your feet about shoulder width apart and your toes pointed forward. Make sure you keep your head up and your back straight. Tighten your abdominal muscles to help protect your back. Breathing. Inhale as you begin your step forward and exhale as you reach the maximum load on your body. Execution. Take a large step forward with your right leg. Slowly bend your knees until your right thigh is parallel with the floor. Both knees should be bent at 90-degree angles and your right knee should not pass the front of your right foot. Slowly lift your back leg in and lunge forward with your back leg. Then continue alternating legs as you travel forward with the dumbbells comfortably remaining at your sides through the entire exercise movement. Page 172. Comments. This is a great lower body exercise that strengthens your legs and helps improve your balance, which helps support activities like tennis or squash. Always avoid this exercise if you have any knee-related problems. Page 173. Ball prone reverse fly shoulder exercise 4. Primary muscle group, shoulders, deltoid, posterior muscle groups worked in this exercise. Infraspinatus, teres minor, deltoid lateral, trapezius, middle, trapezius, lower, rhomboids preparation, lie face down with chest supported by stability ball. Feet should be wider than shoulder width apart for stability. Hold dumbbells in each hand with neutral grip, palms facing each other, and rest dumbbells on floor directly under shoulders. With elbows slightly bent and facing the ceiling, raise dumbbells to shoulder level and squeeze shoulder blades together at top of movement. Return to start position breathing. Inhale on the way up and then exhale at top of exercise movement execution. Hold dumbbells in each hand with neutral grip, palms facing each other, and rest dumbbells on floor directly under shoulders. With elbows slightly bent and facing the ceiling, raise dumbbells to shoulder level and squeeze shoulder blades together at top of movement. Return to start position. Comments. This exercise helps build strong shoulders. Page 174. Ball wall squat leg exercise 5. Primary muscle group, quadriceps femoris, gluteus muscle groups worked in this exercise. Thigh flexors preparation. Place a ball between your back and the wall and inch your feet away from the wall and let your body weight lean into the ball. Your feet should be about 1 to 1 feet in front of your hips. Go ahead and cross your arms in front of your chest. Breathing, inhale when sliding your back and the ball down the wall. Exhale when rising to standing position. Execution, maintaining a constant pressure with your back on the ball, roll it down the wall, while bending your knees until they reach 90 degrees. Pause, exhale and return to standing position. Comments: this is easier on your knees than a conventional squat, but because you are performing this on the ball, you work hard to stay properly balanced. Remember, form is what it's all about. And don't forget, you're too close to the wall if your knees go past your toes. Just inch out a little farther and try again. Page 175. Dumbbell upright row shoulder exercise 6. Primary muscle group, deltoid, lateral, shoulder, sides, muscle groups worked in this exercise. Deltoid, anterior, shoulder, front, supraspinatus, rotary cuff, brachialis, lower biceps, brachioradialis, forearm biceps biceps, trapezius, middle, upper traps, trapezius, lower traps, serratus anterior, inferior digitations infraspinatus, rotary cuff, teres minor, rotary cuff. Breathing, inhale as you pull the dumbbells upward and exhale as you reach the top of the exercise movement. Execution, stand with knees slightly bent and feet no more than shoulder width apart. Keep back straight, bend slightly forward from the hips. Slightly squeeze together, retract, shoulder blades. Hold dumbbells in front of body. In a controlled motion, lift weight up drawing dumbbells toward shoulders. While maintaining the controlled motion, return to starting position. Do not allow muscles to relax before next repetition. Page 176. My Flab to Fab Fitness and Health Tips. Hire a personal trainer or fitness coach. It is proven that having a motivating and positive support system will help you stay with your goals long term. How many times have you started an exercise program and stopped? Remember those New Year's resolutions? How many have you kept? Was losing weight or eating healthier part of those resolutions that are now on a shelf collecting dust? Do you have multiple pieces of exercise equipment that you bought on an infomercial late at night that you now hang your clothes on collecting dust? Get motivated and use a fitness coach or personal trainer to help support you in your lifelong mission to permanent weight loss and better overall fitness and health. Page 177. Chapter 36. Common fitness training mistakes in working with our existing fitness members at www.myhomepersonaltrainer.com. We have learned some of the most common but correctable mistakes a lot of men and women make in trying to support their long-term fitness and health goals. Top 10 Common Fitness Training Mistakes. Too much machine work. A lot of women and men train using too often just their preferred machines, which limits their range of motion and does not work their muscles in an efficient and effective manner. Ultimately, this can limit the engagement of small stabilizer muscles that give you maximum benefit throughout your fitness training program. Not lifting enough weight. A lot of women do not lift enough weights to engage their muscles for long-term muscle growth. Working only half of your body. A lot of men focus too much on just their upper body and end up mainly training their chest and arms, thus making their body parts look very unbalanced and disproportionate to each other. Too many reps. A lot of women do too many reps per set, once again not allowing their muscles the opportunity to grow and develop so that they can change their muscle/fat body composition. Overtraining. The benefits of resistance training, unlike cardiovascular work, come after the training is over. Sometimes people think more is better, and in resistance training that is not always the case. Page 178. Not fueling their bodies for training. Both before and after training. Your body is an engine that must be fed with high-octane, good quality fuel to maximize your fitness results. Starving yourself before or after a fitness training workout limits your capacity to perform at peak levels. Training the same way any fitness training program that is more than 4 to 6 weeks will not only get stale for you, but will provide you diminishing long-term fitness results. Cardio before weights. Wearing yourself down prior to your resistance training workout with cardio can only reduce your opportunity to get the best possible training session. Steady as she goes. A big mistake is keeping your fitness training pace always in moderate mode. Incorporating high-intensity training is the way to keep it fresh, fast, and effective. Cardio, and more cardio. Burning fat is a great thing, but burning muscle is a bad thing. Cardio is a good fat burner, but also can burn muscle if you overindulge. Page 179. Part 5. Rest and Balance. Chapter 37. Why rest? We lead busy lives and they are filled with demands and stress. Whether we're fighting traffic or fighting with our kids, it's easy to get stressed by the things that go on around us. Some stress is healthy. Too much stress is unhealthy. Unfortunately, the demands on us to pay our bills, keep up with the Joneses, provide for our kids, and save for retirement mean stress, and more stress. When we get stressed, we get short-tempered, our heart rate goes up, our defenses go up, and our resistance to infection and disease go down. A number of things help us manage that stress, including eating right, getting plenty of exercise, and of course getting adequate rest. Not only does it help our stress level, it keeps our mind functioning. Studies have shown that not enough rest has the equivalent effect on our ability to think as alcohol. Someone who goes without sleep one night has the same kind of focus and reaction time while driving as someone who has consumed too much alcohol. Not getting enough rest means increased stress, reduced ability to think and react. These things alone should make you want to get the right amount of sleep each night. Page 180. How much rest is the right amount? Although we periodically hear of someone who is able to go with only 2 or 3 hours of sleep each night, it's usually someone incredibly wealthy and famous and brilliant and beautiful. Then there are the rest of us. Going without sleep is hard on our body and our mind. It's similar to a computer. A computer can operate 24 hours a day, but there are functions it does when it boots up and shuts down that clean it up and ensure it runs better when it is running. Our bodies are the same way. They need to rest in order to shut down and reboot. Our bodies need 8 hours of sleep each night in order to give us sufficient time to recharge our batteries. Do you get that much? Few people do. In fact, many people live on 4 or 6 hours of sleep a night and then try to catch up on the weekends. Unfortunately, sleep is not like going to the bank. You can't make deposits and withdrawals and hope to balance the books at the end of the month. Sure, when you're tired, you tend to want to catch up, but otherwise, you can't build up a sleep account to cash in later. You need to sleep 8 hours each night. I recognize that seems to be nearly impossible for many people. They claim that they have too much to do to sleep 8 hours a night. Consider this, though, when you're rested, you actually get more done. That's why efficiency experts suggest that you take breaks through the day. It's because you get more done by, for example, working at something for 50 minutes and taking a 10-minute break than you would by trying to work at it for an entire hour at one sitting. That's because our minds work better with rest. Page 181. I've been using the terms rest and sleep here interchangeably, so I should make a clarification. Our bodies need both. Our bodies need to sleep 8 hours at one time through the night. During the day, we need to rest, and even to have a quick 15-minute nap in the afternoon. This seems like a lot to most people, but remember that you wouldn't consider running your car for 24 hours a day without expecting it to overheat. And yet, many people run their bodies for decades this way and are surprised when they overheat. Page 182. Chapter 38, Sleep. How do you get the best sleep of your life? It doesn't start when you climb into bed, but rather several hours before. Follow these simple steps. 1. Plan to go to bed at the same time each night and make sure that you're getting to bed in enough time to fall asleep and get 8 hours of sleep. 2. Don't eat a heavy meal right before bed and avoid caffeine 6 hours before bed. 3. Keep the same nighttime routine, for example, brush your teeth, put on your sleepwear, and wash your face. Take your time and savor the few minutes you have to yourself. While you're doing this, breathe deeply and slowly in and out during your entire routine. The goal is to get plenty of oxygen through your body. 4. Drink a cup of something warm, like tea, in your living room. Don't watch television or read anything too heavy, just a light novel that's interesting but doesn't stimulate your imagination. 5. Go to bed. Don't cover yourself with too many covers. Our body temperature needs to drop slightly before we can fall asleep, which is why you drank something warm just before bed to raise your temperature. 6. Turn your clock away from you so you can't watch the time. Clock watching is a major cause of insomnia as people get stressed out watching the minutes tick by. 7. Close your eyes and count down from 100 very, very slowly. 8. Have a great night's sleep. You will find that if you eat a balanced meal, drink 8 glasses of water a day, and exercise, you will wake up from 8 hours of sleep and feel fantastic. Like you've had the best sleep of your life. Page 183. Then, as you go through your day, you'll discover that you can handle stressful situations much more easily and your attitude will be better. Sleep as well as all of the other puzzle pieces makes for a better life for you. My Flab to Fab fitness and health tips. Persistence. Violate this step and you'll never achieve permanent results. We recently conducted a 10-year study that proves that persistence is the single most important aspect of any diet or exercise program. The study followed a group of people, Group #1, who exercised and dieted very strictly, but sporadically, and compared those results to a group of people, Group #2, who exercised mildly and followed a very basic diet, but this group never varied from their routine. Even though Group #2 exercised and dieted far less, but did so persistently, they got 68% better results than those who exercised and dieted very strictly but only occasionally. Page 184. Conclusion. Fitness is not something you can simply do once and you're finished. It's an exciting, enriching, and rewarding lifestyle that will truly improve your life. Making the necessary changes to go from Flab to Fab can be tough. But once you've started, you'll easily see the results. A free membership at www.myhomepersonaltrainer.com is a great way to get you started on the path to fitness and health success. It's like having a home personal trainer right there to help you make all the right decisions, to give you encouragement to press on, and to give you guidance every step of the way. You'll have all the resources you need to succeed at www.myhomepersonaltrainer.com, and if you want to exercise, you need the perfect equipment to support your fitness success. You will find it all at www.afitnessmall.com, the fitness equipment superstore. They'll help you find just the right mix of exercise bands, fitness balls, weightlifting gloves, and so much more to have a perfectly customized workout experience that is designed just for you. I have seen so many people succeed. And I want to see you succeed, too. I know you can do it. Together, let's build muscle, burn fat, lose weight, and create a new body with. Page 185. Appendix 1. Attitude. Nothing kills a great plan like a bad attitude. If you have any doubts about implementing a workout or being unhappy, you're just setting yourself up for failure. However, if you keep an "I can do it" attitude, you will have a much better chance at reaching your goals, which means you'll have a much better chance at building muscle, burning fat, and losing weight. On the next page is a poster. Print it off and post it. Look at it daily and use it to remind you to maintain that "I can do it" attitude. My Flab to Fab fitness and health tips. Don't give it all back while away. That vacation you've been planning or the business trip you can't get out of can sometimes have a negative effect on diet and your fitness routine. In fact, sometimes it takes several days or a week to get back into the normal routine and feel like yourself again. Although you're away from home and it's more difficult to follow your normal routine, you still shouldn't go all out and blow all the progress you've made. Try to get a little exercise every day and limit the high-fat and high-calorie foods. Read labels carefully. Don't be fooled by advertising, claiming high in whole grains or fat-free. Get into a good habit of reading labels on the foods you are ready to buy. While they may have messages such as low-fat or reduced calorie written all over them, when you read the ingredient statement and label more closely, you may be unpleasantly surprised. Look for hidden sugars, preservatives, and saturated bad fats. Page 186. My Flab to Fab Fitness and Health Tips. Sugar, sugar, sugar. Often people think by drinking fruit juices or eating low-fat fruit-made snacks, that they are cutting out or eliminating sugar in their diets. The facts are that some fruit juices have more sugar than a soda. Reduction of sugar is important for good quality health and weight management. Always check out the sugar content of anything you put in your mouth, even if you think it might be healthy for you. Blueberries, raspberries and strawberries. Do you love your berries? Awesome, because your favorite berries are actually good for your healthy balanced meal plan. They contain plant nutrients called anthocyanidins. These are incredible antioxidants and some have high levels of resveratrol, which helps fight heart disease and cancer. The next time you want something sweet, juicy and good for you, reach for blueberries, raspberries or strawberries and eat guilt-free. Flaxseed Fitness. A great way to maintain a healthy cardiovascular system is by adding flaxseed to your healthy meal plan. Flaxseed contains what is called alpha-linolenic acid, which is a fatty acid essential in controlling blood pressure. They have a benefit of helping with digestion. Just make sure the flaxseed is crushed for easier consumption and absorption. Page 187. Appendix 2. Supercharge your metabolism. 10 free fitness training tips that will guarantee you long-term fitness and health success. Build a better body today. 1. Cardio in combination with strength training. If you need to combine your cardio with strength training, then do your cardio after your weight training workout. You need that extra energy for the high-intensity strength training, and you also want to pump blood into your muscles after you have just broken them down from a heavy resistance training program. So pump it up first, then do your cardio. 2. Exercise in the morning. A recent study showed that after 1 year, 75% of the morning exercisers stayed with their fitness and health program, compared to only 25% of those that worked out in the evening. Exercising early gets you moving and energized as well, not allowing yourself to find 1,000 excuses at the end of the day on why you can't work out. I am too tired. I am too busy. I am too far from the gym. 3. Exercise at home. A recent study by the University of Florida in Gainesville found that those that worked out at home lost more weight than those that trained at a gym. Reason: you are less likely to skip workouts when you do not have to travel to a place to work out. No excuses when the gym is at home. 4. Exercise outdoors. Anything you do outside brings the elements into play: wind, hills, and other variables. Plus, changing scenery helps keep the boredom out of the workout. No fun staring at the wall. If you do train inside, I recommend changing machines often as well as your program settings to keep things fresh. Page 188. 5. Treadmill versus stationary bike. Stick with the treadmill. Weight-bearing machines always expend more energy than if you were sitting down. So stand tall and burn more calories. 6. Interval versus long steady cardio. Periodic bursts of high-intensity training followed by moderate recovery is the answer. You will burn 1 times the calories during the same duration if you had done long and steady cardio. In addition, you will even burn 75 to 125 additional calories after the workout. Also keep in mind that long and steady helps enhance your metabolism. My recommendation is to do intervals 75% of the time and mix it up with another 25% of long and steady to help mix it up and reduce your chance of injury by overtraining. 7. 1 set or 3. 1 set does not get it done. I always recommend when first starting out to do 1 set, but after an adjustment period of learning proper form and technique, you need to reverend it up by doing at least 2-3 sets of each exercise. A study published by the Journal of Strength and Conditioning Research found that experienced exercisers who did multiple sets gained significantly more strength than those that just did 1 set. 3 is better than 1. 8. Pre-stretch or post-workout. The Journal of Strength and Conditioning Research states that stretching may temporarily shut down nerve signals, which slow reaction time and reduces strength. Other studies have shown that stretching pre-workout does not reduce injury risk. The best time to stretch is during your weight training workout. Begin all routines with a 5-minute warm-up to warm your muscles and get them flexible. It will increase blood flow and make your muscles more responsive. So we recommend stretching in between sets or after your workouts. Page 189. 9. Free weight or machines. Free weights are the way to go. They will make you stronger, because they place more demand on your muscles, since you have to stabilize and balance your body. If you are a novice, it might be good without the help of a trainer, to start out using machines, but the way to go for the best long-term results for both strength and body toning, is to use dumbbells, barbells, and perform those exercises using a stability ball, standing or last but not least on a bench. 10. Coffee or carbs? Carbs are the best. Your body is just like your car, in that it needs good quality fuel to run well. When you are training, you are revving your engine and your body needs fuel to keep it going. Caffeine does trigger your muscles to use fat as energy, but caffeine has so many side effects like headaches, rapid heartbeat and shakiness. As well as some people have problems with acid reflux disease that does not bode well with caffeine in your system. Eat good quality carbs before your workout for energy and make sure you refuel after you train as well. Page 190. Appendix 3. Making healthy living fun. Healthy living should be fun, not a lot of work. Here are some ideas to make it a little more fun. Reward the achievement of goals with a prize. But make sure it's a prize that doesn't negate all the work you did. Make it a prize that helps to promote healthy living. For example, when you lose the weight you want, avoid the common reward of gorging on chocolate and instead treat yourself to a sexy new dress. Although we don't want other people to see us when we are working out and, maybe, not feeling so good about yourselves, having someone along is going to mean mutual encouragement. Find a friend who has similar goals and get fit together. Change up your workout routine for a little variety and spice. Page 191. Appendix 4. Are you stuck losing weight? How does the average person break their weight loss plateaus? You exercise regularly. You watch what you eat. And, still you can't seem to lose those last few extra pounds. Is it hopeless? Is there no solution to the weight plateau problem? Don't get discouraged. I, too, have found myself in this predicament in the past. And, it is possible to overcome. But, there are a few things that need to be considered. First of all, are you constantly stepping on your scales to see if you've lost any more weight? If so, stop. Avoid weighing yourself too frequently, or you may find yourself feeling a bit despondent. Even if you lose several pounds rather quickly in the beginning of your weight loss program, the closer you get to achieve your weight loss goal, the slower the weight tends to fall off. This is partly due to the fact that your body likely hasn't as much fat to lose. It now has more lean tissue. Also, as you work out, the muscles in your body become more developed. And, as most of us know, muscle weighs more than fat. Then, there are days when you simply retain fluids and weigh a pound or two more than you did the day before. Let's face it. The scales can be deceptive. I try my best to stay away from them. A better way to judge whether you're slimming down is by monitoring the way your clothes fit. If a pair of pants fits looser now than it did a couple weeks ago, then chances are that you're making progress towards your goal. Something else to consider, too, is whether your weight loss goal is reasonable for your body type. Are you trying to lose more weight than your body can afford to lose? Secondly, keep track of what you eat, and be sure to exercise. To lose weight, you need to burn more calories than you consume. In fact, to lose just 1 pound of fat, you need to burn approximately 3,500 calories. This generally takes from 3. Page 192 days to 1 week. You may try to control your weight by merely controlling your food intake. Ideally, however, you should both watch what you consume and burn calories through exercise, if you really want to drop those last few pounds. By tracking what you eat, you may discover that you're actually consuming a great deal more calories than you had imagined. Stay away from those potato chips and soft drinks. But don't starve yourself, either. If you eat too few calories, your body will try to protect itself by slowing down its metabolism and hanging on to its fat for survival. If you continue to exercise regularly and maintain a healthy diet, but those last few pounds still won't fall off, perhaps you need to give your metabolism a little boost by increasing the amount of exercise you get or by increasing the intensity of your workouts. If you usually walk for 30 minutes, why not try to add another 15 minutes to your walks? Or, instead of walking, how about giving jogging a chance? Add weight training to your workouts as well, if you haven't already done so. Lifting weights helps build muscle mass, which, in turn, burns more calories than does fat. Sometimes, simply by changing up your exercise routine a bit, the weight loss will start again. If you seem to be stuck on a weight loss plateau, don't give up hope. Just remember, avoid weighing yourself every day. Once a week, or even less, is often enough. Pay attention to your diet. Eat healthy, balanced meals. Avoid too much fat and too many calories. Don't undereat. Page 193. Drink plenty of water. Water helps speed up the metabolism. Additionally, if you drink a glass before each meal, it will help to decrease your appetite and encourage you to eat less. Get plenty of exercise. If necessary, increase the length of your workouts and or the intensity of your workouts. Vary the types of exercise you incorporate into your workouts, as well. Page 194. Appendix 5, Inspire myself to fitness and health. After that initial excitement and determination wears off, it's hard for most people to continue going to the gym, eating right, or both because things start to get in the way and that couch looks more and more enticing, as does that fatty dessert. Here are a few ways for you to stay motivated about your diet and exercise programs. Get a workout/diet partner. It's always easier to do things with a friend. When it comes to dieting and working out, you won't feel like you're in it alone. The two of you can go out to eat together and not feel bad about having to order healthy foods. You'll be able to check up on each other and make sure that you are both staying on the diet, and you can motivate each other to exercise on a regular schedule. There will certainly be days when the last thing you want to do is go for a jog, and that will be true for your friend as well, and it's on these days that the workout partner is key because they will help convince you to get up and do it. Plus, a little friendly competition never hurts. Think positively. Positive reinforcement plays a huge role in someone's willingness and desire to continue doing an activity, or to do it again. Reward yourself for staying on your diet, especially if you've just fought an epic internal battle over McDonald's French fries and chicken MC nuggets versus a turkey sandwich, and you chose the turkey sandwich. Positive thinking works for exercise as well. After your workouts, concentrate on how good you feel for having completed your goals and how great your body feels after expending some energy and gaining strength. If you are negative after your workouts and only think about how horrible the entire experience was, you'll have a much tougher time returning to the gym or the walking path. Page 195. If possible, vary your workout and your diet routines. If there are exercises that you absolutely hate to do, don't do them. Find another exercise that works the same muscle group or produces the same cardiovascular output. You won't dread working out and you'll be much more likely to continue your program. Although diets can be a little trickier, especially if they give you a menu of what to eat, varying your diet can make a difference as well. If you're always eating the same things, you will no doubt get sick of them. Still eat healthy, but try new and different foods on a regular basis. Look in the mirror, check yourself out a little bit. If you aren't happy with what you see, then it might help remind you to stay with your diet and exercise program. If you do like what you see, you'll be proud of all the hard work you've put in and be reminded of what exactly it is that you have been working for. Just don't let anyone walk in on your muscle flexing or stomach admiring. Practice exercises you enjoy and choose diet you can stick to. This goes along with not forcing yourself to do exercises that you hate. Find a few workouts that you like, or can at least tolerate, and mix them up. This can include outdoor activities like rollerblading, biking, hiking. Find an activity you enjoy doing regularly. Similarly, if you choose a diet program that has you eating foods you despise, you will not stay with it. There are a variety of diets available, so find one that allows you to eat the things you like, otherwise you'll be doomed from the start. During exercise, listen to your favorite music. Listening to music can make the time pass by much faster and can help motivate you to finish the exercise you are struggling through. Everyone has different musical tastes, but upbeat music that pumps you up is usually the best choice. Don't be afraid to vary your music as well. You don't want every workout to be the same. Page 196. Remember, your health is important. Many people diet simply to look better and skinnier. There's nothing wrong with looking good and losing weight as your primary reasons for dieting and exercising, but realize as well that you will be healthier and stronger. Working out and eating right increases your life expectancy and improves your quality of life. You'll have more energy and be able to do so much more. Being healthy will make a profound difference on anyone's life, and that should be motivation enough to start your diet and get going on that exercise program and to keep it up indefinitely. Page 197. Bonus resources, fitness and health tools. Free online fitness and weight loss tools. Free fitness and weight loss tools. Find your ideal heart rate zone, assess your cardiovascular fitness, select an activity, calculate your pace, find out how many calories you have burned. Free fitness profile tools. Flexibility measurements, cardio testing, body composition, body fat percent, strength testing. Page 198. Free fitness analysis tools. Get a pulse on your current fitness and health levels. Find your fitness training zone, find your maximum heart rate and calculate your perfect fitness training zone. Get a free My Fresh Balanced Diet Plan. Sign up for a Fit Pro Trainer membership and receive a free Fresh Balanced Diet Plan built with chef-created whole food recipes that are designed with complete and balanced nutrition. Page 199. Bonus resources, fitness, nutrition and health links. Fitness training resource links. Power Block Dumbbells, world's best dumbbell. Well, first, as a certified personal trainer and fitness coach, I am always looking for the best available fitness equipment options for my personal training clients. Power Block dumbbells are first of all completely balanced. This is incredibly important with my clients to find a dumbbell that really provides them stability throughout their exercise movements. They are the heaviest, most compact and easiest to use quick change dumbbell. When designing a fitness plan for one of my fitness clients, flexibility, space and ease of use really are key components that I look for in fitness equipment, and once again, Power Block dumbbells deliver on these key benefits. Power Block is the only dumbbell system that can expand to meet your fitness strength needs. Yes, Power Block dumbbells provide the most expandable dumbbell weight system in the industry. Start with a 50-pound set and expand to 90 pounds and then expand again to 130 pounds. They grow as you grow. Now with Power Block dumbbells, I can recommend a piece of fitness equipment that provides effective workouts. Dumbbells are the best in training expandable weights. They grow as my clients grow. Quick change system, fast efficient training time. Space savings, 37 pairs of dumbbells in an 18x22 space. Most cost effective, you get the most for the least. www.performbetter.com. Experts in functional training and rehabilitation. Shop for stability balls, exercise bands, plyometric and functional training aids. You can also find a wide range of weight training equipment, exercise mats, rehab and recovery accessories, and fitness training books and videos. The Fitness Equipment Superstore, www.afitnessmall.com, your online fitness equipment resource. The fitness training accessories that help reach your fitness and health goals for life. Page 200. Fitness professional resource links. David Grisafi majored in physical education and is a certified high-performance exercise kinesiologist with the Czech Institute. David holds a total of 6 certifications. He is a high school wrestling and baseball coach as well as an independent trainer and strength coach, known especially for his work with professional boxers and golfers. David is the author of Firm and Flatten Your Abs, an online bestseller which teaches you how to lose body fat and develop six-pack abs, while improving strength, function and athletic power at the same time. You can contact David or learn more about his programs at flattenrubs.net. Brad is a leading stretching and sports injury consultant with over 15 years' experience in the health and fitness industry. For more articles on the prevention and treatment of sports injury, subscribe to the Stretching and Sports Injury newsletter. Page 201. Fitness professional resource links. Dr. John M. Berardi, Ph.D., CSCS. His philosophy is simple: people from all walks of life, from soccer stars to soccer coaches to soccer moms, should have access to the most recent developments in health, exercise, and nutrient science. Dr. Berardi has earned a doctoral degree from the University of Western Ontario, 2005, with a specialization in the area of exercise biology and nutrient biochemistry. Prior to his doctoral studies, Dr. Berardi studied exercise science at Eastern Michigan University, master's program, 1999, as well as health science, psychology, and philosophy at Lock Haven University, undergraduate program, 1997. Dr. Berardi and his company, ScienceLink, Incorporated, have one purpose: to take the latest in advanced nutrition research and teach it to others. Currently, Dr. Berardi is the Director of Performance Nutrition for the Canadian National Cross Country Skiing, Alpine Skiing, Canoe/Kayak and Bobsleigh/Skeleton teams, and is a performance nutrition consultant to a number of elite-level individual athletes, sports teams, and Olympic training centers including the Toronto Maple Leafs, the Canadian National Speed Skating Team, the Calgary Sports Centre/Olympic Oval, Calgary, Alberta, the Manitoba Sports Centre, Winnipeg, Manitoba. The University of Texas Women's Track and Field Team, individual athletes in nearly every sport including professional football, NFL and CFL, professional hockey, NHL and DL, professional baseball, MLB, professional basketball, NBA, and more. Dr. Berardi has published over 200 popular press articles for magazines like Men's Health, Men's Fitness, Women's Health, Muscle and Fitness, Testosterone and more. Further, Dr. Berardi has authored or co-authored 5 books including Gourmet Nutrition with Dr. John Williams, Scrawny to Brawny with Mike Maya, The Grappler's Guide to Sports Nutrition with Michael Fry, Precision Nutrition, The Metabolism Advantage. Page 202. Healthy food resource links. The baker has restored the art of traditional bread making to its former glory. Once again, pure, wholesome, unrefined ingredients are being skillfully crafted into truly splendid, completely nutritious, irresistibly mouth-watering breads and rolls. The baker starts with the very finest whole grain available. These grains, such as wheat, oats, corn, rice, barley, rye, millet, and buckwheat are then stone ground right here at the bakery, just prior to dough mixing. By controlling this most important and unusual step, the baker ensures that only the freshest possible flour is used in all the proprietary recipes. In this manner, oxidation is kept to the barest minimum, while nutritional value and flavor are at their peak. Only all-natural ingredients of the highest quality are used. Unlike most commercial bakeries, we allow the dough to rise naturally. It is this natural process that eliminates the need for chemical yeast enhancers, stabilizers and conditioners. Yes, it takes longer, but it is this process that sets our bread apart. Just what is this thing we call Trader Joe's? Well, we're a grocery store, sure, but really so much more. Our shelves are stocked full of delicious foods and beverages, from the basics like milk, bread and butter to more exotic fare like imported cheeses, organic produce and hand-tossed pizza from Italy. We taste every product before we decide to sell it, and we guarantee you'll like it. You might expect indulgences like these to come with unbecoming prices. But at Trader Joe's, we're as much about value as we are about great food. In other words, we keep our costs low, cut out the middleman whenever possible and pass our savings on to you in the form of terrific, everyday prices. So you can afford to be adventurous without breaking the bank. Page 203. Healthy food resource links. A passion for heart health at Smart Balance. We believe that there is simply no reason for your lifestyle to be compromised by harmful saturated and hydrogenated fats. It's just too easy to replace them with smarter, heart-healthy options. Our company has been marketing low-fat and fat-free spreads and other foods for more than 24 years. We created Smart Balance to bring you the benefits of a remarkable scientific finding. At Brandeis University, scientists recently proved that the perfect blend of polyunsaturated, monounsaturated and saturated fats can improve cholesterol through dietary means. We took this data to the FDA, the National Institutes of Health, and the American Heart Association. We asked them to poke holes in it before bringing our patented fat balance to the public. No one could improve on Brandeis' groundbreaking formula. Since then, Smart Balance Buttery Spread has won 3 consecutive Best Taste Awards from the American Culinary Institute, and the hearts of our health-conscious customers nationwide. Whole Foods Market Registered is now the world's leading retailer of natural and organic foods, with more than 265 stores in North America and the United Kingdom. To date, Whole Foods Market remains uniquely mission-driven. We're highly selective about what we sell, dedicated to stringent quality standards, and committed to sustainable agriculture. We obtain our products locally and from all over the world, often from small, uniquely dedicated food artisans. We strive to offer the highest quality, least processed, most flavorful and naturally preserved foods. Page 204. Robert B. Adams. Healthy food resource links. www.newmanzone.com was supposed to be a tiny boutique operation. Parchment labels on elegant wine bottles of antique glass. We expected train wrecks along the way and got, instead, one astonishment followed by another astonishment followed by another. We flourished like weeds in the garden of wishbone, like silver in the vaults of finance. A lot of the time we thought we were in first gear, we were really in reverse, but it didn't seem to make any difference. We anticipated sales of $1,200 a year and a loss, despite our gambling winnings, of $6,000. But in these 20 years we have earned over $175 million, which we've given to countless charities. How to account for this massive success? Pure luck? Transcendental meditation? Machiavellian manipulation? Aerodynamics? Hycolonics? We haven't the slightest idea. Paul Newman and the Newman Zone Foundation donate all profits and royalties after taxes for educational and charitable purposes. Paul Newman and the Newman Zone Foundation have given over $200 million to thousands of charities worldwide since SAL 982. The Newman Zone Foundation makes grants to charities within the United States and abroad. Find a personal trainer fast at www.findmefitnesstrainer.com.